Part 1. Un malheur ne vient jamais seul. Misfortune never arrives alone. French proverb. The Belle Rose. Lou. There's something haunting about a body touched by magic. Most people first notice the smell, not the rot of decay, but a cloying sweetness in their noses, a sharp taste on their tongues. Rare individuals also sensed a tingle in the air, a lingering aura on the corpse's skin, as if the magic itself was still present somehow, watching and waiting. Alive. Of course, those stupid enough to talk about such things ended up on the stake. 13 bodies had been found throughout Belterra over the past year, more than double the amount of years prior. Though the church did its best to conceal the mysterious circumstances of each death, all had been buried in closed caskets. There he is. Coco motioned to a man in the corner. Though candlelight bathed half of his face in shadow, there was no mistaking the gold brocade on his coat or the heavy insignia around his neck. He sat rigid in his chair, clearly uncomfortable, as a scantily clad woman draped herself across his plump midsection. I couldn't help but grin. Only Madame Labelle would leave an aristocrat such as Pierre Tremblay waiting in the bowels of a brothel. Come on. Coco motioned toward a table in the opposite corner. Babette should be here soon. What sort of pompous ass wears brocade while mourning? I asked. Coco glanced at Tremblay over her shoulder and smirked. The sort of pompous ass with money. His daughter, Philippa, had been the 7th body found. After her disappearance in the dead of night, the aristocracy had been shaken when she'd reappeared, throat slashed, at the edge of L'Eau Mélancolique. But that wasn't the worst of it. Rumors had crawled through the kingdom about her silver hair and wrinkled skin, her cloudy eyes and gnarled fingers. At 24, she'd been transformed into a hag. Tremblay's peers simply couldn't understand it. She'd had no known enemies, no vendettas against her to warrant such violence. But while Philippa might have had no enemies, her pompous ass of a father had accumulated plenty while trafficking magical objects. His daughter's death had been a warning. One did not exploit the witches without consequence. Bonjour, messieurs. A honey-haired courtesan approached us, batting her lashes hopefully. I cackled at the brazen way she eyed Coco. Even disguised as a man, Coco was striking. Though scars marred the rich brown skin of her hands, she covered them with gloves. Her face remained smooth, and her black eyes sparkled even in the semi-darkness. Can I tempt you to join me? Sorry, darling. Adopting my smarmiest voice, I patted the courtesan's hand the way I'd seen other men do. But we're spoken for this morning. Mademoiselle Babette will be joining us shortly. She pouted for only a second before moving on to our neighbor, who eagerly accepted her invitation. Do you think he has it on him? Coco scrutinized Tremblay from the top of his bald head to the bottom of his polished shoes, lingering on his unadorned fingers. Babette could have been lying. This could be a trap. Babette might be a liar, but she isn't stupid. She won't sell us out before we pay her. I watched the other courtesans with morbid fascination. With cinched waists and overflowing bosoms, they danced lithely among the patrons, as if their corsets weren't slowly suffocating them. To be fair, however, many of them weren't wearing corsets, or anything at all. You're right. Coco dug our coin pouch from her coat and threw it on the table. It'll be after. Ah, mon amour, you wound me. Babette materialized beside us, grinning and flicking the brim of my hat. Unlike her peers, she swathed as much of her pale skin as possible with crimson silk. Thick, white makeup covered the rest, and her scars. They snaked up her arms and chest in a similar pattern to Coco's. And for 10 more golden couronnes, I would never dream of betraying you. Good morning, Babette. Chuckling, I propped a foot on the table and leaned back on my chair's hind legs. You know, it's uncanny the way you always appear within seconds of our money. Can you smell it? I turned to Coco, whose lips twitched in an effort not to grin. It's like she can smell it. Bonjour, Louise. Babette kissed my cheek before leaning toward Coco and lowering her voice. Cosette, you look ravishing as usual. Coco rolled her eyes. You're late. My apologies. Babette inclined her head with a saccharine smile. But I did not recognize you. I will never understand why such beautiful women insist on masquerading as men. Unaccompanied women attract too much attention. You know that. I drummed my fingers against the tabletop with practiced ease, forcing a grin. Any one of us could be a witch. Bah! She winked conspiratorially. Only a fool would mistake two as charming as you for such wretched, violent creatures. Of course. I nodded, tugging my hat even lower. While Coco's and Babette's scars revealed their true natures, Dame Blanche could move through society virtually undetected. The russet-skinned woman on top of Tremblay could be one, or the honey-haired courtesan who just disappeared up the stairs. But the flames come first with the church, questions second. It's a dangerous time to be female. Not here. Babette spread her arms wide, lips curling upward. Here we are safe. Here we are cherished. My mistress's offer still stands. Your mistress would burn you and us if she knew the truth. I returned my attention to Tremblay, whose obvious wealth had attracted 2 more courtesans. He politely rebuffed their attempts to undo his trousers. We're here for him. Coco upended our coin pouch on the table. 10 golden couronnes, as promised. Babette sniffed and lifted her nose in the air. I seem to remember 20. What? My chair plummeted back to the ground with a bang. The patrons nearest us blinked in our direction, but I ignored them. We agreed on 10. That was before you hurt my feelings. Damn it, Babette! Coco snatched our coin away before Babette could touch it. Do you know how long it takes us to save that kind of money? I struggled to keep my voice even. We don't even know if Tremblay has the ring. Babette merely shrugged and extended her palm. It is not my fault you insist on cutting purses in the street like common criminals. You would earn thrice that sum in a single night here at the Belle Rose, but you are too proud. Coco took a deep breath, hands curling into fists on the table. Look, we're sorry we offended your delicate sensibilities, but we agreed on 10. We can't afford— I can hear the coin in your pocket, Cosette. I stared at Babette incredulously. You are a goddamned hound. Her eyes flashed. Come now, I invite you here at my own personal risk to eavesdrop on my mistress's business with Monsieur Tremblay, yet you insult me like I'm a— At that precise moment, however, a tall, middle-aged woman glided down the staircase. A deep emerald gown accentuated her flaming hair and hourglass figure. Tremblay lurched to his feet at her appearance, and the courtesans around us, including Babette, swept into deep curtsies. It was rather odd, watching naked women curtsy. Grasping Tremblay's arms with a wide smile, Madame Labelle kissed both his cheeks and murmured something I couldn't hear. Panic spiked through me as she looped her arm through his and led him back across the room toward the stairs. Babette watched us out of the corner of her eye. Decide quickly, mes amours. My mistress is a busy woman. Her business with Monsieur Tremblay will not take long. I glared at her, resisting the urge to wrap my hands around her pretty neck and squeeze. Can you at least tell us what your mistress is buying? She must have told you something. Is it the ring? Does Tremblay have it? She grinned like a cat with cream. Perhaps. For another 10 couronnes. Coco and I shared a black look. If Babette wasn't careful, she'd soon learn just how wretched and violent we could be. The Belle Rose boasted 12 luxury parlors for its courtesans to entertain guests, but Babette led us to none of these. Instead, she opened an unmarked 13th door at the end of the corridor and ushered us inside. Welcome, mes amours, to the eyes and ears of the Belle Rose. Blinking, I waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness of this new, narrower corridor. 12 windows, rectangular, large, and spaced at regular intervals along one wall, let in a subtle glow of light. Upon closer inspection, however, I realized they weren't windows at all, but portraits. I traced a finger down the nose of the one nearest me, a beautiful woman with luscious curves and an alluring smile. Who are they? Famed courtesans of years past. Babette paused to admire the women with a wistful expression. My portrait will replace hers someday. Frowning, I leaned closer to inspect the woman in question. Her image was mirrored somehow, her colors muted, as if this were the back of the painting. And, holy hell, 2 golden latches covered her eyes. Are those peepholes? Coco asked incredulously, moving closer. What kind of macabre freak show is this, Babette? Shh! Babette lifted a hasty finger to her lips. The eyes and ears, remember? Ears. You must whisper in this place. I didn't want to imagine the purpose of such an architectural feature. I did, however, want to imagine a very long bath when I returned home to the theater. There would be scrubbing, vigorous scrubbing. I could only pray my eyeballs survived it. Before I could voice my disgust, 2 shadows moved in my periphery. I whirled, hand flying to the knife in my boot, before the shadows took shape. I stilled as 2 horribly familiar, horribly unpleasant men leered at me. Andre and Gru. I glowered at Babette, knife still clenched in my fist. What are they doing here? At the sound of my voice, Andre leaned forward, blinking slowly in the darkness. Is that... Gru searched my face, skipping over my mustache and lingering on my dark brows and turquoise eyes, freckled nose and suntanned skin. An evil smile split his face. His front tooth was chipped and yellow. Hello, Lulu. Ignoring him, I glared pointedly at Babette. This wasn't part of the deal. Oh, relax, Louise. They're working. She flung herself into one of the wooden chairs they just vacated. My mistress hired them as security. Security? Coco scoffed, reaching into her coat for her own knife. Andre bared his teeth. Since when is voyeurism considered security? If ever we feel uncomfortable with a client, all we do is knock twice and these lovely gentlemen intervene. Babette pointed lazily toward the portraits with her foot, revealing a pale, scarred ankle. They are doors, mon amour. Immediate access. Madame la Belle was an idiot. It was the only explanation for such, well, idiocy. 2 of the stupidest thieves I'd ever known, Andre and Gru, infringed constantly on our territory in East End. Wherever we went, they followed, usually 2 steps behind, and wherever they went, the constabulary inevitably did too. Big and ugly and loud, the 2 lacked the subtlety and skill necessary to thrive in East End. And the brains. I dreaded to think what they would do with immediate access to anything, especially sex and violence. And those were perhaps the least of the vices happening within these brothel walls, if this business transaction served as any example. "Do not worry." As if reading my thoughts, Babette cast the two a small smile. "My mistress will kill them if they leak information. Isn't that right, monsieur?" Their grins vanished, and I finally noted the discoloration around their eyes. Bruises. I still didn't lower my knife. "And what keeps them from leaking information to your mistress?" "Well..." Babette rose to her feet, sweeping past us to a portrait down the corridor. She lifted a hand to the small golden button next to it. "I suppose that depends on what you're willing to give them." "How about I give all of you a knife in the—" Babette pressed the button as I advanced, knife raised, and the golden latches over the courtesan's eyes flipped open. Madame Labelle's and Tremblay's muffled voices filled the corridor. "Think carefully, mon amour," Babette whispered. "Your precious ring could be in the very next room. Come, see for yourself." She stepped aside, fingers still pressing the button, allowing me to stand in front of the portrait. Muttering a curse, I stood on my tiptoes to see through the courtesan's eyes. Tremblay wore a path through the plush floral carpet of the parlor. He looked paler here in this pastel room, where the morning sun bathed everything in soft golden light, and sweat beaded along his forehead. Licking his lips nervously, he glanced back at Madame Labelle, who watched him from a chaise longue by the door. Even sitting, she exuded regal grace, neck straight and hands clasped. "Do calm yourself, Monsieur Tremblay. I assure you I will obtain the necessary funds within the week. A fortnight at most." He shook his head curtly. "Too long." "One might argue it is not nearly long enough for your asking price. Only the king could afford such an astronomical sum, and he has no use for magic rings." Heart lurching to my throat, I pulled away to look at Coco. She scowled and dug in her coat for more couronnes. André and Gru pocketed them with gleeful smirks. Promising myself I would skin them alive after I stole the ring, I returned my attention to the parlor. And if I were to tell you I have another buyer in place?" Tremblay asked. "I would call you a liar, Monsieur Tremblay. You could hardly continue boasting possession of your wares after what happened to your daughter." Tremblay whirled to face her. "Do not speak of my daughter." Smoothing her skirts, Madame Labelle ignored him completely. "Indeed, I'm rather surprised you're still in the magical black market at all. You do have another daughter, don't you?" When he didn't answer, her smile grew small and cruel, triumphant. "The witches are vicious. If they learn you possess the ring, their wrath on your remaining family will be unpleasant." Face purpling, he took a step toward her. "I do not appreciate your implication." "Then appreciate my threat, monsieur. Do not cross me, or it will be the last thing you ever do." Smothering a snort, I glanced again at Coco, who now shook with silent laughter. Babette glared at us. Magical rings aside, this conversation might have been worth 40 couronnes. Even the theater paled in comparison to these melodramatics. "Now tell me," Madame Labelle purred, "do you have another buyer?" "Putain." He glared at her for several long seconds before grudgingly shaking his head. "No, I do not have another buyer. I've spent months renouncing all ties with my former contacts, purging all inventory, yet this ring—" He swallowed hard, and the heat in his expression flickered out. "I fear to speak of it to anyone, lest the demons discover I have it." "You were unwise to tout any of their items." Tremblay didn't answer. His eyes remained distant, haunted, as if he were seeing something we couldn't. My throat constricted inexplicably. Oblivious to his torment, Madame Labelle continued ruthlessly. If you hadn't, perhaps dear Philippa would still be with us. His head snapped up at his daughter's name, and his eyes, no longer haunted, glinted with fierce purpose. I will see the demons burn for what they did to her. How foolish of you. I beg your pardon? I make it my business to know the business of my enemies, monsieur. She rose gracefully to her feet, and he stumbled back a half-step. As they are now also your enemies, I must offer a piece of advice. 'Tis dangerous to meddle in the affairs of witches. Forget your vengeance. Forget everything you've learned about this world of shadows and magic. You are wildly outmatched and woefully inadequate in the face of these women. Death is the kindest of their torments, a gift bestowed only to those who have earned it. One would think you'd have learned that with dear Philippa. His mouth twisted, and he straightened to his full height, spluttering angrily. Madame Labelle still loomed over him by several inches. You crossed the line. Madame Labelle didn't shrink away from him. Instead, she ran a hand down the bodice of her gown, utterly unfazed, and withdrew a fan from the folds of her skirt. A knife peeked out from its spine. I see the pleasantries are over. Right then, let us get down to business. Spreading the device in a single flourish, she fanned it between them. Tremblay eyed the knife point warily, and conceded a step. If you wish me to relieve you of the ring, I will do so here and now, for 5,000 gold couronnes less than your asking price. An odd choking noise escaped his throat. You're mad! If not, she continued, voice hardening, you will leave this place with a noose around your daughter's neck. Her name is Celie, yes. La Dame des Sorcières will delight in draining her youth, in drinking the glow from her skin, the gleam from her hair. She will be unrecognizable by the time the witches finish with her, empty, broken, just like Philippa. You... Tremblay's eyes bulged, and a vein appeared on his shiny forehead. Fille de pute! You cannot do this to me! You cannot! Come now, monsieur, I do not have all day. The prince has returned from Amandine, and I do not want to miss the festivities. His chin jutted obstinately. I do not have it with me. Damn it. Disappointment crashed through me, bitter and sharp. Coco muttered a curse. I do not believe you. Striding to the window across the room, Madame Labelle peered down. Ah, Monsieur Tremblay, how could a gentleman such as yourself leave your daughter to wait outside a brothel? Such easy prey. Sweating profusely now, Tremblay hastened to turn out his pockets. I swear I don't have it. Look! I pressed my face closer as he shoved the contents of his pockets toward her. An embroidered handcloth, a silver pocket watch, and a fistful of copper couronne. But no ring. Please leave my daughter alone. She is not involved in this. He made such a pitiful sight that I might have felt sorry for him if he hadn't just dashed all my plans. As it were, however, the sight of his trembling limbs and ashen face filled me with vindictive pleasure. Madame Labelle seemed to share my sentiment. She sighed theatrically, dropping her hand from the window, and, curiously, turned to look directly at the portrait I stood behind. Tumbling backward, I landed squarely on my ass and bit back a curse. What is it? Coco whispered, crouching beside me. Babette released the button with a frown. Shh! I waved my hands wildly, motioning toward the parlor. I think... I mouthed the words, not daring to speak. She saw me. Coco's eyes flew open in alarm. We all froze as her voice drifted closer, muted but audible through the thin wall. Pray tell me, monsieur. Where is it, then? Holy hell. Coco and I locked eyes incredulously. Though I didn't dare return to the portrait, I pressed closer to the wall, breath hot and uncomfortable against my own face. Answer her, I pleaded silently. Tell us. Miraculously, Tremblay obliged, his vehement reply more dulcet than the sweetest of music. It's locked away in my townhouse, you salope ignorant. That will do, Monsieur Tremblay. As their parlor door clicked open, I could almost see her smile. It matched my own. I hope for your daughter's sake you aren't lying. I will arrive at your townhouse at dawn with your coin. Do not keep me waiting. The Chasseur. Lou. I'm listening. Sitting in the crowded pâtisserie, Baz lifted a spoonful of chocolat chaud to his lips, careful not to spill a drop on his lace cravat. I resisted the urge to flick a bit of mine at him. For what we had planned, we needed him in a good mood. No one could swindle an aristocrat like Baz could. It's like this, I said, pointing my spoon at him. You can pocket everything else in Tremblay's vault as payment, but the ring is ours. He leaned forward, dark eyes settling on my lips. When I irritably brushed the chocolat from my mustache, he grinned. Ah, yes, a magic ring. I have to admit I'm surprised you're interested in such an object. I thought you'd renounced all magic. The ring is different. His eyes found my lips once more. Of course it is. Baz. I snapped my fingers in front of his face pointedly. Focus, please. This is important. Once, upon arriving in Césarine, I'd thought Baz quite handsome. Handsome enough to court. Certainly handsome enough to kiss. From across the cramped table, I eyed the dark line of his jaw. There was still a small scar there, just below his ear, hiding in the shadow of his facial hair, where I'd bitten him during one of our more passionate nights. I sighed ruefully at the memory. He had the most beautiful amber skin, and such a tight little ass. He chuckled as if reading my mind. All right, Louis. I shall attempt to marshal my thoughts, as long as you do the same. Stirring his chocolat, he sat back with a smirk. So, you wish to rob an aristocrat? And you have, of course, come to the master for guidance. I scoffed, but bit my tongue. As the third cousin twice removed of a baron, Baz held a peculiar position of being part of the aristocracy, while also not being part of it. His relative's wealth allowed him to dress in the finest fashions and attend the fanciest parties, yet the aristocrats couldn't bother to remember his name. A useful slight, as he often attended said parties to relieve them of their valuables. A wise decision, he continued. As twits such as Tremblay utilize layers upon layers of security, gates and locks and guards and dogs, just to name a few. Probably more after what happened to his daughter. The witches stole her during the dead of night, didn't they? He'll have increased his protections. Philippa was becoming a real pain in my ass. Scowling, I glanced toward the pâtisserie's window. All manner of pastries perched there on glorious display, iced cakes and sugar loaves and chocolat tartlets, as well as macarons and fruit danishes of every color. Raspberry eclairs and an apple tarte tatin completed the display. Out of all this decadence, however, the enormous sticky buns, with their cinnamon and sweet cream, made my mouth truly water. As if on cue, Coco threw herself into the empty seat beside us. She thrust a plate of sticky buns toward me. Here. I could have kissed her. You're a goddess. You know that, right? Obviously. Just don't expect me to hold your hair back when you're puking later. Oh, and you owe me a silver couronne. Like hell. That's my money, too. Yes, but you can weasel a sticky bun out of pan anytime. The couronne is a service fee. I glanced over my shoulder at the short, plump man behind the counter, Johannes Pan, pastry extraordinaire and half-wit. More important, however, he was the close personal friend and confidant of Mademoiselle Lucie de Breton. I was Mademoiselle Lucie de Breton, with a blonde wig. Sometimes I didn't want to wear the suit, and I'd quickly discovered Pan had a soft spot for the gentler sex. Most days I only had to bat my lashes. Others I had to get slightly more creative. I shot Baz a covert look. Little did he know he'd committed all sorts of heinous acts to poor Mademoiselle Breton over the past 2 years. Pan couldn't handle a woman's tears. "I'm dressed as a man today." I tucked into the first bun, shoving half of it into my mouth without decorum. "Besides, he prefers—" I swallowed hard, eyes watering. "Blondes." Heat radiated from Baz's dark gaze as he watched me. "Then the gentleman has poor taste." "Ugh!" Coco gagged, rolling her eyes. "Give it a rest, will you? Pining doesn't suit you." "That suit doesn't suit you." Leaving them to bicker, I returned my attention to the buns. Though Coco had procured enough to feed 5 people, I accepted the challenge. 3 buns in, however, the 2 had turned even my appetite. I pushed my plate away roughly. "We don't have the luxury of time, Baz," I interrupted, just as Coco looked likely to leap across the table at him. "The ring will be gone by morning, so it has to be tonight. Will you help us or not?" He frowned at my tone. "Personally, I don't see what all the fuss is about. You don't need an invisibility ring for safety. You know I can protect you." Pfft, empty promises. Perhaps that was why I'd stopped loving him. Baz was many things, charming, cunning, ruthless, but he wasn't a protector. No, he was far too worried about more important things, like saving his own skin at the first sign of trouble. I didn't hold it against him. He was a man, after all, and his kissing had more than made up for it. Coco glared at him. "As we've told you several times, it grants the user more than invisibility." "Ah, mon ami, I must confess I wasn't listening." When he grinned, blowing her a kiss across the table, her hands curled into fists. "Bordel! I swear one of these days I'm going to—" I intervened before she could slash open a vein. "It renders the user immune to enchantment, sort of like the chasseurs balisardas." My gaze flicked to Baz. "Surely you understand how useful that might prove to me." His grin vanished. Slowly he reached up to touch my cravat, fingers tracing where it hid my scar. Chills erupted down my spine. "But she hasn't found you. You're still safe. For now." He stared at me for a long moment, hand still raised to my throat. Finally, he sighed. "And you're willing to do whatever it takes to procure this ring?" "Yes." "Even magic?" I swallowed hard, threading my fingers through his, and nodded. He dropped our clasped hands to the table. "Very well, then. I shall help you." He glanced out the window, and I followed his gaze. More and more people had gathered for the prince's parade. Though most laughed and chatted with palpable excitement, unease festered just beneath the surface, in the tightness of their mouths and the sharp, quick movements of their eyes. "Tonight," he continued, "the king has scheduled a ball to welcome his son home from Amandine. The entire aristocracy has been invited, including Monsieur Tremblay." "Convenient," Coco murmured. We all tensed simultaneously at a commotion up the street, eyes locking on the men who emerged through the crowd. Clad in coats of royal blue, they marched in rows of 3, each thump, thump, thump of their boots perfectly synchronized, with silver daggers held over their hearts. Constables flanked them on either side, shouting and marshalling pedestrians to sidewalks. Chasseurs. Sworn to the church as huntsmen, chasseurs protected the kingdom of Belterra from the occult. namely the Dame Blanche, or the deadly witches who haunted Belterra's small-minded prejudices. Muted anger pounded through my veins as I watched the chasseurs march closer. As if we were the interlopers, as if this land hadn't once belonged to us. Not your fight. Lifting my chin, I mentally shook myself. The ancient feud between the church and witches didn't affect me anymore, not since I'd left the world of witchcraft behind. You shouldn't be out here, Lou. Coco's eyes followed the chasseurs as they lined the street, preventing anyone from approaching the royal family. The parade would soon start. We should reconvene in the theater. A crowd this size is dangerous. It's bound to attract trouble. I'm disguised. Struggling to speak around the sticky bun in my mouth, I swallowed thickly. No one will recognize me. Andre and Gru did, only because of my voice. I won't be reconvening anywhere until after the parade. Dropping my hand, Boz stood and patted his waistcoat with a salacious grin. A crowd this size is a glorious cesspool of money, and I plan on drowning in it, if you'll excuse me. He tipped his hat and wove through the patisserie tables away from us. Coco leapt to her feet. That bastard will renege as soon as he's out of sight. Probably turn us into the constabulary, or worse, the chasseurs. I don't know why you trust him. It remained a point of contention in our friendship that I'd revealed my true identity to Boz, my true name. Never mind that it had happened after a night of too much whiskey and kissing. Shredding the last bun in an effort to avoid Coco's gaze, I tried not to regret my decision. Regret changed nothing. I had no choice but to trust him now. We were linked irrevocably. She sighed in resignation. I'll follow him. You get out of here. Meet us at the theater in an hour. It's a date. I left the patisserie only minutes after Coco and Boz. Though dozens of girls huddled outside in near hysterics at the prospect of seeing the prince, it was a man who blocked the doorway. Truly enormous, he towered over me by head and shoulders, his broad back and powerful arms straining against the brown wool of his coat. He, too, faced the street, but it didn't look as if he was watching the parade. He held his shoulders stiffly, feet planted as if preparing for a fight. I cleared my throat and poked the man in the back. He didn't move. I poked him again. He shifted slightly, but still not enough for me to squeeze through. Right. Rolling my eyes, I threw my shoulder into his side and attempted to wedge myself between his girth and the door jamb. It seemed he felt that contact, because he finally turned and clubbed me square in the nose with his elbow. Oh, shit! Clutching my nose, I stumbled back and landed on my backside for the second time that morning. Treacherous tears sprang to my eyes. What the hell is wrong with you? He extended a swift hand. My apologies, monsieur. I didn't see you. Clearly. I ignored his hand and hauled myself to my feet. Brushing off my pants, I made to shove past him, but he once again blocked my path. His shabby coat flapped open at the movement, revealing a bandolier strapped across his chest. Knives of every shape and size glinted down at me, but it was the knife sheathed against his heart that made my own drop like a stone. Gleaming in silver, it was adorned with a large sapphire that glittered ominously on its hilt. Chasseur. I ducked my head. Shit. Inhaling deeply, I forced myself to remain calm. He presented no danger to me in my current disguise. I'd done nothing wrong. I smelled of cinnamon, not magic. Besides, didn't all men share some sort of unspoken camaraderie, a mutual understanding of their own collective importance? Are you injured, monsieur? Right. Today I was a man. I could do this. I forced myself to look up. Beyond his obscene height, the first things I noticed were the brass buttons on his coat. They matched the copper and gold of his hair, which shone in the sun like a beacon. Combined with his straight nose and full mouth, it made him unexpectedly handsome for a chasseur. Irritatingly handsome. I couldn't help but stare. Thick lashes framed eyes the precise color of the sea. Eyes that currently regarded me with unabashed shock. Shit. My hand shot to my mustache, which dangled off my face from the fall. Well, it had been a valiant effort, and while men might be proud, women knew when to get the hell out of a bad situation. I'm fine. I ducked my head quickly and tried to move past him, eager now to put as much distance as possible between us. Though I'd still done nothing wrong, there was no sense in poking fate. Sometimes she poked back. Just watch where you're going next time. He didn't move. You're a woman. Well spotted. Again, I tried to shove past him, this time with a bit more force than necessary, but he caught my elbow. Why are you dressed like a man? Have you ever worn a corset? I spun around to face him, reattaching my mustache with as much dignity as I could muster. I doubt you'd ask such a question if you had. Trousers are infinitely more freeing. He stared at me as if I'd sprouted an arm from my forehead. I glared back at him, and he shook his head slightly as if to clear it. My apologies, mademoiselle. People were watching us now. I tugged fruitlessly at my arm, the beginnings of panic fluttering in my stomach. Let me go! His grip only tightened. Have I offended you somehow? Losing my patience completely, I jerked away from him with all my might. You broke my ass bone! Perhaps it was my vulgarity that shocked him, but he released me like I'd bitten him, eyeing me with a distaste bordering on revulsion. I've never heard a lady speak so in my entire life. Ah, chasseurs were holy men. He probably thought me the devil. He wouldn't have been wrong. I offered him a cat-like smile as I inched away, batting my lashes in my best impression of Babette. When he made no move to stop me, the tension in my chest eased. You're hanging out with the wrong ladies, Chasse. Are you a courtesan, then? I would have bristled had I not known several perfectly respectable courtesans, Babette not necessarily among them. Damn extortionist. Instead, I sighed dramatically. Alas, no, and hearts all over Cesarine are breaking for it. His jaw tightened. What's your name? A wave of raucous cheers spared me from answering. The royal family had finally rounded the corner to our street. The chasseur turned for only a second, but it was all I needed. Slipping behind a group of particularly enthusiastic young girls, they shrieked the prince's name at a pitch only dogs should have heard. I disappeared before he turned back around. Elbows jostled me from all sides, however, and I soon realized I was simply too small, too short, too slight, to fight my way through the crowd, at least without poking someone with my knife. Returning a few elbows with my own, I searched for higher ground to wait out the procession, somewhere out of sight. There. With a jump, I caught the windowsill of an old sandstone building, shimmied my way up the drain pipe, and pulled myself onto the roof. Settling my elbows on the balustrade, I surveyed the street below. Golden flags with the royal family's crest fluttered from each doorway, and vendors hawked food at every corner. Despite the mouth-watering smells of their frites and sausages and cheese croissants, the city still reeked of fish. Fish and smoke. I wrinkled my nose. One of the pleasures of living on a dreary gray peninsula. Cesarine embodied gray. Dingy gray houses sat stacked atop one another like sardines in a tin, and crumbling streets wound past dirty gray markets and even dirtier gray harbors. An ever-present cloud of chimney smoke encompassed everything. It was suffocating, the gray, lifeless, dull. Still, there were worse things in life than dull. And there were worse kinds of smoke than chimney. The cheers reached a climax as the Lyon family passed beneath my building. King Auguste waved from his gilt carriage, golden curls blowing in the late autumn wind. His son, Beauregard, sat beside him. The two couldn't have looked more different. Where the former was light of eyes and complexion, the latter's hooded eyes, tawny skin, and black hair favored his mother. But their smiles, both were nearly identical in charm. Too charming, in my opinion. Arrogance exuded from their very pores. Auguste's wife scowled behind them. I didn't blame her. I would have scowled too if my husband had more lovers than fingers and toes. Not that I ever planned to have a husband. I'd be damned before chaining myself to anyone in marriage. I just turned away, already bored, when something shifted in the street below. It was a subtle thing, almost as if the wind had changed direction mid-course. A nearly imperceptible hum reverberated from the cobblestones, and every sound of the crowd, every smell and taste and touch, faded into the ether. The world stilled. I scrambled backward, away from the roof's edge, as the hair on my neck stood up. I knew what came next. I recognized the faint brush of energy against my skin, the familiar thrumming in my ears. Magic. Then came the screams.
Wicked are the ways of women. Read. The smell always followed the witches, sweet and herbal, yet sharp. Too sharp. Like the incense the archbishop burned during Mass, but more acrid. Though years had passed since I'd taken my holy orders, I'd never acclimated to it. Even now, with just a hint of it on the breeze, it burned all the way down my throat, choking me, taunting me. I loathed the smell of magic. Sliding the Balisarda knife from its place by my heart, I scanned the revelers around us. Jean-Luc shot me a wary glance. Trouble? Can't you smell it? I murmured back. It's faint, but it's there. They've already started. He pulled his own Balisarda from the bandolier across his chest. His nostrils flared. I'll alert the others. He slipped through the crowd without another word. Though he also wore no uniform, the crowd still parted for him, like the Red Sea for Moses. Probably the sapphire on his knife. Whispers followed him as he went, and some of the more astute revelers looked back at me. Their eyes widened. Realization sparked. Chasseurs. We'd suspected this attack. With each passing day, the witches grew more restless, which was why half my brethren lined the street in uniform, and the other half, the half dressed like me, hid in plain sight within the crowd, waiting, watching, hunting. A middle-aged man stepped toward me. He held a little girl's hand, same eye color, similar bone structure, daughter. Are we in danger here, sir? Moore turned at his question. Brows furrowed, eyes darted. The man's daughter winced, wrinkling her nose and dropping her flag. It hung in mid-air a second too long before fluttering to the ground. My head hurts, Papa, she whispered. Hush, child. He glanced down at the knife in my hand, and the tight muscles around his eyes relaxed. This man is a chasseur. He'll keep us safe. Isn't that right, sir? Unlike his daughter, he hadn't yet smelled the magic, but he would. Soon. You need to vacate the area immediately. My voice came out sharper than I'd intended. The little girl winced again, and her father wrapped an arm around her shoulders. The Archbishop's words reared in my head. Soothe them, Reed. You must instill calm and confidence as well as protect. I shook my head and tried again. Please, monsieur, return home. Salt your doors and windows. Don't step out again until... A piercing scream cut through the rest of my words. Everyone froze. Go! I thrust the man and his daughter into the patisserie behind us. He'd barely stumbled through the door before others raced to follow, heedless of anyone standing in their way. Bodies collided in every direction. The screams around us multiplied, and unnatural laughter echoed from everywhere at once. I tucked my knife close to my side and barreled through the panicked revelers, tripping over an elderly woman. Careful! I gritted my teeth, catching her frail shoulders before she fell to her death. Milky eyes blinked up at me, and a slow, peculiar smile touched her withered lips. "God bless you, young man," she croaked. Then she turned with unnatural grace and disappeared into the horde of people rushing past. It took several seconds for me to register the cloying, charred odor she left in her wake. My heart dropped like a stone. "Read!" Jean-Luc stood in the royal family's carriage. Dozens of my brethren surrounded it, sapphires flashing as they drove frenzied citizens back. I started forward, but the throng before me shifted, and I finally saw them. Witches. They glided up the street with serene smiles, hair billowing in a non-existent wind. 3 of them, laughing as bodies fell around them with the simplest flicks of their fingers. Though I prayed their victims weren't dead, I often wondered whether death was the kinder fate. The less fortunate woke without memories of their second child, or perhaps with an insatiable appetite for human flesh. Last month, a child had been found without its eyes. Another man had lost his ability to sleep. Yet another spent the rest of his days pining after a woman no one else could see. Each case different, each more disturbing than the last. "Read!" Jean-Luc waved his arms, but I ignored him. Unease wrapped just beyond conscious thought as I watched the witches advance on the royal family. Slowly, leisurely, despite the battalion of chasseurs sprinting toward them. Bodies rose like marionettes, forming a human shield around the witches. I watched in horror as a man lunged forward and impaled himself on the balisarda of one of my brothers. The witches cackled and continued contorting their fingers in unnatural ways. With each twitch, a helpless body rose. Puppeteers. It didn't make sense. The witches operated in secrecy. They attacked from the shadows. Such conspicuousness on their part, such showmanship, was surely foolish, unless we'd lost sight of the bigger picture. I charged toward the sandstone buildings to my right for a perch to see over the crowd. Gripping the wall with shaking fingers, I forced my limbs to climb. Each pitted stone loomed higher and higher than the last. Blurry now, spinning. My chest tightened. Blood pounded in my ears. Don't look down. Keep looking up. A familiar mustachioed face appeared over the roof's edge. Blue-green eyes, freckled nose. The girl from the patisserie. "Shit," she said. Then she ducked out of sight. I concentrated on the spot where she disappeared. My body moved with renewed purpose. Within seconds, I hauled myself over the ledge, but she was already leaping to the next rooftop. She clutched her hat with one hand and raised her middle finger with the other. I scowled. The little heathen wasn't my concern, despite her blatant disrespect. I turned to peer below, clutching the ledge for support when the world tilted and spun. People poured into the shops lining the streets. Too many. Far too many. The shopkeepers struggled to maintain order as those nearest the doors were trampled. The patisserie owner had succeeded in barricading his own door. Those left outside shrieked and pounded on the windows as the witches moved closer. I scanned the crowd for anything we'd missed. More than 20 bodies circled the air around the witches now, some unconscious, heads lolling, and others painfully awake. One man hung spread-eagled, as if shackled to an imaginary cross. Smoke billowed from his mouth, which opened and closed in silent screams. Another woman's clothes and hair floated around her as if she were underwater, and she clawed helplessly at the air, face turning blue, drowning. With each new horror, more chasseurs rushed forward. I could see the fierce urge to protect on their faces, even from a distance, but in their haste to aid the helpless, they'd forgotten our true mission, the royal family. Only 4 men now surrounded the carriage, 2 chasseurs, 2 royal guards. Jean-Luc held the queen's hand as the king bellowed orders to us, to his guard, to anyone who would listen, but the tumultuous noise swallowed every word. At their back, insignificant in every way, crept the hag. The reality of the situation punched through me, stealing my breath. The witches, the curses, they were all a performance, a distraction. Not pausing to think, to acknowledge the terrifying distance to the ground, I grabbed the drain pipe and vaulted over the roof's edge. The tin screeched and buckled under my weight. Halfway down, it separated from the sandstone completely. I leapt, heart lodged firmly in my throat, and braced for impact. Jarring pain radiated up my legs as I hit the ground, but I didn't stop. "Jean-Luc, behind you!" He spun to look at me, eyes landing on the hag the same second mine did. Understanding dawned. "Get down!" He tackled the king to the carriage floor. The remaining chasseurs dashed around the carriage at his shout. The hag glanced over her hunched shoulder at me, the same peculiar grin spreading across her face. She flicked her wrist, and the cloying smell around us intensified. A blast of air shot from her fingertips, but the magic couldn't touch us, not with our balisardas. Each had been forged with a molten drop of St. Constantine's original holy relic, rendering us immune to the witch's magic. I felt the sickly sweet air rush past, but it did nothing to deter me, nothing to deter my brethren. The guards and citizens nearest us weren't so lucky. They flew backward, smashing into the carriage and the shops lining the street. The hag's eyes flared with triumph when one of my brethren abandoned his post to help them. She moved swiftly, far too swiftly to be natural, toward the carriage door. Prince Beauregard's incredulous face appeared above it at the commotion. She snarled at him, mouth twisting. I tackled her to the ground before she could lift her hands. She fought with the strength of a woman half her age, of a man half her age, kicking and biting and hitting every inch of me she could reach. But I was too heavy. I smothered her with my body, wrenched her hands above her head far enough to dislocate her shoulders, pressed my knife to her throat. She stilled as I lowered my mouth to her ear. The blade bit deeper. "May God have mercy on your soul." She laughed then, a great cackling laugh that shook her entire body. I frowned, leaning back, and froze. The woman beneath me was no longer a hag. I watched in horror as her ancient face melted into smooth porcelain skin, as her brittle hair flowed thick and raven down her shoulders. She stared up at me through hooded eyes, lips parting as she lifted her face to my own. I couldn't think, couldn't move, didn't know if I even wanted to, but somehow managed to jerk away before her lips brushed mine. And that's when I felt it. The firm, rounded shape of her belly pressed into my stomach. Oh, God. Every thought emptied from my head. I leapt backward, away from her, away from the thing, and scrambled to my feet. The screams in the distance faltered. The bodies on the ground stirred. The woman slowly stood. Now clothed in deep blood red, she placed a hand on her swollen womb and smiled. Her emerald eyes flicked to the royal family, who crouched low in their carriage, pale and wide-eyed, watching. "We will reclaim our homeland, majesties," she crooned. "Time and time again we have warned you. You did not heed our words. Soon we will dance atop your ashes as you have our ancestors." Her eyes met mine. Porcelain skin sagged once more, and raven hair withered back to thin wisps of silver. No longer the beautiful, pregnant woman, again the hag. She winked at me. The gesture was chilling on her haggard face. "We must do this again soon, handsome." I couldn't speak. Never before had I seen such black magic, such desecration of the human body. But witches weren't human. They were vipers, demons incarnate. And I had almost... Her toothless grin widened, as if she could read my mind. Before I could move, before I could unsheath my blade and send her back to hell where she belonged, she turned on her heel and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. But not before blowing me a kiss. Thick green carpet muffled my footsteps in the Archbishop's study hours later. Ornate wood paneling covered the windowless walls of the room. A fireplace cast flickering light on the papers strewn across his desk. Already seated behind it, the Archbishop gestured for me to sit in one of the wooden chairs opposite him. I sat, forced myself to meet his gaze, ignored the burning humiliation in my gut. Though the king and his family had escaped the parade unscathed, many others had not. 2 had died. 1 girl at her brother's hand, and the other at her own. Dozens more bore no visible injury, but were currently strapped to beds 2 floors above, screaming, speaking in tongues, staring at the ceiling without blinking, vacant. The priests did what they could for them, but most would be transported to the asylum within a fortnight. There was only so much human medicine could do for those inflicted with witchcraft. The archbishop surveyed me over steepled figures, steely eyes, harsh mouth, silver streaks at his temples. "You did well today, Reed." I frowned, shifting in my seat. "Sir?" He smiled grimly and leaned forward. "If not for you, the casualties would have been much greater. King Auguste is indebted to you. He sings your praises." He gestured to a crisp envelope on his desk. "Indeed, he plans to hold a ball in your honor." My shame burned hotter. Through sheer willpower, I managed to unclench my fists. I deserved no one's praise, not the king's, and especially not my patriarch's. I had failed them today, broken the first rule of my brethren, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." I had suffered 4. Worse, I shuddered in my chair, unable to finish the thought. "I cannot accept, sir." "And why not?" He arched a dark brow. Leaning back once more, I shrank under his scrutiny. "You alone remembered your mission. You alone recognized the hag for what it was." "Jean-Luc," he waved an impatient hand, "your humbleness is noted, Reed. But you mustn't assume false modesty. You saved lives today." Sir, Choking on the words, I stared resolutely at my hands. They fisted in my lap once more. As always, the Archbishop understood without explanation. "Ah, yes." His voice grew soft. I looked up to find him watching me with an inscrutable expression. "Jean-Luc told me about your unfortunate encounter." Though the words were mild, I heard the disappointment behind them. Shame reared and crashed within me once more. I ducked my head. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what came over me." He heaved a great sigh. "Fret not, son. Wicked are the ways of women, and especially a witch. Their guile knows no bounds." "Forgive me, sir, but I've never seen such magic before. The witch, it was a hag, but it changed." I stared down at my fists again, determined to get the words out. "It changed into a beautiful woman." I took a deep breath and looked up, jaw clenched. "A beautiful woman with child." His lip curled. "The mother." "Sir?" He rose to his feet, clasping his hands behind him, and began to pace. "Have you forgotten the sacrilegious teachings of the witches, Reed?" I shook my head curtly, ears burning, and remembered the stern deacons of my childhood, the sparse classroom by the sanctuary, the faded Bible in my hands. "Witches do not worship our Lord and Savior, nor do they acknowledge the Holy Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. They glorify another Trinity, an idolatrous Trinity, the triple goddess." Even if I hadn't grown up in the church, every chasseur learned the witch's evil ideology before taking his vows. "Maiden, mother, and crone," I murmured. He nodded approvingly, and warm satisfaction spread through me. "An embodiment of femininity in the cycle of birth, life, and death, among other things. 'Tis blasphemous, of course." He scoffed and shook his head. "As if God could be a woman." I frowned, avoiding his eyes. "Of course, sir." "The witches believe their queen, La Dame des Sorcières, has been blessed by the goddess. They believe it can shift into the forms of the Trinity at will." He paused, mouth tightening as he looked at me. "Today, I believe you encountered La Dame de Sorcière herself." I gaped at him. "Morgan Leblanc?" He nodded curtly. "The very same." "But, sir—" "It explains the temptation. Your inability to control your basest nature. La Dame de Sorcière is incredibly powerful, Reed, particularly in that form. The witches claim the mother represents fertility, fulfillment, and sexuality." His face twisted in disgust, as if the word left a bitter taste in his mouth. "A lesser man than you would have succumbed. But I wanted to." My face burned hot enough to cause physical pain as silence descended between us. Footsteps sounded, and the Archbishop's hand came down on my shoulder. "Cast this from your mind, lest the creature poison your thoughts and corrupt your spirit." I swallowed hard and forced myself to look at him. "I will not fail you again, sir." "I know." No hesitation, no uncertainty. Relief swelled in my chest. "This life we have chosen, the life of self-restraint, of temperance, is not without difficulties." He squeezed my shoulder. "We are human. From the dawn of time this has been men's plight, to be tempted by women. Even within the perfection of the Garden of Eden, Eve seduced Adam into sin." When I said nothing, he released my shoulder and sighed, weary now. "Take this matter to the Lord, Reed. Confess, and he will absolve you. And if, in time, you cannot overcome this affliction, perhaps we should procure you a wife." His words struck my pride, my honor, like a blow. Anger coursed through me, hard, fast, sickening. Only a handful of my brethren had taken wives since the king had commissioned our holy order, and most had eventually forsaken their positions and left the church. Still, there had once been a time I'd considered it, yearned for it even, but no longer. "That won't be necessary, sir." As if sensing my thoughts, the Archbishop continued warily. "I needn't remind you of your previous transgressions, Reed. You know very well the Church cannot force any man to vow celibacy, not even a chasseur. As Peter said, if they cannot control themselves, let them marry, for it is better to marry than to burn with passion. If it is your wish to marry, neither your brothers nor I can stop you." He paused, watching me closely. "Perhaps the young Mademoiselle Tremblay will still have you?" Celie's face flared briefly in my mind at his words. Delicate, beautiful, her green eyes filled with tears. They'd soaked the black fabric of her morning gown. "You cannot give me your heart, Reed. I cannot have it on my conscience. Celie, please. Those monsters who murdered Pip are still out there. They must be punished. I will not distract you from your purpose. If you must give away your heart, give it to your brotherhood, please. Please forget me." "I could never forget you." "You must." I shoved the memory away before it consumed me. No, I would never marry. After the death of her sister, Celie had made that very clear. "But I say therefore to the unmarried and widows," I finished, my voice low and even, "it is good for them if they abide even as I." I stared intently at my fists in my lap, still mourning a future, a family I'd never see. "Please, sir, do not think I would ever risk my future within the chasseurs by entering into matrimony. I wish nothing more than to please God and you." I glanced up at him then, and he offered me a grim smile. Your devotion to the Lord pleases me. Now fetch my carriage. I am due at the castle for the prince's ball. Folly, if you ask me, but Auguste does spoil his son." A tentative knock on the door halted the rest of his words. His smile vanished at the sound, and he nodded once, dismissing me. I stood as he strode around his desk. "Come in." A young, gangly initiate entered. Ansel, 16, orphaned as a baby like me. I'd known him only briefly throughout childhood, though we'd both been raised in the church. He'd been too young to keep company with me and Jean-Luc. He bowed, his right fist covering his heart. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Eminence." His throat bobbed as he extended a letter. "But you have a correspondence. A woman just came to the door. She believes a witch will be in West End tonight, sir, near Brindell Park." I froze. That was where Seeley lived. "A woman." The Archbishop frowned and leaned forward, taking the letter. The seal had been pressed into the shape of a rose. He reached into his robes for a thin knife to open it. "Who?" "I don't know, Your Eminence." Pink tinged Ansel's cheeks. "She had bright red hair and was very—" He coughed and stared at his boots. "Very beautiful." The Archbishop's frown deepened as he flicked open the envelope. "It does not do to dwell on earthly beauty, Ansel," he chided, turning his attention to the letter. "I expect to see you at confession to—" His eyes widened at whatever he read there. I stepped closer. "Sir?" He ignored me, eyes still fixed on the page. I took another step toward him, and his head snapped up. He blinked rapidly. He shook his head and cleared his throat, turning his gaze back to the letter. "Sir?" I repeated. At the sound of my voice, he lurched to the fireplace and hurled the letter into the flames. "I'm fine," he snapped, clasping his hands behind his back. They trembled. "Do not worry yourself." But I did worry. I knew the Archbishop better than anyone, and he didn't shake. I stared into the fireplace, where the letter disintegrated into black ash. My hands curled into fists. If a witch had targeted Seeley like Philippa, I would rip it limb from limb. It would beg for the flames before I finished with it. As if sensing my gaze, the Archbishop turned to look at me. "Assemble a team, Captain Diggory." His voice was steadier now, steelier. His gaze flicked back to the fireplace, and his expression hardened. "Though I sincerely doubt the validity of this woman's claim, we must uphold our vows. Search the area. Report back immediately." I placed a fist over my heart, bowed, and moved toward the door, but his hand snaked out and caught my arm. It no longer trembled. "If a witch is indeed in West End, bring it back alive." Nodding, I bowed once more, resolute. A witch didn't need all its limbs to continue living. It didn't even need its head. Until burned, witches could reanimate. I'd break none of the Archbishop's rules, and if bringing back a witch alive would ease the Archbishop's sudden distress, I would bring back 3, for him, for Seeley, for me. Consider it done.
The Heist. Lou. We hastily donned our costumes in Soleil et Lune that night. Our safe haven and haunt, the theater's attic provided an endless repository of disguises. Gowns, cloaks, wigs, shoes, and even undergarments of every size, shape, and color. Tonight, Boz and I strolled in the moonlight as a young couple in love, clothed in the rich, sumptuous fabrics of aristocrats, while Coco trailed behind as an escort. I snuggled into his sinewy arm and cast him an adoring look. "Thank you for helping us."
"Ah, Louis, you know how I dislike that word. Help implies I'm doing you a favor."
I smirked, rolling my eyes. God forbid you do anything from the goodness of your heart.
"There is no goodness in my heart."
Winking roguishly, Boz pulled me closer and leaned down to whisper in my ear. His breath was too warm against my neck.
"Only gold."
"Right." I elbowed him in a seemingly innocent gesture and shifted away. After the nightmarish parade, we'd spent the greater part of the afternoon plotting our way through Tremblay's defenses, which we'd confirmed after a quick jaunt past his townhouse. Boz's cousin lived near Tremblay, so hopefully our presence hadn't roused suspicion. It had been just as Boz described, a gated lawn with guard rotations every 5 minutes. He assured me additional guards would be posted inside, as well as dogs trained to kill. Though Tremblay's staff would probably be asleep when we forced entry, they were an additional variable over which we had no control. And then there was the matter of locating the actual vault, a feat that could take days, let alone the few hours before Tremblay returned home. Swallowing hard, I fidgeted with my wig, blonde and piled high with pomade, and readjusted the velvet ribbon at my throat. Sensing my anxiety, Coco touched her hand to my back. "Don't be nervous, Lou. You'll be fine. The Brindle trees will mask the magic." I nodded and forced a smile. "Right. I know." We lapsed into silence as we turned onto Tremblay's street, and the ethereal, spindly trees of Brindle Park glowed softly beside us. Hundreds of years ago, the trees had served as a sacred grove to my ancestors. When the church had seized control of Belterra, however, officials had attempted to burn them to the ground, and failed spectacularly. The trees had regrown with a vengeance. Within days, they'd towered above the land once more, and settlers had been forced to build around them. Their magic still reverberated through the ground beneath my feet, ancient and unchanged. After a moment, Coco sighed and touched my back again, almost reluctantly. "But you do need to be careful." Boz whipped his head around to face her, brows furrowing. "Excuse you?" She ignored him. "There's something waiting for you at Tremblay's. It might be the ring, but it might be something else. I can't see it properly." "What?" I lurched to a halt, spinning to face her. "What do you mean?" She fixed me with a pained expression. "I told you, I can't see it. It's all hazy and unsettled, but something is definitely there." She paused, tilting her head as she considered me, or rather as she considered something I couldn't see. Something warm and wet and flowing just beneath my skin. "It could be malevolent, but I don't think whatever it is will harm you. It's definitely powerful, though." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because I couldn't see it before." "Coco, we've been planning this all day. I don't make the rules, Lou," she snapped. "All I can see is what your blood shows me." Despite Boz's protests, Coco had insisted on pricking our fingers before we'd left. I hadn't minded. As a Dame Rouge, Coco didn't channel her magic through the land like me and the other Dame Blanche. No, her magic came from within. It came from blood. Boz raked an agitated hand through his hair. "Perhaps we should have recruited another blood witch to our cause. Babette might have been better suited." "Like hell," Coco snarled. "We can trust Babette as far as we can throw her," I added. He regarded us curiously. "Yet you trusted her with knowledge of this critical mission." I snorted. "Only because we paid her. Plus, she owes me." With a look of disgust, Coco rearranged her cloak against the crisp autumn breeze. "I helped her acclimate to Cesarine when she left the Blood Coven, but that was over a year ago. I'm not willing to test her loyalty any further." Boz nodded to them pleasantly, plastering on a smile and speaking through his teeth. "I suggest we postpone this conversation. I don't fancy being roasted on a spit tonight." "You wouldn't roast," I muttered as we resumed our stroll. "You're not a witch." "No," he conceded, nodding thoughtfully. "Though it would be useful. I've always thought it unfair you females get to have all the fun." Coco kicked a stray pebble at his back. Because persecution is a real treat. He turned to scowl at her, sucking on the tip of his forefinger where her pinprick was still barely visible.
Always the victim, aren't you, darling?
I elbowed him again, harder this time.
Shut up, Boz.
When he opened his mouth to argue, Coco gave him a feline smile. Careful. I still have your blood in my system. He looked at her in outrage.
Only because you forced it from me.
She shrugged, completely unabashed. I needed to see if anything interesting would happen to you tonight.
Well?
Buzz glared at her expectantly.
Well, there.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Unbelievable. Pray tell, what was the point of allowing you to suck my blood if you weren't planning on sharing?
I've already told you. She rolled her eyes, feigning boredom and examining a scar on her wrist. I only see snippets, and the future is always shifting. Divination isn't really my forte. Now my aunt, she can see thousands of possibilities with just a taste.
Fascinating. You can't imagine how much I enjoy these cozy little chats, but I'd rather not learn the specifics of divining the future from blood. I'm sure you understand.
You were the one who said it would be useful to be a witch, I pointed out.
I was being chivalrous.
Oh, please. Coco snorted and kicked another pebble at him, grinning when it hit him squarely in the chest. You're the least chivalrous person I know. He glared between us, trying and failing to quell our laughter.
So this is my reward for helping you? Perhaps I should return to my cousins after all.
Oh, shut it, Boz. I pinched his arm, and he turned his baleful look on me. I stuck my tongue out at him. You agreed to help us, and it's not like you weren't pocketing your share. Besides, she just had a drop. It'll be out of her system soon.
It'd better be.
In response, Coco flicked a finger, and Boz cursed and jolted as if his pants had caught fire.
That isn't funny.
I laughed anyway. Too soon, Tomblay's townhouse loomed before us. Built of pretty pale stone, it loomed over even its richly crafted neighbors, though it gave the distinct impression of opulence gone to seed. Green crept steadily up the foundation, and the wind whipped dead leaves across the gated lawn. Brown hydrangeas and roses dotted the flower beds, beside an outrageously exotic orange tree. The spoils of his black market trade. I wondered if Philippa had liked oranges.
You have the sedative?
Boz whispered to Coco. She sidled up beside us and nodded, extracting a packet from her cloak.
Good. Are you ready, Lou?
I ignored him and grabbed Coco's arm.
You're sure it won't kill the dogs?
Boz growled impatiently, but Coco silenced him with another flick of her finger. She nodded once more before touching a sharp fingernail to her forearm. A drop of my blood in the powder for each dog. It's just dried lavender, she added, lifting the packet. It'll make them sleep. I released her arm, nodding.
Right. Let's go.
Raising the hood of my cloak, I stole silently to the wrought iron fence lining the property. Though I couldn't hear their footsteps, I knew the others crept after me, keeping close to the shadows of the hedgerow. The lock on the gate was simple and strong, crafted from the same iron as the fence. I took a deep breath. I could do this. It had been 2 years, but surely I could break one simple lock. As I examined it, a shimmering gold cord drifted up from the ground and wrapped around it. The cord pulsed for only a second before snaking around my forefinger as well, linking us. I sighed in relief, then took a deep breath to steel my nerves. As if sensing my hesitation, 2 more cords appeared and floated to where Coco and Boz waited, disappearing into each of their chests. I scowled at the fiendish little things. You can't get something for nothing, you know, a loathsome voice at the back of my head whispered. A break for a break, your bone for the lock. Or perhaps your relationship. Nature demands balance.
Nature could piss off. Is something wrong?
Boz edged forward cautiously, his eyes darting between me and the gate, but he couldn't see the golden cords as I did. The patterns existed solely within my mind. I turned to look at him, an insult already rising to my tongue. You worthless coward. Of course I couldn't love you. You've already fallen in love with yourself. And you're terrible in bed. With each word, the cord between him and the lock pulsed brighter. But no. I moved before I could reconsider, twisting my forefinger sharply. Pain lanced through my hand. Through clenched teeth, I watched as the cords vanished, returning to the land in a whirl of golden dust. Savage satisfaction stole through me as the lock clicked open in response. I'd done it. The first phase of my job was complete. I didn't pause to celebrate. Instead, I hastily swung the gate open, careful to avoid my forefinger, which now stuck out at an odd angle, and stepped aside. Coco streaked past me toward the front door, Boz following closely behind. Earlier, we determined that Tremblay employed 6 guards to patrol the house. 3 would be posted inside, but Boz would see to them. He had quite a skill with knives. I shuddered and crept onto the lawn. My outdoor targets would suffer a much kinder fate. Hopefully. Not even a moment had passed before the first guard rounded the townhouse. I didn't bother hiding, instead throwing my hood back and welcoming his gaze. He spotted the open gate first and immediately reached for his sword. Suspicion and panic warred on his face as he scanned the yard for something amiss, and spotted me. Sending up a silent prayer, I smiled. Hello. A dozen voices spoke within my own, and the word came out strange and lovely, amplified by the lingering presence of my ancestors. Their ashes, long absorbed by the land until they were the land, and the air and the trees and the water, thrummed beneath me, through me. My eyes shone brighter than usual. My skin glowed lustrous in the moonlight. A dreamlike expression crossed the man's face as he looked at me, and the hand on his sword relaxed. I beckoned him closer. He obliged, walking toward me as if in a trance. Only a few steps away he paused, still staring at me. "Will you wait with me?" I asked in the same strange voice. He nodded. His lips parted slightly, and I felt his pulse quicken under my gaze. Singing to me, sustaining me. We continued staring at one another until the second guard appeared. I flicked my gaze toward him and repeated the whole delicious process. By the time the third guard came around, my skin glowed brighter than the moon. "You've been so kind." I extended my hands to them in supplication. They watched me greedily. "I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do." I closed my eyes, concentrating, and gold exploded behind my eyelids in an infinite, intricate web. I caught one strand and followed it to a memory of Boz's face, to his scar, to the passionate evening we'd spent together. A trade. I clenched my hands into fists, and the memory vanished as the world tilted behind my eyelids. The guards fell to the ground, unconscious. Disoriented, I opened my eyes slowly. The web dissipated. My stomach rolled, and I vomited into the hedge of roses. I probably would have stayed there all night, sweating and puking at the onslaught of my repressed magic, had I not heard the soft whine of Tremblay's dogs. Coco must have found them. Wiping my mouth on my sleeve, I mentally shook myself and crept toward the front door. Tonight was not the night for squeamishness. Silence cloaked the inside of the townhouse. Wherever Boz and Coco had gone, I couldn't hear them. Creeping farther into the foyer, I took stock of my surroundings. The dark walls, the fine furniture, the countless trinkets. Large rugs and tawdry patterns covered mahogany floors, and crystal bowls, tasseled pillows, and velvet poufs littered every surface. All very boring, in my opinion. Cluttered. I longed to rip the heavy curtains from their rods and let in the silver light of the moon.
Lou.
Boz's hiss emanated from the stairwell, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Coco's warning reared to life with terrifying clarity. There's something waiting for you at Tremblay's.
Quit daydreaming and get up here.
I'm technically night dreaming. Ignoring the chill down my spine, I half-sprinted to join him. To my surprise and delight, Boz had found a lever on the frame of a large portrait in Tremblay's study, a young woman with piercing green eyes and pitch-black hair. I touched her face apologetically.
Philippa.
How predictable.
Yes.
Boz flicked the lever and the portrait swung outward, revealing the vault behind.
Idiocy is oft mistaken for sentimentality. This is the first place I looked.
He gestured to the lock.
Can you pick it?
I sighed, glancing down at my broken finger. Can't you pick it instead?
Just do it, he said impatiently, and quickly. The guards could wake up any moment.
Right. I shot the golden cord spreading between myself and the lock a nasty look before going to work. It appeared quicker this time, as if waiting for me. Though I bit my lip hard enough to draw blood, a small groan still escaped as I snapped a second finger. The lock clicked, and Boz swung the vault open. Inside, Tremblay had stacked a slew of tedious items. Pushing aside his seal, legal documents, letters, and stock, Boz eyed the pile of jewelry beyond them hungrily. Rubies and garnets, mostly, though I spied a particularly attractive diamond necklace. The entire box glittered with the golden couronne lining its walls. I swept it all aside impatiently, heedless of Boz's protests. If Tremblay had been lying, if he didn't have the ring... At the back of the vault lay a small leather album. I tore it open, vaguely recognizing sketches of girls who had to be Philippa and her sister, before a gold ring tumbled out from between the pages. It landed on the carpet without a sound. Unremarkable in every way, except the flickering, nearly indiscernible pulse that tugged at my chest. Breath catching in my throat, I crouched to pick it up. It was warm in my palm. Real. Tears pricked at my eyes, threatening to spill over. Now she'd never find me. I was... safe. Or as safe as I'd ever be. On my finger, the ring would dispel enchantments. In my mouth, it would render me invisible. I didn't know why, a quirk of the magic perhaps, or of Angelica herself. But I also didn't care. I'd break my teeth on the metal if it kept me hidden.
Did you find it?
Boz stuffed the last of the jewelry and couronne into his bag, and looked at the ring expectantly.
Not much to look at, is it?
3 sharp raps echoed from downstairs. A warning. Boz's eyes narrowed, and he crept to the window to peer out at the lawn. I slipped the ring onto my finger while his back was turned. It seemed to emit a soft sigh at the contact.
Shit!
Boz turned, eyes wild, and all thoughts of the ring fled my mind.
We have company.
I ran to the window. The constabulary swarmed across the lawn toward the manor, but that wasn't what made genuine fear stab at my stomach. No, it was the bluecoats that accompanied them. Chasseurs. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Why were they here? Tremblay, his wife, and his daughter huddled next to the guards I'd left unconscious. I cursed myself for not hiding them somewhere. A clumsy mistake, but I'd been disoriented from the magic. Out of practice. To my horror, one of the guards had already begun to stir. I had little doubt what he would tell the chasseurs when he regained full consciousness. Boz was already moving, slamming the safe shut and hauling the portrait back into place.
"Can you get us out?"
His eyes were still wide with panic, desperate. We could both hear the constables and chasseurs surrounding the manor. All the exits would soon be blocked. I glanced down at my hands. They were shaking, and not just because of the broken fingers. I was weak, too weak from the exertion of the evening. How had I let myself become so inept? The risk of discovery, I reminded myself. The risk had been too great.
"Lou!"
Boz grabbed my shoulders and shook me slightly.
"Can you get us out?"
Tears welled in my eyes. "No," I breathed. "I can't." He blinked, chest rising and falling rapidly. The chasseurs shouted something below, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was the decision made in Boz's eyes as we stared at one another.
"Right."
He squeezed my shoulders once.
"Good luck."
Then he turned and dashed from the room.
A Man's Name. Read. Tremblay's townhouse reeked of magic. It coated the lawn, clung to the prone guards Tremblay attempted to revive. A tall, middle-aged woman knelt beside him, red-headed, striking. Though I didn't recognize her, my brethren's whispers confirmed my suspicions. Madame la Belle, notorious courtesan and mistress of the Belle Rose. Surely she had no business here.
"Captain Diggory."
I turned toward the strained voice behind me. A reedy blonde stood with her hands tightly clasped, an expensive wedding band glinting on her ring finger. Frown lines marred the corners of her eyes that currently burned holes in the back of Madame la Belle's head. Tremblay's wife.
"Hello, Captain Diggory."
Celie's soft voice preceded her as she stepped around her mother. I swallowed hard. She was still clothed in mourning black, her green eyes stark in the torchlight, swollen, red, tears sparkled on her cheeks. I longed to close the distance between us and wipe them away, to wipe this whole nightmarish scene, so like the night we'd found Philippa, away. "Mademoiselle Tremblay." I inclined my head instead, keenly aware of my brethren's eyes, of Jean-Luc's. "You look well." A lie. She looked miserable, afraid. She'd lost weight since I last saw her. Her face was drawn, pinched, as if she hadn't slept in months. I hadn't either.
"Thank you."
A small smile at the lie.
"You do too."
"I apologize for these circumstances, mademoiselle, but I assure you, if a witch is responsible, it will burn." I glanced back at Tremblay. He and Madame la Belle were bent close together, and they appeared to be in harried conversation with the guards. Frowning, I stepped closer. Madame Tremblay cleared her throat and turned her indignant eyes on me. "I assure you, sir, you and your esteemed order are not necessary here. My husband and I are God-fearing citizens, and we do not abide witchcraft." Beside me, Jean-Luc bowed his head. "Of course not, Madame Tremblay. We are here only as a precaution." "Though your guards were unconscious, madame," I pointed out, "and your home reeks of magic." Jean-Luc sighed and shot me an irritated look. "It always smells like this here." Madame Tremblay's eyes narrowed and her lips pressed into a thin line, displeased. "It's that beastly park. It poisons the entire street. If it weren't for the view of the Dolor, we would move tomorrow." "My apologies, madame. All the same, we understand." Jean-Luc stepped in front of me with a placating smile. "And we apologize for the alarm. Usually, robberies fall under the constabulary's jurisdiction, but—" he hesitated, smile faltering. "We received an anonymous tip that a witch would be here tonight. We'll just do a quick sweep of the premises, and you and your family may safely return to your home." "Captain Diggory, Chasseur Toussaint." The voice that interrupted was warm, smooth, intimate. We turned, as one, to see Madame Lebel striding toward us. Tremblay hurried to follow, leaving the disoriented guards behind. "We've just spoken with the guards," she smiled, revealing bright white teeth. They nearly glowed against her scarlet lips. "The poor dears don't remember anything, unfortunately." "If you don't mind me asking, Helene," Madame Tremblay said through clenched teeth, "what business do you have here?" Madame Lebel turned to her with polite disinterest. "I was passing and saw a disturbance, of course." "Passing? Whatever were you doing in this part of town, dear? One would expect you might have, business to attend to on your own street at this hour of night." Madame Lebel arched a brow. "You're quite right." Her smile widened, and she glanced at Tremblay before returning his wife's icy stare. "I do have business to attend to." Celie stiffened, bowing her head, and Tremblay hastened to intervene before his wife could respond. "You are, of course, welcome to question my staff yourselves, good sirs." "Don't worry, Monsieur Tremblay. We will." Glaring at him for Celie's sake, I raised my voice to the constabulary and chasseurs. "Spread out and form a perimeter. Block all exits. Constables, partner yourselves with the chasseur. If this is a witch, do not allow it to catch you defenseless." "It isn't a witch," Madame Tremblay insisted, glancing around anxiously. Lights in neighboring townhouses began to flicker on. Already a handful of people had appeared by the broken gate. Some wore night clothes, others wore finery similar to the Tremblays. All wore familiar, wary expressions. "It's just a thief, that's all." She stopped abruptly, her eyes flicking toward the townhouse. I followed her gaze to an upstairs window. A curtain moved, and two faces peered out. One of them was familiar, despite the wig. Blue-green eyes, vivid even at a distance, widened in panic. The curtain snapped shut. Satisfaction spread through my chest, and I allowed a grin. Let justice roll on like a river and righteousness like a never-failing stream. "What is it?" Jean-Luc looked toward the window, too. "Justice. They're still here. A man and a woman." He drew his balisardo with a flourish. "I'll dispatch the woman quickly." I frowned, remembering the woman's mustache, her baggy trousers and rolled shirt sleeves and freckles, the way she'd smelled when she'd crashed into me at the parade, like vanilla and cinnamon. Not magic. I shook my head abruptly, but witches didn't always smell evil, only when they'd been practicing. The Archbishop had been clear in our training. Every woman was a potential threat. Even so, "I don't think she's a witch." Jean-Luc lifted a black brow, nostrils flaring. "No? Surely it isn't coincidence we received a tip on this particular night before these particular thieves robbed this particular home." Scowling, I looked back at the window. "I met her this morning. I cleared my throat, heat creeping up my cheeks. "She didn't seem like a witch." The excuse fell flat, even to my own ears. Celie's eyes burned on my neck. "Ah! She can't be a witch because she didn't seem like one. My mistake, of course." "She was wearing a mustache," I muttered. When Jean-Luc scoffed, I resisted the urge to flatten him. He knew Celie was watching. "We can't discount Brindle Park next door. It's possible the man and woman are simply thieves, despite the circumstances. They could deserve prison, not the stake." "Very well." Jean-Luc rolled his eyes and marched toward the door without my order. "Let's hurry this up, then, shall we? We'll interrogate the two of them and decide. Prison or the stake?" Gritting my teeth at his insolence, I nodded to the constabulary, and they hurried after him. I didn't follow. Instead, I kept my gaze trained on the window and the rooftop. When she didn't reappear, I crept around the side of the house, waiting. Though Celie's presence was an open flame on my back, I did my best to ignore it. She'd wanted me to focus on the chasseurs. That was what I needed to do. Another moment passed. And another. A small cellar door obscured by hydrangeas flew open to my right. Jean-Luc and a man with amber skin barreled out of it, knives flashing in the moonlight. They rolled once before Jean-Luc landed on top, knife pressed to the man's throat. 3 constables burst from the cellar door after them with handcuffs and rope. Within seconds, they had his wrists and ankles bound. He snarled and twisted, shouting a tirade of curses and one other word. "Lou!" He pulled uselessly at his bonds, face purpling with rage. One of the constables moved to gag him. "Lou!" Lou. A man's name. It figured. I continued on, still searching the windows and roofline. Sure enough, I soon spotted a slight shadow moving up the wall, slowly. I looked closer. This time she wore a cloak. It parted as she climbed, revealing a dress as fine as Madame Tremblay's. Probably stolen. But it wasn't the dress that seemed to cause her problems. It was her hand. Each time it touched the wall, she drew it back sharply, as if in pain. I squinted, trying to locate the source of the problem, but she was too high. Much too high. As if in response to my fear, her foot slipped, and she plummeted several feet before catching herself on a window ledge. My stomach dropped with her. "Oi!" I rushed forward. Footsteps sounded as the chasseurs and constabulary closed in behind me. Jean-Luc shoved the bound man to the ground at my feet. "You're surrounded. We already have your boyfriend. Come down now before you kill yourself." She slipped and caught herself again. This time, her wig tumbled to the ground, revealing long, brown hair. Inexplicably furious, I lurched forward. "Come down right now!" The man managed to work the gag from his mouth. "Lou, help me!" A constable wrestled to gag him once more. The woman paused at his voice, perching in a window, and glanced down at us. Her face lit with recognition when she saw me, and she lifted her good hand to her forehead in mock salute. I stared at her, dumbfounded. She'd actually saluted. My hands curled into fists. "Go up and get her." Jean-Luc scowled at the command, but he still nodded. "Chasseurs, with me!" My brethren surged forward, drawing their balisardas. "Constables on the ground, don't let her escape!" If the other chasseurs questioned why I remained on the ground, they said nothing, wisely. But that didn't stop the constabulary's curious stares. "What?" I snapped, glaring at them. They hastily resumed staring at the roof. "Was anyone else inside?" After several long seconds, one of them stepped forward. I vaguely recognized him. David. "Yes, Captain Jeffrey. I found someone in the kitchen." "And?" Another constable, presumably Jeffrey, cleared his throat. The two shared an anxious look, and Jeffrey swallowed hard. "She escaped." I expelled a harsh breath. "We think she's your witch, though," David added, hopefully. "She smelled like magic, sort of, and she poisoned the dogs. They had blood on their maws, and they smelled strange. If it helps, she was, well, scarred," Jeffrey said. David nodded earnestly. I turned toward the roof without another word, forcing myself to unclench my fists, to breathe. It wasn't David or Jeffrey's fault. They weren't trained to handle witches, and yet perhaps they could explain their incompetence to the Archbishop. Perhaps they could accept the punishment, the shame. Another witch free, another witch left to plague the innocent people of Belterra, to plague Seelie. Through a haze of red, I trained my eyes on the thief. Lou. She would tell me where the witch went. I would force the information from her, no matter what it took. I would fix this. Even with her injured hand, she still managed to outclimb the chasseurs. She reached the roof line before the others had even cleared the first story. "Spread out!" I roared to the constabulary. They scattered at my command. "She has to come down somewhere. That tree, cover it, and the drain pipes. Find anything she could use to make an escape." I waited, pacing and seething, as my brethren scaled steadily higher. Their voices drifted down to me, threatening her. Good. She consorted with witches. She deserved to fear us. "Any sign?" I called to the constabulary. "Not here, Captain." "Not here either." "None, sir." I bit back an impatient growl. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, Jean-Luc hoisted himself over the rooftop after her. 3 of my brethren followed. I waited, and waited, and waited. David shouted behind me, and I whirled to see the bound thief halfway to the road. He'd somehow worked his ropes from his feet. Though the constables sprinted toward him, they'd spread themselves too far across the yard on my orders. Biting back a curse, I leapt after him, but Jean-Luc's shout made me falter. "She's not here!" He appeared back at the roofline, chest heaving. Even from a distance, I could see the anger in his eyes. It matched my own. "She's gone!" With a snarl of frustration, I scanned the street for the man. But he, too, had disappeared.
Angelica's ring. Lou. I could still hear the chasseurs as I sprinted down the street, staring at the place where my feet and my legs and my body should have been. They couldn't understand where I'd gone. I hardly understood it myself. One second I'd been trapped on the roof, and the next, Angelica's ring had burned hot on my finger. Of course. In my panic, I'd forgotten what the ring could do. Without stopping to think, I'd slid the ring off my finger and stuck it in my mouth. My body had vanished. Climbing up the townhouse with an audience and 2 broken fingers had been difficult. Climbing down with an audience, 2 broken fingers, and a ring clenched between my teeth, invisible, had been almost impossible. Twice I'd almost swallowed the thing, and once I'd been certain a chasseur heard me when I torqued my broken fingers. Still, I'd done it. If the chasseurs hadn't thought I was a witch before, if by some miracle the guards hadn't squealed, they certainly suspected it now. I'd need to be careful. The copper-haired chasse knew my face, and thanks to Baz's idiocy, he also knew my name. He would search for me. Others far more dangerous might hear and begin searching for me too. When I was far enough away to feel relatively safe, I spat the ring from my mouth. My body immediately reappeared as I slid it back on my finger. "Neat trick," Coco mused. I whirled at the sound of her voice. She leaned against the dirty brick of the alleyway, eyebrow arched, and nodded to the ring. "I see you found Tremblay's vault." When I glanced toward the street, hesitating, she laughed. "Don't worry. Our muscled blue friends are currently tearing Tremblay's townhouse apart brick by brick. They're far too busy looking for you to actually find you." I chuckled, but stopped quickly, looking back at the ring with awe. I can't believe we actually found it. The witches would riot if they knew I had it. Coco followed my gaze, brows furrowing slightly. "I know what the ring can do, but you've never told me why your kin revere it. Surely there are other objects more, I don't know, powerful." "This is Angelica's ring." She stared at me blankly. "You're a witch." I returned her befuddled stare. "You haven't heard the story of Angelica?" She rolled her eyes. "I'm a red, in case you'd forgotten. Forgive me for not learning your cultic superstitions. Was she a relative of yours or something?" "Well, yes," I said impatiently, "but that's not the point. She was really just a lonely witch who fell in love with a knight." "Sounds dashing." He was. He gave her this ring as a promise of marriage. Then he died. Angelica was so devastated that her tears flooded the land and created a new sea. L'eau mélancolique, they called it. The wistful waters. Coco lifted my hand, scorn giving way to grudging admiration as she examined the ring. I slid it off my finger and held it out to her in my palm. She didn't take it. "What a beautiful, terrible name." I nodded grimly. "It's a beautiful, terrible place." When Angelica had cried all her tears, she threw the ring into the waters and herself after it. She drowned. When the ring resurfaced, it was infused with all sorts of magic. Raucous voices sounded from the street, and I stopped talking abruptly. A group of men passed by, singing a pub song loudly and off-key. We shrank farther into the shadows. When their voices faded, I relaxed. How did you escape? Through a window. At my expectant stare, she grinned. The captain and his minions were too concerned with you to notice me. Well then. I pursed my lips and leaned against the wall beside her. I suppose you're welcome. How did you manage to find me? She lifted her sleeve. A web of scars marred her arms and wrists, and a fresh cut down her forearm still oozed. A mark for every bit of magic she'd ever done. From the little Coco had taught me about Dame Rouge, I knew their blood was a powerful ingredient in most enchantments, but I didn't understand it. Unlike Dame Blanche, they weren't bound to any laws or rules. Their magic didn't demand balance. It could be wild, unpredictable, and some of my kin even called it dangerous. But I'd seen what the Dame Blanche themselves could do. Filthy hypocrites. Coco arched a brow at my appraisal and rubbed some blood between her fingers. Do you really want to know? I think I can guess. I sighed and slid down the wall to sit on the street, closing my eyes. She joined me, her leg resting companionably against my own. After a few seconds of silence, she nudged me with her knee, and I forced an eye open. Hers were unnaturally serious. The constabulary saw me, Lou. What? I lurched forward, eyes fully open now. How? She shrugged. I waited around to make sure you escaped. I was lucky it was the constabulary, really. They nearly pissed down their legs when they realized I was a witch. Made climbing out the window easier. Shit. My heart sank miserably. Then the chasseurs know too. They're probably already looking for you. You need to get out of the city as soon as possible. Tonight. Now. Send word to your aunt. She'll find you. They'll be looking for you now, too. Even if you hadn't disappeared without a trace, they know you've consorted with a witch. She leaned forward and wrapped her arms around her knees, heedless of the blood on her arm. It smeared her skirt red. What's your plan? I don't know, I admitted quietly. I have Angelica's ring. It'll have to do. You need protection. Sighing, she took my good hand in her own. Come with me. My aunt will kill me. I won't let her. She shook her head fiercely, and the curls around her face bobbed. You know how she feels about La Dame de Sorcière. She'd never help the Dame Blanche. I knew better than to argue, instead sighing heavily. Others might. It would only be a matter of time before one of your covens stabbed me in my sleep, or turned me over to her. Coco's eyes flashed. I'd tear out her throat. I smiled ruefully. It's my own throat I'm worried about. So what then? She dropped my hand and pushed to her feet. You're just going back to Soleil et Lune? For now. I shrugged as if unconcerned, but the movement felt too stiff to be convincing. No one but Boz knows I live there, and he managed to escape. I'll stay with you. No, I won't let you burn from me. Lou, no. She huffed impatiently. Fine, it's your own neck, just let me mend your fingers at least. No more magic. Not tonight. But, Coco. I stood and took her hand gently, tears pricking my eyes. We both knew she was stalling. I'll be fine. It's just a couple of broken fingers. Go. Take care of yourself. She sniffed, tipping her face back in a losing effort to contain her tears. Only if you do. We hugged briefly, neither of us willing to say goodbye. Goodbyes were final, and we would see each other again someday. Though I didn't know when or where, I would make sure of it. Without another word, she released me and melted into the shadows. I hadn't even left the alley when two large figures stepped in my path. I cursed as they pushed me none too gently into the alley wall. Andre and Gru. Of course. Though I struggled against them, it was pointless. They outweighed me by several 100 pounds.
"How you doing, sweet thing?"
Andre leered. He was shorter than Gru, with a long, narrow nose and far too many teeth. They crowded his mouth, yellow and chipped and uneven. Gagging at his breath, I leaned away, but Gru buried his nose in my hair.
You smell good, Lulu."
I smashed my head into his face in response. His nose crunched and he staggered backward, swearing violently, before lunging for my throat.
"You little bitch!"
I kicked his knee, simultaneously elbowing Andre in the gut. When his grip loosened, I darted toward the street, but he caught my cloak at the last second. My feet flew out from under me, and I landed on the cobblestones with a painful thud. He kicked me over to my stomach, pinning me there with a boot on my spine.
"Give us the ring, Lou."
Though I twisted beneath him to upset his balance, he only pushed harder. Sharp pain radiated up my back. "I don't have—" He reached down before I could finish, smashing my face into the ground. My nose cracked and blood spurted sickeningly into my mouth. I choked on it, stars bursting in my eyes, and fought to remain conscious.
"The constabulary busted us, you asshole!"
An unpleasant realization dawned.
"Was it you? Did you bastard snitch?"
Gru snarled and rose to his feet, still clutching his knee. His bulbous nose bled freely down his chin. Despite the blinding pain, vindictive pleasure stole through me. I knew better than to smirk, but it was hard, so hard to restrain myself.
"I no snitch. Search her, Andre. If you touch me again, I swear I'll rip out your fucking eyes. I don't think you can issue threats, Lulu."
Andre yanked my hair back, extending my throat, and caressed my jaw with his knife.
"And I think I'll take my time searching you, every nook and cranny. You could be hiding it anywhere."
A memory surfaced with crystalline focus. My throat over a basin. Everything white. Then red. I exploded beneath him in a blur of limbs and nails and teeth, clawing and biting and kicking every bit of him I could reach. He stumbled backward with a cry, his blade nicking my chin. But I didn't feel the sting as I swept it aside. Didn't feel anything. The breath in my lungs, the tremble of my hands, the tears on my face. I didn't stop until my fingers found his eyes.
"Wait, please!"
He forced them closed, but I kept pressing, curling my knuckles beneath the lids and into the sockets.
"I'm sorry. I believe you. Stop."
Gru's footsteps pounded behind me.
"Stop, or if you touch me, I'll blind him."
His footsteps stopped abruptly, and I heard him swallow.
"You just give us something for our silence, Lou. Something for our trouble. I know you pinched more than a ring from that knob. I don't have to give you anything."
Backing toward the street slowly, I kept one hand pressed firmly against Andre's neck. The other remained lodged in his eyeball. With each step, sensation returned to my limbs, to my mind. My broken fingers screamed. I blinked rapidly, swallowing the bile in my throat.
"Don't follow me, or I'll finish what I started here."
Gru didn't move. Andre actually whimpered. When I reached the street, I didn't hesitate. Shoving Andre toward Gru's outstretched arms, I turned and fled to Soleil et Lune. I didn't stop to staunch the bleeding or set my fingers until I was safe in the theater's rafters. Though I didn't have any water to wash my face, I smeared the blood around a bit until most of it was on my dress instead of my skin. My fingers were already stiff, but I bit down on my cloak and set the bones anyway, using a piece of boning from a discarded corset as a splint. Though exhausted, I couldn't sleep. Every noise made me flinch, and the attic was too dark. A single broken window, my only means of entry, let in the moonlight. I curled up beneath it and tried to ignore the throbbing in my face and hand. For a brief moment, I contemplated climbing to the roof. I'd spent many nights up there above the city, craving the stars on my cheeks and the wind in my hair. But not tonight. The chasseurs and constabulary were still searching for me. Worse, Coco was gone, and Baz had abandoned me at the first sign of trouble. I closed my eyes in misery. What a rotten mess. At least I'd procured the ring, and she hadn't found me yet. This thought alone gave me enough comfort to eventually drift into an uneasy sleep.
2, named Wrath and Envy. Read. The clashes of swords filled the training yard. Late morning sun bore down on us, chasing away the autumn chill, and sweat poured from my forehead. Unlike the other chasseurs, I hadn't discarded my shirt. It clung to my chest, wet fabric chafing my skin, punishing me. I'd let another witch escape, too distracted with the freckled thief to realize a demon had been waiting inside. Celie had been devastated. She hadn't been able to look at me when her father finally steered her inside. Heat washed over me at the memory. Another failure. Jean-Luc had been the first to discard his shirt. We'd been sparring for hours, and his brown skin glistened with sweat. Welts covered his chest and arms, one for every time he'd opened his mouth. "Still thinking about your witches, Captain? Or perhaps Mademoiselle Tremblay?" I smashed my wooden sword into his arm in response, blocked his counter-strike, and elbowed him in the stomach, hard. 2 more welts joined the others. I hoped they'd bruise. "I'll take that as a yes," doubling over to clutch his stomach. He still managed to smirk up at me. I obviously hadn't hit him hard enough. "I wouldn't worry. Everyone will forget the townhouse fiasco soon." I clenched my sword until my knuckles turned white. A tick started in my jaw. It wouldn't do to attack my oldest friend, even if that friend was a miserable little— "You did save the royal family, after all." He straightened, still clutching his side, and grinned wider. "To be fair, you also humiliated yourself with that witch. I can't say I understand it. Fatherhood isn't particularly my taste, but the thief last night? Now she was a pretty little thing." I lunged forward, but he blocked my advance, laughing and punching my shoulder. "Peace, Reed. You know I jest." His jests had grown less funny since my promotion. Jean-Luc had arrived on the church's doorstep when we were 3. Every memory I had included him in some form or another. Ours had been a joint childhood. We'd shared the same bedroom, the same acquaintances, the same anger. Our respect had also once been mutual. But that was before. I stepped away, and he made a show of wiping my sweat on his pants. A few of our brethren laughed. They stopped abruptly at my expression. "Every jest holds truth." He inclined his head, still grinning, pale green eyes missing nothing. "Perhaps. But does our Lord not command us to lay aside falsehood?" He didn't pause for me to answer. He never did. "Speak truth, each one of you," he says, "for we are members of one another." I know the scripture. "Then why silence my truth? You talk too much." He laughed harder, opening his mouth to dazzle us with his wit once more, but Ansel interrupted, breathing heavily. Sweat matted his unruly hair, and blood flushed his cheeks. "Just because something can be said doesn't mean it should. Besides," he said, risking a glance at me, "Reed wasn't the only one at the parade yesterday, or the townhouse." I stared at the ground resolutely. Ansel should have known better than to intervene. Jean-Luc surveyed the 2 of us with unabashed interest, sticking his sword in the ground and leaning against it, running his fingers through his beard. "Yes? But he seems to be taking it particularly hard, doesn't he?" "Someone ought to." The words left my mouth before I could stop them. I ground my teeth and turned away before I could do or say anything else I'd regret. "Ah." Jean-Luc's eyes lit up, and he straightened eagerly, sword and beard forgotten. "There's the rub, isn't it? You disappointed the Archbishop. Or was it Seeley? 1, 2, 3. Ansel looked between us nervously. We all did. Perhaps. Jean-Luc's smile vanished, and his sharp eyes glinted with an emotion I wouldn't name. Yet Reed alone is our captain. Reed alone enjoys the privileges of the title. Perhaps it is fair and just for Reed alone to bear the consequences. I threw my sword on the rack. 4, 5, 6. I forced a deep breath, willing the anger in my chest to dissipate. The muscle in my jaw still twitched. 7. You are in control. The Archbishop's voice drifted back to me from childhood. This anger cannot govern you, Reed. Breathe deeply. Count to 10. Master yourself. I complied. Slowly, surely, the tension in my shoulders eased. The heat on my face cooled. My breath came easier. I clasped Jean-Luc's shoulder, and his smile faltered. You're right, Jean. It was my fault. I take full responsibility. Before he could respond, the Archbishop stepped into the training yard. His steely eyes found mine, and I immediately fisted my hand over my heart and bowed. The others followed. The Archbishop inclined his head in response. As you were, chasseurs. We rose as one. When he motioned for me to come closer, Jean-Luc's frown deepened. Word has spread throughout the tower of your foul mood this morning, Captain Diggory. I'm sorry, sir. He waved a hand. Apologize not. Your toil is not in vain. We shall catch the witches, and we shall burn their pestilence from the earth. He frowned slightly. Last night was not your fault. Jean-Luc's eyes flashed, but the Archbishop didn't notice. I am required to attend a matinee performance this morning with one of the king's foreign dignitaries. Though I do not condone theater, for it is a vile practice befitting only vagrants and scoundrels. You will accompany me. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Sir, it wasn't a request. Wash up. Be ready to leave within the hour. Yes, sir. The unnamed emotion in Jean-Luc's eyes bored into my back as I followed the Archbishop inside. It was only later, sitting in the carriage outside Soleil et Lune, that I allowed myself to name it, allowed myself to feel the bitter sting of regret. Our respect had once been mutual, but that was before the envy.
A mutually beneficial arrangement. Lou. By the time I woke the next morning, dusty rays of sunlight shone through the attic window. I blinked slowly, lost in the pleasant moment between sleeping and waking, where there is no memory. But my subconscious chased me. Noises reverberated from the theater below as cast and crew called to one another, and excited voices drifted in from the window. I frowned, still clinging to the remnants of sleep. The theater was rather noisy this morning. I lurched upright. Soleil et Lune performed a matinee every Saturday. How could I have forgotten? My face gave a particularly painful throb as I threw myself down on our bed. Oh, right, that's how. My nose had been smashed to bits, and I'd been forced to flee for my life. The noise downstairs heightened as the overture began. I groaned. Now I'd be stuck here until the performance was over, and I desperately needed to pee. Usually it wasn't a problem to sneak downstairs to the toilet before the cast and crew arrived, but I'd overslept. Climbing to my feet, wincing at the dull pain in my back, I assessed the damage quickly. My nose was definitely broken, and my fingers had swollen to twice their size overnight. But I wore a fine enough dress to pass by the patrons unnoticed, except for the bloodstains. I licked my good fingers and scrubbed at the stains furiously, but the fabric remained irrevocably red. With an impatient sigh, I glanced between the racks of dusty costumes and the trunk beside the bed I shared with Coco. Wool pants, scarves, mittens, and shawls spilled out of it, along with a couple of moldy blankets we'd found in the garbage last week. I touched Coco's side of the bed gingerly. I hoped she'd made it to her aunt safely. Shaking my head, I turned back to the rack of costumes and picked out an outfit at random. Coco could take care of herself. Me, on the other hand, I gave up trying to undress after 3 excruciating attempts. My broken fingers refused to work properly, and my body simply couldn't contort itself to reach the buttons between my shoulders. I plucked a bergère hat and wire spectacles from a nearby bin and put them on instead. Last night's velvet ribbons still hid my scar, and my cloak covered up the worst of the bloodstains. They would have to do. My bladder insisted on immediate relief, and I refused to pee in the corner like a dog. Besides, I could always pop Angelica's ring in my mouth if I needed to make a quick escape. I suspected the lobby would be too crowded to maneuver while invisible, or I would have foregone the disguise completely. Nothing roused suspicion like a specter stepping on one's toes. Tilting my hat over my face, I crept down the staircase that led backstage. Most of the actors ignored me, except, "You aren't supposed to be back here," a haughty, hook-nosed girl said. She had a round face and hair the color and texture of corn silk. When I turned toward her, she gasped. "Good Lord! What happened to your face?" "Nothing." I ducked my head hastily, but the damage was done. Her haughtiness transformed into concern as she crept closer. "Has someone hurt you? Should I call the constabulary?" No. I flashed her an embarrassed smile. "Just lost my way to the toilet, that's all." "It's in the lobby." She narrowed her eyes at me. "Is that blood on your dress? Are you sure you're all right?" "Perfect." I nodded like a maniac. "Thanks." I walked away a little too quickly to appear innocent. Though I kept my head down, I could feel other eyes on me as I passed. My face must have looked truly ghastly. Perhaps Angelica's ring would have been wiser after all. The lobby was infinitely worse than backstage. Wealthy nobles and merchants who had yet to find their seats crowded around it. I kept to the outskirts of the room, angling toward the walls to avoid unwanted attention. Thankfully, the theatergoers were far too interested in each other to notice my skulking. Soleil et Lune was, after all, far more popular for its gossip than its plays. I overheard one couple whispering that the Archbishop himself would be attending this matinee. Another excellent reason to return to the attic as soon as possible. As father of the chasseurs, the Archbishop guided their spiritual warfare against Belterra's evil, proclaiming he'd been given a mandate from God to eradicate the occult. He'd burned dozens of witches, more than any other. Yet still he didn't rest. I'd seen him only once, from afar, but I'd recognized the cruel light in his eye for what it was. Obsession. I ducked into the toilet before anyone else could notice me. After relieving myself, I tore the ridiculous hat from my head and stood in front of the mirror. It revealed at once why the crew had stared. My face was in shambles. Deep purple bruises had seeped beneath my eyes, and dried blood spattered my cheeks. I scrubbed at it with the cold water from the tap, rubbing my skin until it was pink and raw. It did little to improve the overall effect. A polite knock sounded on the door. "Sorry," I called sheepishly. "Stomach trouble." The knocking ceased immediately. The woman's shocked, disapproving mutters drifted through the door as she shuffled away. Good. I needed to wait out the crowd, and a locked toilet was as good a place as any. Frowning at my reflection, I set to working the blood from my dress. The voices outside gradually subsided as the music grew louder, signaling the start of the performance. Inching the door open, I peered into the lobby. Only 3 ushers remained. They nodded to me as I passed, oblivious to my bruised face in the dark. My breathing came easier as I neared the door to backstage. I was only a few steps away when an auditorium door opened behind me. "May I be of assistance, sir?" an usher asked. Whoever it was murmured an answer, and the hair on my neck stood up. I should have proceeded to the attic. I should have run. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, flee, flee. But I didn't. Instead, I peeked back at the man standing in the doorway. The very tall, copper-haired man in a blue coat. "You," he said. Before I could move, he pounced. His hands gripped my arms vice-like, and he flung me around, positioning himself in front of the exit. I knew immediately that no amount of struggling would free me. He was simply too strong, too big. There was only one way forward. I smashed my knees straight into his groin. He doubled over with a groan, grip loosening. Tearing free and throwing my hat at his face for good measure, I darted into the depths of the theater. There was another exit backstage. Crew members gaped as I sprinted past, knocking down crates and other props behind me as I went. When he caught the edge of my cloak, I ripped the fastening at my throat free, never faltering a step. It didn't matter. The chasseur still pounded after me, his strides nearly thrice my own. He latched onto my wrist as I spotted the hook-nosed girl from before. Though I thrashed away from him, my spectacles clattering to the floor as I struggled toward her, he only tightened his hold. Tears streamed down my ruined face. "Please help me!" The hook-nosed girl's eyes widened. "Let her go!" The voices on stage faltered at her shout, and we all froze. Shit. No, no, no. Taking advantage of his hesitation, I twisted to break free, but his hand inadvertently met my breast. He loosened his grip, clearly appalled, but lunged as I pulled away, his fingers catching my neckline. Horrified, I watched in slow motion as the delicate fabric tore, as his feet tangled in my skirt, as we clutched one another, trying and failing to regain our balance. As we tumbled through the curtain and onto the stage, the audience gave a collective gasp, then fell silent. No one dared breathe, not even me. The chasseur, who still held me atop him from our fall, stared up at me with wide eyes. I watched, numb, as dozens of emotions flitted across his face. Shock, panic, humiliation, rage. The hook-nosed girls skidded out after us, and the spell was broken. "You disgusting pig!" The chasseur flung me away like I'd bitten him, and I landed on my backside, hard. Angry cries from the audience erupted as my dress gaped open. They took in my bruised face, my torn bodice, and made their own assumptions. But I didn't care. Staring out at the audience, horror seeped through me as I imagined who could be staring back. The blood left my face. The hook-nosed girl wrapped her arms around me, gently helping me to my feet and leading me backstage. 2 burly crew members appeared and seized the chasseur as well. The crowd shouted their approval as they frog-marched him behind us. I glanced back, surprised he wasn't putting up a fight, but his face was as white as my own. The girl grabbed a sheet from one of the crates and draped it around me. "Are you all right?" I ignored her ridiculous question. Of course I wasn't all right. What had just happened? "Hopefully they throw him in prison." She glared at the chasseur, who stood amidst the crew in a daze. The audience still shouted their outrage. "They won't," I said grimly. "He's a chasseur." "We'll all give our statements." She stuck her chin out and gestured to the crew. They hovered awkwardly, unsure of what to do. "We saw the whole thing. You're so lucky you were here." She glanced at my torn dress, eyes flashing. "Who knows what could have happened?" I didn't correct her. I needed to leave. This whole fiasco had been a shoddy attempt at escape, and this was my last chance. The chasseur couldn't stop me now, but the constabulary would arrive soon. They wouldn't care what the audience thought they'd seen. They'd cart me off to prison, regardless of my torn dress and bruises. And it would be all too easy for the chasseurs to procure me once this mess had been sorted out. I knew where that would lead. A stake and a match. I'd just decided to throw caution to the winds and run for it, perhaps slip Angelica's ring between my teeth once I reached the stairwell, when the door to stage right creaked open. My heart stopped as the Archbishop stepped through. He was shorter than I thought, though still taller than me, with salt and pepper hair and steely blue eyes. They flared briefly as he took me in. The bruised face, the ratted hair, the sheet draped around my shoulders, then narrowed at the devastation around me. His lip curled. He jerked his head toward the exit. "Leave us." The crew didn't need to be told twice, and neither did I. I nearly tripped over my feet in an effort to vacate the premises as quickly as possible. The chasseur's hand snaked out and caught my arm. "Not you," the Archbishop commanded. The hook-nosed girl hesitated, her eyes darting between the three of us. One look from the Archbishop, however, had her scurrying out the door. The chasseur released me the second she disappeared and bowed to the Archbishop, covering his heart with his fist. "This is the woman from Tremblay's townhouse, Your Eminence." The Archbishop nodded curtly, his eyes returning to mine. Again they searched my face, and again they hardened, as if my worth had been tallied and found lacking. He clasped stiff hands behind his back. "So, you are our escaped thief." I nodded, not daring to breathe. He'd said thief, not witch. "You have put us all in quite the predicament, my dear." Silence. My mouth snapped shut. I wasn't stupid enough to argue with the Archbishop. If anyone dwelled above the law, it was him. He walked toward me slowly, hands still clasped behind his back. "You're a clever thief, aren't you? Quite talented in eluding capture. How did you escape the rooftop last night? Captain Diggory assures me the townhouse was surrounded." I swallowed hard. There was that word again. Thief, not witch. Hope fluttered in my stomach. I glanced at the copper-haired chasseur, but his face revealed nothing. My friend helped me," I lied. He raised a brow. "Your friend, the witch." Dread snaked down my spine. But Coco was miles away now, safe and hidden within La Forêt des Yeux, the Forest of Eyes. The chasseurs would never be able to track her there. Even if they did, her coven would protect her. I maintained careful eye contact, careful not to twitch or fidget, or otherwise give myself away. "She is a witch, yes." "How?" "How is she a witch?" Though I knew I shouldn't bait him, I also couldn't help it. "I believe when a witch and a man love each other very much—" He struck me across the face. The slap echoed in the silence of the empty auditorium. Somehow the audience had been cleared away as quickly as the crew. Clutching my cheek, I glared at him in silent fury. The chasseur shifted uncomfortably beside me. "You disgusting child." The Archbishop's eyes bulged alarmingly. "How did it help you escape?" "I will not betray her secrets." "You dare to conceal information?" A knock sounded from stage right, and a constable stepped forward. "Your Holiness, a crowd has formed outside. Several of the attendants and crew, they refuse to leave until they learn the fate of the girl and Captain Diggory. They are beginning to attract attention. We will be along shortly." The Archbishop straightened and adjusted his coral robes, taking a deep breath. The constable bowed and ducked outside once more. He returned his attention to me. A long moment of silence passed as we glared at each other.
What am I going to do with you?
I dared not speak again. My face could only handle so much.
You are a criminal who consorts with demons. You have publicly framed a chasseur for assault, among other things.
His lip curled, and he regarded me with palpable disgust. I tried and failed to ignore the shame churning in my stomach. It had been an accident. I hadn't framed him intentionally, and yet, if the audience's misapprehension helped me escape the stake, I'd never claimed to be honorable.
Captain Diggory's reputation will be ruined, the Archbishop continued. I will be forced to relieve him of his duties, lest the chasseur's holiness be questioned, lest my holiness be questioned.
His eyes burned into mine. I arranged my features into a contrite expression, lest his fist get twitchy again. Appeased by my repentance, he began to pace.
What am I going to do with you? What am I going to do?
Though I clearly repulsed him, his steely eyes kept drifting back to me, like a moth drawn to flame. They roved my face as if searching for something, lingering on my eyes, my nose, my mouth, my throat. To my dismay, I realized the ribbon had slipped during my scuffle with the chasseur. I hastily tightened it. The Archbishop's mouth pursed, and he resumed staring at me. It took all my willpower not to roll my eyes at his absurd inner struggle. I wasn't going to prison today, and I wasn't going to the stake either. For whatever reason, the Archbishop and his pet had decided I wasn't a witch. I certainly wasn't going to question their oversight. But the question remained. What did the Archbishop want? Because he definitely wanted something. The hunger in his eyes was unmistakable, and the sooner I figured it out, the sooner I could use it to my advantage. It took several seconds before I realized he'd continued his monologue.
Thanks to your little sleight of hand.
He spun on his heel to face me, a peculiar sort of triumph in his expression.
Perhaps a mutually beneficial arrangement can be made.
He paused, looking between us expectantly.
I'm listening,
I muttered. The chasseur nodded stiffly.
Excellent. It's quite simple, really. Marriage.
I stared at him, mouth falling open. He chuckled, but the sound was without mirth.
As your wife, Reed, this distasteful creature would belong to you. You would have had every right to pursue her, to discipline her, especially after her indiscretions last night. It would have been expected. Necessary, even. There would have been no crime committed, no impurity to disparage. You would remain a chasseur.
I laughed. It came out a strangled, desperate sound. I'm not marrying anyone. The Archbishop didn't share my laughter.
You will if you wish to avoid a public lashing and imprisonment. Though I'm not chief of the constabulary, he is a dear friend.
I gaped at him. You can't blackmail me. He waved a hand as if swatting an irksome fly.
It is the sentence that awaits a thief. I would advise you to think very carefully about this, child.
I appealed to the chasseur, determined to keep a level head despite the panic clawing up my throat. You can't want this. Please, tell him to find another way.
There is no other way,
the Archbishop interjected. The chasseur stood very still indeed. He seemed to have stopped breathing.
You are like a son to me, Reed.
The Archbishop reached up to clasp the chasseur's shoulder, a mouse comforting an elephant. Some disconnected part of my mind wanted to laugh.
Do not throw away your life, your promising career, your oath to God, for the sake of this heathen. Once she is your wife, you can lock her in the closet and never think of her again. You would have the legal right to do whatever you please with her."
He shot him a meaningful look.
"This arrangement would also solve other matters."
Blood finally returned to the chasseur's face. No, flooded his face. It raced up his throat and into his cheeks, burning hotter than even his eyes. His jaw clenched.
"Sir,
But I didn't hear him. Saliva coated my mouth, and my vision narrowed. Marriage? To a chasseur? There had to be another way, any other way. Bile rose in my throat, and before I could stop it, I heaved a spectacular arc of vomit onto the Archbishop's feet. He leapt away from me with a disgusted cry.
"How dare you!"
He raised a fist to strike me once more, but the chasseur moved with lightning swiftness. His hand caught the Archbishop's wrist.
"If this woman is to be my wife," he said, swallowing hard, "you will not touch her again."
The Archbishop bared his teeth.
"You agree, then?"
The chasseur released his wrist and looked at me, a deeper blush creeping up his throat.
"Only if she does."
His words reminded me of Coco. "Take care of yourself. Only if you do." Coco had said I needed to find protection. I stared up at the copper-haired chasseur, at the Archbishop still rubbing his wrist. Perhaps protection had found me. Andre, Gru, the constabulary, her. None of them could harm me if I had a chasseur as a husband. Even the chasseurs themselves would cease to be a threat, if I could keep up the act, if I could avoid doing magic near them. They'd never know I was a witch. I'd be hidden in plain sight. But I'd also have a husband. I didn't want a husband. Didn't want to be shackled to anyone in marriage, especially someone as stiff and self-righteous as this chasseur. But if marriage was my only alternative to spending life in prison, perhaps it was the most agreeable option. It certainly was the only option that would get me out of this theater unchained. After all, I still had Angelica's ring. I could always escape after the marriage certificate was signed. Right. I straightened my shoulders and raised my chin. I'll do it.
The ceremony. Read. Shouts escalated outside the theater, but I barely heard them. Blood roared in my ears. It drowned out every other sound. Their cries for justice, the Archbishop's sympathy, but not her footsteps. I heard every one of those. Lighter than mine, but more erratic, less measured. I focused on them, and the roaring in my ears gradually quieted. I could hear the theater manager and constabulary now, trying to calm the crowd. I resisted the urge to unsheath my balisarda as the Archbishop opened the doors. My legs locked up, and my skin felt somehow hot and cold at the same time, and too small, much too small. It itched and pricked as every eye on the street turned toward us. A small, warm hand rested on my arm. Calloused palms. Slender fingers, too bandaged. I glanced down. Broken. I didn't allow my eyes to follow her fingers up her arm, because her arm would lead to her shoulder, and her shoulder would lead to her face, and I knew what I'd find there. 2 bruised eyes, and a fresh welt forming on her cheek. A scar above her eyebrow, another across her throat. It still peeked below the black ribbon, despite her attempt to hide it. Seeley's face rose in my mind, unblemished and pure. Oh, God, Seeley. The Archbishop stepped forward, and the crowd immediately quieted. With a frown, he pulled me in front of him. The woman, the heathen, didn't relinquish her grip. I still didn't look at her. "Brothers!" The Archbishop's voice rang out across the now silent street, attracting even more attention. Every head turned in our direction, and she cringed into me. I glanced down at her then, frowning. Her eyes were wide, pupils dilated. Frightened, I turned away.
You cannot give me your heart, Reed. I cannot have it on my conscience. Seeley, please. Those monsters who murdered Pip are still out there. They must be punished. I will not distract you from your purpose. If you must give away your heart, give it to your brotherhood. Please, please, forget me.
I could never forget you. Despair nearly knocked me to my knees. She would never forgive me. Your concern for this woman has been seen and is appreciated by God. The Archbishop spread his arms wide, beseeching. But do not be deceived. After attempting to rob an aristocrat such as yourselves last night, she had the ill grace to flee her husband as he attempted to discipline her this morning. Do not pity her, friends. Pray for her. A woman at the front of the crowd glared at the Archbishop with unabashed loathing. Slim, pale hair, upturned nose. I tensed, recognizing the woman from backstage. You disgusting pig. As if she sensed my gaze, her eyes flicked to me and narrowed. I stared back at her, trying and failing to forget her whispered condemnation. Hopefully they throw him in prison. Who knows what could have happened? I swallowed hard and looked away. Of course, that was what it had looked like. The little heathen knew her tricks, and I'd made it laughably easy. Fallen right into her trap, I cursed myself, longing to jerk my arm from her grasp, but that wouldn't do. Too many people watched us, and the Archbishop had been clear in his orders. We must confess our duplicity as soon as we return home, he'd said, frowning as he paced. The people must believe you are already married. He turned toward her abruptly then. Am I correct in assuming your soul is unsaved? When she hadn't responded, he'd scowled. As I thought. We shall remedy both situations immediately and journey straight to the dolor for baptism. You must act as her husband until we formalize the union, Reed. Take that ring from her right hand and move it to her left. Walk beside her. The charade may end the second the crowd disperses, and for goodness sake, recover her cloak. The heathen twisted the ring in question now, shifted her feet, reached up to touch a piece of hair by her face. She'd pinned the rest into a snarled knot at her nape, wild and untamed, just like her. I loathed it. I implore you to see God's teaching in this woman. The Archbishop's voice rose. Learn from her wickedness. Wives, obey your husbands. Repent your sinful natures. Only then can you be truly united with God. Several members of the crowd nodded, murmuring their agreement. It's true, I've always said as much. Women folk are as bad as witches these days. What they all need is wood, the rod or the stake. The pale-haired woman from backstage looked as if she'd like to inflict bodily harm on the Archbishop. She bared her teeth, fists clenched, before turning away. The heathen tensed beside me, her grip tightening painfully on my arm. I glared down at her, but she didn't let go. That's when I smelled it. Faint, subtle, almost too light to detect, but still there, lingering on the breeze. Magic. The Archbishop groaned. I turned, just as he doubled over and clutched his stomach. Sir, are you? I stopped abruptly as he broke shockingly loud wind. His eyes flew open, and his cheeks flamed red. Mutters broke out in the crowd. Shocked, disgusted, he stood hastily, attempting to straighten his robes, but bent double again at the last second. Another bout racked his system. I placed a hand on his back, uncertain. Sir, leave me, he snarled. I backed away quickly and glared at the heathen, who shook with silent laughter. Stop laughing. I couldn't even if I wanted to. She clutched a hand to her side, shaking, and a snort escaped her lips. I eyed her in growing distaste, bending down to inhale her scent. Cinnamon. Not magic. I leaned away quickly, and she laughed harder. This, right here, this exact moment, it just might be worth marrying you, Shas. I'm gonna cherish it forever. The Archbishop insisted the heathen and I walk to the dolor for her baptism. He rode in his carriage. She scoffed as he disappeared down the street, kicking a rock at a nearby trash can. "That man's head is so far up his own ass, he could wear it as a hat." My jaw clenched. "Don't rise. Remain calm." "You will not disrespect him." She grinned, tilting her head up to examine me. Then, incredibly, she rose to her toes and flicked me square on the nose. I staggered back, startled, my face flushed. She grinned wider and started walking. "I will do what I please, Shas." "You're to be my wife." Catching up to her in 2 strides, I reached out to grab her arm, but stopped short of touching her. "That means you'll obey me." "Does it?" She raised her brows, still grinning. "I suppose that means you'll honor and protect me, then, if we're adhering to the dusty old roles of your patriarchy." I shortened my pace to match hers. "Yes." She clapped her hands together. "Excellent. At least this will be entertaining. I have many enemies." I couldn't help it. I glanced at the deep bruises coloring her eyes. "Imagine that." "I wouldn't if I were you." Her tone was conversational, light, as if we were discussing the weather. "You'll have nightmares for weeks." Questions burned up my throat, but I refused to voice them. She seemed content in the silence. Her eyes moved everywhere at once, to the dresses and hats lining shop windows, to the apricots and hazelnuts filling merchants' carts, to the dirty windows of a small pub, the soot-stained faces of children chasing pigeons in the street. At every turn, a new emotion flitted across her face: appreciation, longing, delight. Watching her was strangely exhausting. After a few minutes, I couldn't stand it any longer. I cleared my throat. "Did one of them give you those bruises?" "Who?" "Your enemies." "Oh," she said brightly. "Yeah, well, 2, actually." 2? I stared at her, incredulous, tried to imagine the tiny creature before me battling 2 people at once, then remembered her trapping me backstage, tricking the audience into believing I'd assaulted her. I scowled. She was more than capable. The streets widened as we reached the outskirts of East End. The dolor soon glinted in the bright afternoon sun ahead of us. The Archbishop waited beside his carriage. To my surprise, so did Jean-Luc. Of course, he would be the witness. The reality of the situation crashed over me like a bag of bricks upon seeing my friend. I was actually going to marry this woman, this creature. This heathen who scaled rooftops and robbed aristocrats, who brawled and dressed like a man and had a name to match. She wasn't Seelie. She was the furthest thing from Seelie God could have possibly created. Seelie was gentle and well-mannered, polite, proper, kind. She would have never embarrassed me, never presented herself as such a spectacle. I glared at the woman who was to be my wife. Torn and blood-spattered dress, bruised face and broken fingers, scarred throat, and a smirk that left little doubt as to how she'd come to receive each injury. She arched a brow. "See something you like?" I looked away. Seelie would be heartbroken when she learned what I'd done. She deserved better than this, better than me. "Come now." The Archbishop motioned us to the deserted riverbank. A dead fish was our only audience, and the flock of pigeons feasting on it. Its skeleton protruded through rotted flesh, and a single eye gaped up at the clear November sky. "Let us be done with this. The heathen must first be baptized at our Lord God's command, for ye shall not be unequally yoked. Light hath no communion with darkness." My feet were leaden, each step an incredible effort in the sand and mud. Jean-Luc followed closely behind. I could feel his grin on my neck. I didn't want to imagine what he now thought of me, of this. The Archbishop hesitated before striding into the gray water. He glanced back at the heathen, the first hint of uncertainty on his face, as if unsure she would follow. "Please change your mind," I prayed. "Please forget this madness and send her to prison where she belongs." But then I would lose my Balisarda, my life, my vows, my purpose. A small, ugly voice at the back of my mind scoffed. He could pardon you, if he wanted. No one would question his judgment. You could remain a chasseur without marrying a criminal. So why didn't he? Chagrin washed through me at the very thought. Of course he couldn't pardon me. The people believed I'd accosted her. It didn't matter I hadn't. They thought I had. Even if the Archbishop explained, even if she confessed, people would still whisper. They would doubt. They would question the chasseur's integrity. Worse still, they might question the Archbishop himself, his motivations. We'd already ensnared ourselves in the lie. The people believed she was my wife. If word spread otherwise, the Archbishop would be branded a liar. That couldn't happen. Like it or not, this heathen would become my wife. She stomped out after the Archbishop, as if to reaffirm the fact. He scowled, wiping away the flecks of water she splashed on his face. What an interesting turn of events. Jean-Luc's eyes danced with laughter as he watched the heathen. She appeared to be arguing with the Archbishop about something. Of course she was. She tricked me. The confession stung. When I didn't elaborate, he turned to look at me. The laughter in his eyes dimmed. What about Celie? I forced the words out, hating myself for them. Celie knew we wouldn't marry. I hadn't told him about her rejection. I hadn't been able to stomach his ridicule, or worse, his pity. He'd asked once, after Philippa's death, about my intentions with her. Shame burned in my gut. I'd lied through my teeth, telling him my vows meant too much, telling him I'd never marry. Yet here I was. He pursed his lips, regarding me shrewdly. Still, sorry. He stared out at the heathen, who had pointed a broken finger at the Archbishop's nose. Marriage to such a creature will not be easy. Is marriage ever easy? Perhaps not, but she seems particularly intolerable. He flashed me a half-hearted grin. I suppose she has to move into the tower, doesn't she? I couldn't bring myself to return his smile. Yes. He sighed. Pity. We watched in silence as the Archbishop's face grew steadily stonier, as he finally lost patience and jerked her toward him by the nape of her neck, as he threw her underwater and held her there a second too long. I didn't blame him. Her soul would take longer to cleanse than a normal person's. 2 seconds too long. The Archbishop appeared to be at war with himself. His body shook with the effort of keeping her under, and his eyes were wide, crazed. Surely he wasn't going to... 3 seconds too long. I plunged into the water. Jean-Luc crashed after me. We threw ourselves forward, but our panic was unfounded. The Archbishop released her just as we reached them, and she sprang out of the water like an angry, hissing cat. Water cascaded down her hair and face and dress. I reached out to steady her, but she shoved me away. I yielded a step as she whirled, spluttering toward the Archbishop. Fille de pute! Before I could move to stop her, she dove at him. His eyes flew open as he lost his footing and tumbled backward into the water, limbs flailing. Jean-Luc rushed to help him. I seized her, pinning her arms to her sides before she could tackle him back into the water. She didn't seem to notice. Conrad! Salud! She thrashed in my arms, kicking water everywhere. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to rip those robes off your shoulders and strangle you with them, you misshapen, foul-smelling piece of shit! All three of us gaped at her, eyes wide, mouths open. The Archbishop recovered first. His face purpled, and a strangled sound escaped his throat. How dare you speak to me so? He jerked away from Jean-Luc, waving a finger in her face. I realized his mistake a split second before she lunged. Tightening my grip, I managed to haul her away before she could sink her teeth into his knuckle. I was about to marry a wild animal. Let me go! Her elbow sank deep into my stomach. No, more a gasp than a word, but still I held on. She let out a frustrated noise then, something between a growl and a scream, and went mercifully still. I sent up a silent prayer of thanks before dragging her back to shore. The Archbishop and Jean-Luc joined us shortly thereafter. "Thank you, Reed," the Archbishop sniffed, wringing out his robes and readjusting the pectoral cross around his neck. Disdain dripped from his features when he finally addressed the Hellcat. "Must we shackle you for the ceremony? Perhaps procure a muzzle?" "You tried to kill me." He looked down his nose at her. "Believe me, child, if I had wanted to kill you, you would be dead." Her eyes blazed. "Likewise." Jean-Luc choked on a laugh. The Archbishop stepped forward, his eyes narrowing to slits. "Release her, Reed. I should like to get this whole sordid affair behind us." "Gladly." To my surprise and disappointment, she didn't flee when I let her go. She merely crossed her arms and planted her feet, staring at each of us in turn, obstinately, sullenly, a silent challenge. We kept our distance. "Make this quick," she grumbled. The Archbishop inclined his head. "Step forward, both of you, and join hands." We stared at each other. Neither moved. "Oh, hurry up!" Jean-Luc shoved me roughly from behind, and I surrendered a step, watched in silent fury as she refused to bridge the remaining distance. Waited. After several long seconds, she rolled her eyes and stepped forward. When I extended my hands, she stared at them as if they were spotted with leprosy. 1. I forced myself to breathe, in through my nose, out through my mouth. 2. Her brows furrowed. She watched me with a bemused expression, obviously questioning my mental capacity. 3. 4. She took my hands, grimaced as if in pain. 5. I realized a second too late she was in physical pain. I immediately loosened my grip on her broken fingers. 6. The Archbishop cleared his throat. "Let us begin." He turned to me. "Will thou, Reed Florin Diggory, have this woman to be thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her so long as you both shall live?" My vision narrowed to a speck of white amidst the pigeons. A dove. My head spun. They all stared at me, waiting for me to speak, but my throat constricted, choking me. I couldn't marry this woman. I couldn't. Once acknowledged, the thought latched deep, sinking its claws into every fiber of my being. There had to be another way, any other way. Small, warm fingers squeezed my own. My eyes darted up and met piercing blue-green. No, more blue than green now. Steely, reflecting the iron water of the Dolore behind her. She swallowed and nodded almost imperceptibly. In that brief moment, I understood. The doubt, the hesitation, the mourning of a future I'd never have. It belonged to her as well. Gone was the spitting hellcat. Now there was only a woman. And she was small, and she was frightened, and she was strong. And she was asking me to be the same. I didn't know why I did it. She was a thief, a criminal, and I owed her nothing. She'd ruined my life when she dragged me on that stage. If I agreed, I was certain she'd do her best to continue doing so. But I returned the pressure anyway. Felt the two small words rise to my lips unbidden. "I will." The Archbishop turned to her. I maintained the pressure between our hands, careful of her broken fingers. "What's your name?" he asked abruptly. "Your full name." "Louise Margot LaRue." I frowned. LaRue. It was a common enough surname among the criminals in East End, but usually a pseudonym. It literally meant the streets. LaRue. The Archbishop eyed her suspiciously, echoing my own doubts. "You should know if this name proves false. Your marriage to Captain Diggory will be annulled. I need not remind you of your fate should this happen." "I know the law." "Fine." He waved a hand. "Will thou, Louise Margot LaRue, Have this man to be thy wedded husband, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony. Wilt thou obey him, and serve him, love, honor, and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, so long as you both shall live? I could see the snort rising to her face, but she resisted, kicking a clump of sand at the birds instead. They scattered with cries of alarm. A lump rose in my throat as the dove took flight. "I will," the Archbishop continued without pausing. "By the power vested in me, I pronounce you husband and wife in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit." He paused, and every muscle in my body tensed, waiting for the next line. As if reading my thoughts, he cast me a scathing look. My cheeks flamed once more. "For as the Lord God says," he clasped his hands and bowed his head, "two are better than one. For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him who is alone when he falleth, for he hath not another to help him up. And if one prevail against him, two shall withstand him. A threefold cord is not quickly broken." He straightened with a grim smile. "It is done. What therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. We shall sign the certificate of marriage upon our return, and the matter shall be settled." He moved toward the waiting carriage, but stopped short, turning to scowl at me. "Of course, the marriage must be consummated to be legally binding." She stiffened beside me, staring resolutely at the Archbishop, her mouth tight, her eyes tense. Heat washed over me, hotter and fiercer than before. "Yes, Your Eminence." He nodded, satisfied, and stepped into the carriage. Jean-Luc climbed in after him, winking. If possible, my humiliation fanned and spread. "Good." The Archbishop snapped the carriage door shut. "See that it's executed quickly. A witness shall visit your room later to confirm." My stomach plummeted as he disappeared down the street.
Part 2. Petit à petit, l'oiseau fait son nid. Little by little, the bird makes its nest. French proverb. Consummation. Lou. Cathédrale Saint-Cécile de Césarine rose up before me, a sinister spectre of spires and towers and flying buttresses. Jewel-toned windows leered in the sunlight. Rosewood doors, carved and embedded in white stone, gaped open as we climbed the steps, and a handful of chasseurs spilled out. "Behave yourself," my new husband muttered. I smirked but said nothing. A chasseur stepped in front of me.
"Identification?"
My husband dipped his head stiffly.
"This is my wife, Louise."
I stared at him, amazed the words had managed to escape through his clenched teeth. As usual, he ignored me. The chasseur in front of me blinked again.
Your wife, Captain Diggory?"
He offered a barely perceptible nod, and I truly feared for his poor teeth. They'd surely chip if he kept gnashing them together.
"Yes."
The chasseur risked a glance at me.
"This is highly unusual. Is the Archbishop aware? He's expecting us. Of course."
The chasseur turned to the page boy who just appeared.
"Inform the Archbishop that Captain Diggory and his wife have arrived."
He cast another furtive glance in my direction as the boys scurried away. I winked back at him. My husband made an impatient noise and seized my arm, steering me forcefully toward the door. I tugged my arm away.
"There's no need to cripple me. I told you to behave."
"Oh, please." I winked. It's not like I stripped and sang Big Titty Liddy. A commotion rose behind us, and we turned as one. More chasseurs marched up the street, carrying what looked like a body between them. Though they'd wrapped it in cloth for propriety's sake, there was no mistaking the hand that dangled below the sheet, or the vines that had grown between its fingers, or the bark that dappled its skin. I leaned closer, despite my husband yanking me back, and inhaled the familiar sweetness emanating from the body. Interesting. One of the chasseurs hastened to conceal the hand.
We found him just outside the city, Captain.
My husband jerked his head toward the alley beside the church without a word, and the chasseurs hurried away. Though my husband led me inside, I craned my neck to watch them go.
What was that about? Never you mind.
Where are they taking him?
I said never you— Enough!
The Archbishop strode into the foyer, eyeing the mud and water pooling at my feet in distaste. He'd already changed into fresh coral robes, of course, and washed the flecks of mud and sand from his face. I resisted the urge to fidget with my torn dress or finger-comb my matted hair. It didn't matter what I looked like. The Archbishop could piss off.
The marriage certificate is waiting in my study. From where should we retrieve your possessions?
Feigning disinterest, I wrung out my soaking hair. I have none.
You have none?
He repeated slowly, looking me over with disapproval.
That's what I said, yes. Unless you and your cronies would like to ransack Soleil et Lune's attic. I've been borrowing costumes for years now.
He scowled.
I expected little else. We shall, however, endeavor to find you more presentable garments. I won't dishonor Reed by having his bride appear a heathen, even if she is one.
How dare you! I clutched the front of my ruined dress in mock affront. I am a God-fearing Christian woman now. My husband hauled me away before I could utter another word. I swore I heard one of his teeth crack. After hastily signing the marriage certificate in the study, my husband steered me down a narrow, dusty corridor, clearly trying to avoid the crowded foyer. God forbid anyone saw his new wife. Rumors were probably already circulating the tower about the scandal. A spiral staircase tucked in the back of the corridor caught my attention. Unlike the archaic rosewood staircases nestled throughout the cathedral, this one was metal and clearly built after the original construction. And there was something there, in the air of the stairwell. I tugged on his arm and inhaled covertly. Where does that staircase lead? He turned, following my gaze, before shaking his head curtly.
Know where you'll be visiting. Access beyond the dormitories is restricted. Only approved personnel are allowed on the upper floors.
Well then, count me in. I said nothing more, however, allowing him to lead me up several different flights of stairs to a plain wooden door. He pushed it open without looking back at me. I paused outside, staring at the words inscribed above the doorway. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. I shivered. So this was the infamous Chasseur Tower. Though no visible changes marked the corridor beyond, there was something austere about the place. It lacked warmth, benevolence, the atmosphere as bleak and rigid as the men who resided within. My husband poked his head back through the door a second later, glancing between the terrifying inscription and me.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I hurried after him, ignoring the cold trickle of dread down my spine as I crossed the threshold. There was no going back now. I was in the belly of the beast, soon to be in the bed of the beast. Like hell. He led me down the hall, careful not to touch me.
Through here.
He gestured to one of the many doors lining the corridor, and I brushed past him into the room, and stopped short. It was a matchbox. A painfully simple, miserably drab little matchbox with no defining characteristics whatsoever. The walls were white, the floorboards dark. Only a bed and a desk filled the space. Worse, he had no personal effects whatsoever. No trinkets, no books, not even a basket for dirty laundry. When I spotted the narrow window, too high on the wall to watch the sunset, I truly died a little inside. My husband must have been the most insipid person ever born. The door clicked shut behind me. It sounded final, like a jail cell clanging shut. He moved in my periphery, and I whirled, but he only lifted his hand slowly, as if placating a feral cat.
"I'm just taking off my jacket."
He shrugged out of his sodden coat and draped it across the desk, before starting to unbuckle his bandolier.
"You can stop right there," I said.
No more clothes coming off." His jaw tightened.
"I'm not going to force myself on you."
His nose wrinkled in disgust.
"Louise."
"It's Lou." He twitched visibly at the name. "Is my name offensive to you?"
"Everything about you is offensive to me."
He pulled the chair from the desk and sat down, heaving a great sigh.
"You're a criminal."
"There's no need to sound so self-righteous, Shas. You're here because of you, not me." He scowled.
"This is your fault."
Shrugging, I moved to sit on his immaculately made bed. He cringed when my wet dress soiled the quilt. "You should have let me go at the theater."
"I didn't know that you were going to frame me."
"I'm a criminal," I reasoned, not bothering to correct him. It didn't matter now, anyway. "I behaved criminally. You should have known better." He gestured angrily to my bruised face and broken fingers.
"And how has behaving criminally treated you?"
"I'm alive, aren't I?"
"Are you?"
He arched a copper brow.
"You look like someone nearly killed you."
I waved a careless hand and smirked. "Hazard of the job."
"Not anymore."
"Excuse me?" His eyes blazed.
"You're my wife now, whether we like it or not. No man will ever touch you that way again."
Tension, taut and heavy, settled between us at his words. I tilted my head and stalked toward him, a slow smile spreading across my face. He glared at me, but his breathing hitched when I leaned over him. His eyes flicked to my mouth. Even sitting, he was nearly taller than me. "Good." I curled my hand around one of the knives in his bandolier. Flicking it to his throat before he could react, I dug the tip in hard enough to draw blood. His hand came down on my wrist, crushing it, but he didn't force me away. I leaned closer. Our lips were only a hair's breadth apart. "But you should know," I breathed, "that if a man touches me in any way without my permission, I'll cut him open." I paused for effect, dragging the knife from his throat to his navel and beyond. He swallowed hard. "Even if that man is my husband."
"We have to consummate the marriage."
His voice was low, raw, angry.
"Neither of us can afford an annulment."
I pushed away from him roughly, jerking up my sleeve to reveal the skin of my inner arm. Eyes never leaving his, I dug the tip of the knife in and sliced down. He moved to stop me, but it was too late. Blood welled. I ripped the blanket from his bed and let the blood drip on his bedsheets. "There." I stalked to the bathing chamber, ignoring his shocked expression. Marriage consummated. I savored the pain in my arm. It felt real, unlike everything else in this wretched day. I cleaned it slowly, deliberately, before dressing it with a cloth from the cupboard in the corner. Married. If someone had told me this morning I'd be married by sunset, I would have laughed. Laughed, and then probably spat in their face. The chasseur pounded on the door.
"Are you all right?"
"God, leave me alone." The door cracked open.
"Are you decent?"
"No," I lied.
"I'm coming in."
He poked his head in first, eyes narrowing as he saw all the blood.
"Was that necessary?"
"I'm nothing if not thorough." He tugged the dressing down to examine the cut, forcing me to look squarely at his chest. He hadn't yet changed, and his shirt was still wet from the river. It clung to his chest in a particularly distracting way. I forced myself to stare at the tub instead, but my thoughts kept drifting back to him. He really was too tall, abnormally tall, entirely too big for this small of a space. I wondered if he had some sort of disease. My eyes cut back to his chest. Probably. "They'll think I murdered you." He replaced the dressing and opened the small cupboard again, grabbing another cloth to mop up the floor and basin. I finished wrapping my arm and joined him. "What do we do with the evidence?" I wiped my bloody hands on my hem. "We burn it. There's a furnace downstairs." My eyes lit up. Yes! I set a warehouse on fire once. One match and the whole thing went up like a smokestack. He stared at me in horror. "You set a building on fire?" These people obviously had hearing impairments. That's what I just said, isn't it? He shook his head and knotted the towel. "Your dress," he said without looking at me. I glanced down at it. "What about it?" "It's covered in blood. It needs to go too." "Right," I scoffed, rolling my eyes. "I don't have any other clothes." "That's your problem. Hand it over." I glared at him. He glanced back. "I don't have any other clothes," I repeated slowly. Definite hearing impairment. "You should have thought about that before you slashed open your arm." He thrust out his hand insistently. Another second passed. "Fine then." A wild little laugh escaped my throat. "Just fine. Two could play this game." I attempted to jerk my dress over my head, but my fingers, still stiff and painful, prevented me from succeeding. The wet fabric caught around my neck instead, strangling me, and I nearly broke the rest of my fingers in a desperate attempt to pry it away. Strong hands soon reached forward to assist me. I leapt away on instinct, and my dress ripped as easily as it had done in the theater. Flustered, I threw it in his face. I wasn't naked. Soft, flexible undergarments covered my sensitive bits, but it was enough. When he extracted himself from my dress, his face was burning. He averted his eyes quickly. "There's a shirt in there." He nodded to the cupboard before eyeing the wound on my arm. "I'll tell a maid to bring you a nightgown. Don't let her see your arm." I rolled my eyes again as he left, slipping into one of his absurdly large shirts. It fell down past my knees. When I was sure he'd gone, I crept back out to the bedroom. Golden light from the sunset shone through the lone window. I dragged the desk over to it, stacking the chair on top, before climbing up. Balancing my elbows on the ledge, I rested my chin in my hands and sighed. The sun was still beautiful, and despite everything, it was still setting. I closed my eyes and basked in its warmth. A maid soon entered to check the blood-specked sheets. Satisfied, she stripped them without a word. My stomach sank slowly to the floor as I watched her rigid back. She didn't look at me. "Do you have a nightgown?" I asked hopefully, unable to stand the silence any longer. She curtsied, prim and proper, but still avoided my eyes. "Market doesn't open until morning, madame." She left without another word. I watched her go with a sense of foreboding. If I'd hoped for an ally in this wretched tower, I'd been grossly optimistic. Even the staff had been brainwashed. But if they thought they could break me with silence, with isolation, they were in for a fun surprise. Sliding down from my tower of furniture, I prowled the room for something I could use against my captor. Blackmail, a weapon, anything. I racked my brain, remembering the tricks I'd used on Andre and Gru over the years. After ripping open the desk drawer, I rummaged through its contents with all the courtesy my husband deserved. There wasn't much to inspect. A couple of quills, a pot of ink, a faded old Bible, and a leather notebook. When I picked it up, flicking eagerly through the pages, several loose sheets fluttered to the ground. Letters. I bent closer, a slow smile spreading across my face. Love letters. A very confused, coppery-haired chasseur poked me awake that night. I'd been curled in the tub, wrapped up in his ridiculous shirt, when he'd stormed in and impaled my rib with his finger. "What?" I batted him away crossly, grimacing at the sudden light in my eyes. "What are you doing?" He leaned back, still crouched on his knees, and set the candle on the floor. "When you weren't in bed, I thought maybe you'd—" "Left?" I said shrewdly. "It's still on the agenda." His face hardened. "That would be a mistake." "It's all relative." I yawned, curling up once more. "Why are you in the tub?" "Well, I certainly wasn't going to sleep in your bed, was I?" This seemed the best alternative. There was a pause. You don't have to sleep in here," he finally muttered. "Take the bed." "No, thanks. It's not that I don't trust you, but, well, that's exactly what it is." "And you think the tub can protect you?" No." I sighed, eyelids fluttering. They were impossibly heavy. "I can lock the door." Wait. I jolted awake then. "I did lock the door. How are you in here?" He grinned, and I cursed my treacherous heart for stuttering slightly. The smile transformed his entire face, like the sun. I scowled, crossing my arms and nestling deeper into his shirt. I didn't want to invite that comparison, but now I couldn't get the image out of my head. His coppery hair, tousled as if he too had fallen asleep somewhere he shouldn't, didn't help. "Where have you been?" I snapped. His grin faltered. "I fell asleep in the sanctuary. I needed some space." I frowned, and the silence between us lengthened. After a long moment, I asked, "How did you get in here?" "You're not the only one who can pick a lock." "Really?" I sat up, interest piqued. Where would a holy chasseur learn such a trick? "The Archbishop." "Of course. He's such a hypocritical ass." The fragile camaraderie between us crumbled instantly. He shoved to his feet. "Never disrespect him, not in front of me. He's the best man I've ever known, the bravest. When I was 3, I tuned him out, rolling my eyes. It was quickly becoming a habit around him. "Look, Chass, you're my husband, so I feel I should be honest with you in saying I'll gladly murder the Archbishop at the first opportunity. He'd kill you before you even lifted a finger." A fanatical gleam shone in his eyes, and I raised a politely skeptical brow. "I'm serious. He's the most accomplished leader in chasseur history. He's slain more witches than any other man alive. His skill is legend. He is legend. He is old." "You underestimate him." "Seems to be a theme around here." I yawned and turned away from him, shifting to find a softer bit of tub. "Look, this has been fun, but it's time for my beauty sleep. I need to look my best for tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "I'm going back to the theater," I murmured, eyes already closing. What I caught of the performance this morning sounded fascinating. There was another pause, much longer than before. I peeked at him over my shoulder. He fidgeted with the candle for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. "Now that you're my wife, it's best if you stay within Chasseur Tower." I lurched upright, sleep instantly forgotten. "I don't think that's best at all. People saw your face at the theater." Anxiety flared in my stomach. "And now they know you're my wife. Everything you do will be monitored. Everything you say will reflect back on me, on the chasseurs. The Archbishop doesn't trust you.
He thinks it best you stay here until you can learn to behave yourself."
He gave me a hard look.
"I agree with him."
"That's unfortunate. I thought you had better sense than the Archbishop," I snapped. "You can't keep me locked in this trou à merde." I might have laughed at his appalled expression if I hadn't been so angry.
"Watch your mouth."
His own mouth tightened, and his nostrils flared.
"You're my wife."
"Yes, you mentioned that. Your wife. Not your slave, nor your property. I signed that stupid piece of paper to avoid imprisonment."
"We can't trust you."
His voice rose over mine.
"You're a criminal. You're impulsive. God forbid you even open your mouth outside this room."
"Shit, damn, fuck,
Stop it."
Blood crept up his throat, and his chest rose and fell heavily as he struggled to control his breathing.
"God, woman, how can you speak so? Have you no shame?"
"I won't stay here," I seethed.
"You'll do as you're told."
The words were flat, final. Like hell. I opened my mouth to tell him just that, but he'd already stormed out of the room, slamming the door shut with enough force to rattle my teeth.
The Interrogation. Read. I woke long before my wife, stiff, sore, aching from a fitful night on the floor. Though I'd argued with myself, reasoned vehemently, that she'd chosen to suffer in the tub, I hadn't been able to climb into bed. Not when she was injured, not when she might wake in the night and change her mind. No, I'd offered her the bed was hers. I regretted my chivalry the moment I stepped into the training yard. Word of my new circumstance had obviously swept through the tower. Man after man rose to meet me, each with a determined glint in his eye, each waiting impatiently for his turn, each attacking with uncharacteristic belligerence. "Long night, huh, Captain?" My first partner sneered after clipping my shoulder. The next managed to hit my ribs. He glared. "It isn't right, a criminal sleeping 3 rooms from me." Jean-Luc grinned. "I don't think they were doing much sleeping. She could cut our throats. She consorts with witches. It isn't right. It isn't fair. I heard she's a whore." I bashed the handle of my sword into the last one's head, and he sprawled to the ground. Extending my arms, I turned in a slow circle, challenging anyone who dared confront me. Blood ran from a cut on my forehead. "Does anyone else have a problem with my new circumstance?" Jean-Luc howled with laughter. He, in particular, seemed to enjoy my trial, judgment, and execution until he entered the ring. "Give me your best, old man." I was older than him by 3 months. But even battered, even exhausted, even old, I would die before yielding to Jean-Luc. The fight lasted only a few minutes. Though he was quick and nimble, I was stronger. After a good hit, he too crumpled, clutching his ribs. I rubbed the blood from my freshly split lip before helping him up. "We'll need to interrupt your conjugal bliss to interrogate her about Tremblays, you know. Like it or not, the men are right." He touched a knot under his eye gingerly. "She does consort with witches. The Archbishop thinks she might be able to lead us to them." I almost rolled my eyes. The Archbishop had already confided his hopes to me, but I didn't tell Jean-Luc that. He enjoyed feeling superior. "I know." Wooden swords still clacked, and bodies thudded together as our brothers continued around us. No others approached, but they shot me covert looks between rounds. Men who had once respected me, men who had once laughed, joked, and called me friend. In only a few hours I'd become the object of my wife's rejection and my brethren's scorn. Both stung more than I cared to admit. Breakfast had been worse. My brethren hadn't allowed me to eat a bite. Half had been too eager to hear about my wedding night, and the others had studiously ignored me. "What was it like? Did you enjoy it?" "Don't tell the Archbishop, but I tried it once. Her name was Babette." Of course, I hadn't actually wanted to consummate with her. And my brothers, they would come around, once they realized I wasn't going anywhere, which I wasn't. Crossing the yard, I threw my sword on the rack. The men parted for me in waves. Their whispers bit and snapped at my back. To my irritation, Jean-Luc had no such scruples. He followed me like a plague of locusts. "I must confess I'm anxious to see her again," he ensured, his sword landed on top of mine. "After that performance on the beach, I think our brothers are in for a real treat." I would have preferred the locusts. "She isn't that," I disagreed in an undertone. Jean-Luc continued as if he hadn't heard me. "It's been a long time since a woman was in the tower. Who was the last? Captain Barret's wife? She wasn't anything to look at. Yours is much nicer. I'll thank you not to speak of my wife." The whispers peaked behind us as we neared the tower. Uninhibited laughter rang across the yard as we stepped inside. I gritted my teeth and pretended I couldn't hear them. "What she is or isn't is no concern of yours." His eyebrows shot up. "What's this? Is that possessiveness I detect? Surely you haven't forgotten the love of your life so easily." Seeley. Her name cut through me like a serrated knife. Last night, I'd written her a final letter. She deserved to hear what had happened from me, and now we were done. Truly done this time. I tried and failed to swallow the lump in my throat. "Please, please forget me." "I could never forget you." "You must." The letter had left with the post at first light. "Have you told her yet?" Jean-Luc kept hard on my heels, just tall enough to match my stride. "Did you go to her last night? One last rendezvous with your lady?" I didn't answer. "She won't be pleased, will she? I mean, you chose not to marry her." "Lay off, Jean-Luc. Yet now you've married a filthy street rat who tricked you into a compromising position. Or did she?" His eyes flared, and he caught my arm. I tensed, longing to break his grip or his nose. One can't help but wonder. Why did the Archbishop force you to marry a criminal if you're innocent? I jerked my arm away, fought to control the anger threatening to explode. "I am innocent." He touched the knot at his eye again, lip curling into a grin. "Of course." "There you are." The Archbishop's curt voice preceded him into the foyer. As one, we lifted our fists to our hearts and bowed. When we rose, the Archbishop's gaze fell on me. "Jean-Luc has informed me you'll be interrogating your wife today about the witch at Tremblay's." I nodded stiffly. "You will of course communicate any developments to me directly." He clasped my shoulder with an easy camaraderie that probably drove Jean-Luc mad. "We must keep a keen eye on her, Captain Diggory, lest she destroy herself, and you in the process. I would attend the interrogation myself, but—" Though his voice trailed off, his meaning rang clear. "But I can't stand her." I empathized. "Yes, sir. Go and fetch her, then. I shall be in my study, preparing for evening mass." She wasn't in our room, or the washroom, or the tower, or the entire cathedral. I was going to strangle her. I'd told her to stay. I'd presented the reasons, the perfectly rational, easily understandable reasons, and still she disobeyed. Still she left. And now who knew what foolish antics she was up to? Foolish antics that would reflect back on me, a husband who couldn't control his own wife. Furious, I sat at my desk and waited, mentally recited every verse I could on patience. "Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Do not fret over those who prosper in their way, over those who carry out evil devices." Of course she'd left. Why wouldn't she? She was a criminal. An oath meant nothing to her. My reputation meant nothing to her. I sat forward in my chair, pressed my palms against my eyes to relieve the building pressure in my head. "Refrain from anger, and forsake wrath. Do not fret. It leads only to evil. For the wicked shall be cut off, but those who wait for the Lord shall inherit the land." But her face, her bruises. I have many enemies. Surely being my wife couldn't be worse than that. She would be cared for here, protected, treated better than she deserved, and yet a small grim voice in the back of my mind whispered that perhaps it was good she had gone. Perhaps this solved a problem. Perhaps— No. I had made a vow to this woman, to God. I would not forsake it. If she wasn't back in another hour, I'd go out and find her, ransack the city if I must. If I didn't have my honor, I didn't have anything. She would not take that from me. I wouldn't allow it. Well, this is a fun surprise. I jerked my head up at the familiar voice. Unexpected relief swept through me, because there, leaning against the door jamb and grinning, stood my wife. Her arms were crossed against her chest, and beneath her cloak she wore... What are you wearing? I shot up from my chair, stared determinedly at her face, and not elsewhere. She looked down at her thighs, her very visible, very shapely thighs, and parted her cloak farther with the brush of her hand, casually, as if she didn't know what she was doing. I believe they're called pants. Surely you've heard of them. Shaking my head, I forced myself to focus, to look anywhere but her legs. Wait, what surprise? She strode farther into the room, trailing a finger down my arm as she passed. You're my husband now, dear. What sort of wife would I be if I couldn't speak your language? My language? Silence. You're well versed in it. After tossing aside her cloak, she threw herself down on the bed and stuck a leg up in the air to examine it. I glared at the floor. I'm a fast learner. I've only known you a few days, but I can already interpret the very angry, slightly doubtful, and frankly worried silence you've been fretting in all morning. I'm touched. Refrain from anger. I unclenched my jaw and glared at the desk. Where were you? I went out to get a bun. Forsake wrath. I gripped the back of the chair, too hard. The wood bit into my fingertips, and my knuckles turned white. A bun. Yes, a bun. She shucked off her boots. They hit the floor with two dull thuds. I overslept the matinee, probably because someone woke me up at the ass-crack, watch your mouth, of dawn. She stretched leisurely and fell back against the pillows. Sharp pains shot up my fingers from my grip on the chair. I took a deep breath and let go. A page boy brought me a rather unfortunate dress this morning, one of the maids, with a neckline up to my ears, to wear until someone could make it to market. No one had exactly made it a priority, so I charmed the kid into giving me the coin the Archbishop left for my wardrobe and took the liberty of purchasing it myself. The rest will be delivered this evening. Dresses. To purchase dresses, not this unholy creation. This pair of trousers looked nothing like the grubby pair she'd worn before. She'd obviously had these tailored with the Archbishop's coin. They fit her like a second skin. I cleared my throat, maintained my visual of the desk. And the guards, they let you leave? Of course. We were under the impression this wasn't a prison sentence. Refrain from anger. I turned slowly. I told you to stay in the tower. I risked a glance at her then. Mistake. She'd propped her knees up, kicking one over the other, flaunting every curve on her lower body. I swallowed hard and forced my gaze back to the floor. She knew what she was doing, too. Devil. And you expected me to listen? She laughed. No, chuckled. Honestly, Chas. It was a little too easy to leave. The guards at the door almost begged me to go. You should have seen their faces when I actually came back. Why did you? The words came out before I could stop them. I cringed internally. It wasn't as if I cared, and it didn't matter anyway. All that mattered was that she disobeyed me. As for my brothers, I would need to have a word with them. Clearly, no one abhorred the heathen's presence more than I, but the Archbishop had given orders. She stayed. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. I told you, Chas. Her voice grew unusually quiet, and I risked another glance. She'd rolled to her side, and now looked me square in the eye, chin propped in her hand, arm draped across her waist. I have many enemies. Her gaze didn't waver. Her face remained impassive. For the first time since I'd met her, emotion didn't radiate from her very being. She was blank. Carefully, skillfully blank. She arched a brow at my appraisal, a silent question, but there was no need to ask. To have her confirm what I already suspected, stupid as it was to take a thief at her word, there wasn't a better explanation for why she'd returned. I didn't want to admit it, but she was clever, masterful at the art of escape, probably impossible to find once hidden. Which meant she was here because she wanted to be, because she needed to be. Whoever her enemies were, they must have been dangerous. I broke our eye contact to stare at the bedpost. Focus. You disobeyed me, I repeated. I told you to stay in the tower, and you didn't. You broke trust. She rolled her eyes. Mask cracking. I tried to resurrect my previous anger, but it didn't burn quite as hot now. The guards will be more vigilant, especially after the Archbishop hears of your indiscretions. He won't be pleased. Unexpected bonus, and you'll remain confined to the lower floors, I finished through clenched teeth. The dormitories and commissary. She sat up, curiosity flaring in her blue-green eyes. What's on the top floors again? None of your business. I strode to the door without looking back at her, sighing in relief when a maid strode past. Brigitte, can my wife, borrow a gown? I'll return it first thing tomorrow morning. When she nodded, blushing, and hurried away, I turned back to Louise. You'll need to change. We're going to the council room, and you can't wear those in front of my brothers. She didn't move. Your brothers? What could they possibly want with me? It must have been physically impossible for this woman to submit to her husband. They want to ask you some questions about your witch friend. Her answer came immediately. I'm not interested. It wasn't a request. As soon as you're dressed appropriately, we leave. No. I glared at her for a full second longer, waiting for her to concede, waiting for her to demonstrate the proper meekness befitting a woman, before realizing who this was. Lou. A thief with a man's name. I turned on my heel. Fine. Let's go. I didn't wait for her to follow. Honestly, I didn't know what I'd do if she didn't. The memory of the Archbishop striking her reared in my mind, and the heat coursing through me burned hotter. That would never happen again. Even if she cursed, even if she refused to listen to a single word I ever said, I would never raise my fist to her. Ever. Which left me fervently hoping she followed. After a few seconds, soft footsteps echoed behind me in the corridor. Thank God. I shortened my strides so she could catch up. Through here, I murmured, leading her down the staircase, careful not to touch her. To the dungeon. She looked up at me in alarm. The dungeon? I almost chuckled. Almost. The council room is down there. I ushered her through another corridor, down a smaller, steeper flight of stairs. Terse voices drifted toward us as we descended. I pushed open the crude wooden door at the base of the stairs and motioned for her to step inside. A dozen of my brethren stood arguing around an enormous circular table in the middle of the room. Bits of parchment littered it, newspaper clippings, charcoal sketches. Underneath it all stretched an enormous map of Belterra. Every mountain range, every bog, forest, and lake had been inked with care and precision, every city and landmark. Well, if it isn't a little thief. Jean-Luc's eyes swept over her with keen interest. He sauntered around the table to examine her closer. Come to grace us with a presence at last. The others soon followed, ignoring me completely. My lips pressed together in unexpected irritation. I didn't know who bothered me most, my wife for wearing trousers, my brothers for staring, or myself for caring. Peace, Jean-Luc. I stepped closer, towering behind her. She's here to help. Is she? I thought street rats valued loyalty. We do, she said flatly. He raised a brow. You refuse to help us, then? Behave, I pleaded silently. Cooperate. She didn't, of course. Instead, she drifted toward the table, glancing at the bits of paper. I knew without looking who she saw. One face drawn a dozen times, a dozen ways, mocking us. La Dame des Sorcières, the Lady of the Witches. Even the name rankled. She looked nothing like the hag at the parade, nothing like the raven-haired mother either. Her hair wasn't even black in her natural form, but a peculiar shade of blonde, almost white or silver. Jean-Luc followed her gaze. You know of Morgane Leblanc? Everyone knows of her. She lifted her chin and shot him a black look. Even street rats. If you helped us get her to the stake, all would be forgiven, Jean-Luc said. Forgiven? She arched a brow and leaned forward, planting her bandaged fingers right across Morgan Leblanc's nose. For what, exactly? For publicly humiliating Reed. Jean-Luc mirrored her gesture, his expression hardening. For forcing him to disgrace his name, his honor as a chasseur. My brethren nodded their agreement, muttering under their breath, That's enough! To my horror, my hand came down on her shoulder. I stared at it, large and foreign on her slim frame. Blinked once, twice, then snatched it back and tried to ignore the peculiar look on Jean-Luc's face as he watched us. I cleared my throat. My wife is here to bear witness against the witch at Tremblay's, nothing more. Jean-Luc raised his brows, politely skeptical, perhaps amused, before he extended a hand to her. By all means, then. Madame Diggory, please enlighten us. Madame Diggory. I swallowed hard and stepped up to the table beside her. I hadn't yet heard the title aloud. Hearing the words, it felt strange. Real. She scowled and knocked his hand away. It's Lou. And there she was again. I stared at the ceiling, trying and failing to ignore my brother's indignant whispers. What do you know of the witches? Jean-Luc asked. Not much. She trailed her finger along the series of X's and circles, marring the map's topography. Most were concentrated in La Forêt des Yeux. One circle for every tip we'd received about witches dwelling in the caves there, one X for every reconnaissance mission that had turned up nothing. A grim smile tugged at Jean-Luc's mouth. It would be in your best interest to cooperate, madame. Indeed, it is only by the Archbishop's intervention that you are here intact, rather than scattered across the kingdom as ash. Aiding and abetting a witch is illegal. Tense silence descended as she looked from face to face, clearly deciding whether she agreed. I'd just opened my mouth to prod her in the right direction when she sighed. What do you want to know? I blinked, shocked at her sudden prudence, but Jean-Luc didn't pause to savor the moment. Instead, he pounced. Where are they located? As if she would have told me. Who is she? She smirked. A witch. Her name? Alexandra. Her surname? I don't know. We operate with secrecy in East End, even amongst friends. I recoiled at the word, disgust seeping through me. You truly consider the witch a friend? I do. What happened? Jean-Luc asked. She glanced around, suddenly mutinous. You did. Explain. When you busted us at Tremblay's, we all fled, she snapped at him. I don't know where she went. I don't know if I'll ever see her again. Jean-Luc and I shared a look. If she was telling the truth, this was a dead end. For the little time I'd spent with her, however, I knew she didn't tell the truth. Probably wasn't even capable of it, but perhaps there was another way to procure the information we needed. I knew better than to ask about the man of their trio, the one who'd escaped, the one the constabulary searched for even now, but these enemies of hers. If they knew my wife, they might also know the witch, and anyone who knew the witch was worth interrogating. Your enemies, I said carefully. Are they her enemies too? Maybe. Who are they? She glared down at the map. They don't know she's a witch, if that's what you're thinking. I'd still have their names. Fine, she shrugged, immediately bored, and began ticking names off on her fingers. There's André and Gru, Madame Labelle. Madame Labelle? I frowned, remembering the woman's familiarity with Tremblay the night of the robbery. She'd claimed her presence had been coincidental, but I tensed in realization. The seal on the Archbishop's tip, the letter he'd thrown in the fire, had been shaped like a rose. And Ansel's stammered description of the informant had been clear. She had bright red hair and was very, very beautiful. Perhaps Madame Labelle's presence hadn't been coincidental after all. Perhaps she had known the witch would be there. And if so, I shared a meaningful look with Jean-Luc, who pursed his lips and nodded as he, too, drew the connection. We'd be speaking with Madame Labelle very soon. Yes, the heathen paused to scratch out Morgane LeBlanc's eyes with a fingernail. I was surprised she didn't trace a mustache in the charcoal. She tries to lure us into indentures with the Belrose every few weeks. We keep refusing her. Drives her mad. Jean-Luc broke the shocked silence, sounding genuinely amused. So, you really are a whore? Too far. Don't, I growled, voice low, call my wife a whore. He held up his hands in apology. Of course, how crass of me. Do continue the interrogation, Captain, unless you think we'll need the thumbscrews. She fixed him with a steely smile. That won't be necessary. I gave her a pointed look. It won't? She reached up and patted my cheek. I'll be more than happy to continue. As long as you say please. If I hadn't known better, the gesture would have felt affectionate. But I did know better. And this wasn't affection, this was patronization. Even here, now, surrounded by my brethren, she dared to goad me, to humiliate me, my wife. No, Lou. I could no longer deny the name suited her. A man's name, short, strong, ridiculous. I caught her hand and squeezed, a warning mitigated by my burning cheeks. We'll dispatch men to interrogate these enemies, but first, we need to know everything that happened that night. I paused despite myself, ignoring my brother's furious mutters. Please. A truly frightening grin split her face.
The Forbidden Infirmary. Lou. My tongue was thick and heavy from talking when my darling husband escorted me back to our room. I'd given them an abbreviated version of the tale, how Coco and I had eavesdropped on Tremblay and Madame Labelle, how we'd planned to rob him that night, how we'd stolen from his vault, but Boss, I hadn't bothered concealing his name, as the idiot hadn't bothered concealing mine, had pocketed everything when the chasseurs arrived, how Andre and Gru had jumped me in that alley, how they'd almost killed me. I'd really emphasized that point. I hadn't mentioned Angelica's ring, or Madame Labelle's interest in it, or Tremblay's trafficking, or anything that might further connect me to the witches. I walked a thin line as it was, and I didn't need to give them another reason to tie me to the stake. I knew Madame Labelle and Tremblay wouldn't risk incriminating themselves by mentioning the ring. I hoped Andre and Gru were intelligent enough to follow suit. Even if they didn't, even if they stupidly revealed they'd known about Angelica's ring without reporting it, it would be our word against theirs. The honor of Monsieur Tremblay, the king's vicomte, was surely worth more than the honor of a couple of criminals. It also didn't hurt that my husband was in love with his daughter. Either way, judging by the furious gleam in said husband's eyes, Andre and Gru were in for a thrashing. You're my wife now, whether we like it or not. No man will ever touch you that way again. I almost cackled. All in all, it hadn't been a bad afternoon. My husband was still the most pompous ass in an entire tower of pompous asses, but somehow that had been easy to overlook in the dungeon. He'd actually defended me, or at least come as close as he was capable without his virtue imploding. When we reached our room, I headed straight for the tub, craving time alone to think, to plan. I'm taking a bath. If my suspicions were correct, and they usually were, the tree man from yesterday had disappeared to the forbidden upper floors, perhaps to an infirmary, a laboratory, a furnace. No. The chasseurs would never murder innocent people, though burning innocent women and children at the stake seemed like it should qualify. But I'd heard the chasseurs' tired argument. There was a difference between murdering and killing. Murder was unjustified. What they did to the witches, well, we deserved it. I turned on the tap and perched on the edge of the tub. Bigotry aside, I'd never considered where the witch's victims actually went, why there weren't bodies littering the streets after every attack. All those attacks, all those victims. If such a place existed, it was surely doused in magic. Just the sort of cover I needed.
Wait.
His heavy footsteps halted just behind me.
We have things to discuss.
Things. The word had never sounded so tedious. I didn't turn around.
Such as? Your new arrangements.
Arrangements? Now I did turn, stomach sinking. You mean my new warden? He inclined his head.
If you'd like. You disobeyed me this morning. I told you not to leave the tower.
Shit. Being watched, that didn't work for me. Didn't work for me at all. I had plans for this evening. Namely, a little jaunt to the forbidden upper floors, and I'd be damned if another pompous ass would stand in my way. If I was right, if the tower held magic, it was a visit I needed to make alone. I took my time mulling over an answer, meticulously unlacing my boots and placing them beside the washroom door, tying my hair on top of my head, unwrapping the dressing on my arm. He waited patiently for me to finish. Damn him. Exhausting all my options, I finally turned around. Perhaps I could deter him. Surely he didn't want his new bride to spend ungodly amounts of time with another man. I labored under no delusions he liked me, but men of the church tended to be possessive of their things. Go ahead, then. I smiled pleasantly. Bring him in. For your sake, he'd better be handsome. His eyes hardened, and he walked around me to turn off the tap.
Why would he need to be handsome?
I strolled to the bed and fell back, rolling to my stomach and propping a pillow beneath my chin. I batted my lashes at him. Well, we are going to be spending quite a bit of time together, unchaperoned. He clenched his jaw so tight it looked likely to snap in two.
He is your chaperone.
Oh, right. I waved a hand. Do continue.
His name is Ansel. He's 16.
Ooh! I waggled my brows, grinning. A bit young, isn't he?
He's perfectly capable.
I like them young, though. I ignored his flushing face and tapped my lip thoughtfully. Easier to train that way.
And he shows great promise as a potential.
Perhaps I'll give him his first kiss, I mused. No, I'll do him one better. I'll give him his first fuck. My articulate husband choked on the rest of his words, eyes boggling.
What did you just say?
Hearing impairment. It was getting alarming. Oh, don't be so priggish, Shuss. I leapt up and crossed the room, flinging the desk drawer open and snatching the leather notebook I'd found. A journal, stuffed full of love letters from none other than Mademoiselle Célie Tremblay. I snorted at the irony. No wonder he loathed me. February 12th. God took special care in forming Célie. His eyes grew impossibly wider, and he lunged for the journal. I dodged, cackling, and ran into the washroom, locking the door behind me. His fists pounded against the wood.
Give me that!
I grinned and continued reading. I longed to look upon her face again. Surely there's nothing more beautiful in all the world than her smile, except, of course, her eyes, or her laugh, or her lips. My, Shuss. Surely thinking of a woman's mouth is impious. What would our dear Archbishop say?
Open this door!
The wood strained as he pounded against it.
Right now!
But I fear I'm being selfish. Célie has made it clear that my purpose is with my brotherhood.
Open this door!
Though I admire her selflessness, I cannot bring myself to agree with her. Any solution that separates us is not a solution at all.
I'm warning you.
You're warning me? What are you going to do? Break down the door? I laughed harder. Actually do it. I dare you. Turning my attention back to his journal, I continued to read. I must confess, she still haunts my thoughts. Days and nights blur together as one, and I struggle to focus on anything but her memory. My training suffers. I cannot eat. I cannot sleep. There is only her. Good God, Shuss. This is getting depressing. Romantic, of course, but still a little melodramatic for my taste. Something heavy crashed into the door, and the wood splintered. My livid husband's arm smashed through, again and again, until a sizable hole revealed his brilliant crimson face. I laughed, chucking the journal through the splinters before he could reach my neck. It bounced off his nose and skidded across the floor. If he hadn't been so obnoxiously virtuous, I think he would have sworn. After reaching an arm through to unlock the door, he scrambled inside to collect the journal. Take it! I nearly cracked a rib from trying not to laugh. I've already read enough. Quite touching stuff, really. If possible, her letters were even worse. He snarled and advanced on me. You read my personal, my private. How else could I get to know you? I asked sweetly, dancing around the tub as he approached. His nostrils flared, and he looked closer to breathing fire than anyone I'd ever known. And I'd known quite a few dragon-esque characters. You... Words seemed to be failing him. I braced myself, waiting for the inevitable. You devil! And there it was. The worst someone like my upstanding husband could invent. The devil. I failed to hide my grin. See? You've gotten to know me all by yourself. I winked at him as we circled the tub. You're much cleverer than you look. I tilted my head, pursing my lips in consideration. Though you were stupid enough to leave your most intimate correspondences lying around for anyone to read, and you keep a journal. Perhaps you aren't so clever after all. He glared at me, chest heaving with each breath. After a few more seconds, his eyes closed. I watched in fascination as his lips subconsciously formed the words 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. I couldn't help it. Truly, I couldn't. I burst out laughing. His eyes snapped open and he gripped the journal so hard he nearly tore it in half. Spinning on his heel, he stormed back into the bedroom. Ansel will be here any moment. He'll fix the door. Wait, what? My laughter ceased abruptly, and I hurried after him, careful of the splintered wood. You still want to leave me with a guard? I'll corrupt him! He grabbed his coat and stuffed his arms inside. I told you, he snarled. You broke trust. I can't watch you all the time. Ansel will do it for me. Jerking open the door to the corridor, he shouted, Ansel! Within seconds, a young chasseur poked his head in. Wildly curly brown hair fell in his eyes, and his body had the appearance of being stretched somehow, like he'd grown too much in too little time. Beyond his gangly frame, however, he was actually quite handsome, almost androgynous with his smooth olive skin and long curling eyelashes. Curiously, he wore a coat of pale blue, rather than the deep royal blue typical of chasseurs. Yes, Captain? You're on guard duty now. My infuriating husband's gaze was knife-like as he looked back at me. Don't let her out of your sight. Ansel's eyes turned pleading. But what about the interrogations? You're needed here. His words held no room for argument. I almost felt sorry for the boy, or I would have if his presence hadn't foiled my entire evening. I'll be back in a few hours. Don't listen to a word she says, and make sure she stays put. We watched him close the door in sullen silence. Right. This was fine. I was nothing if not adaptable. Sinking back onto the bed, I groaned theatrically and muttered, This should be fun. At my words, Ansel straightened his shoulders. Don't talk to me. I snorted. This is going to be quite boring if I'm not allowed to talk.
Well, you're not, so stop.
Charming. Silence descended between us. I kicked my feet against the bed frame. He looked anywhere but at me. After a few long moments, I asked, "Is there anything to do here?" His mouth thinned.
I said stop talking.
Maybe a library? Stop talking! I'd love to go outside. Bit of fresh air, bit of sunshine. I motioned to his pretty skin. You might want to wear a hat, though.
As if I'd take you outside, he sneered. I'm not stupid, you know.
I sat up earnestly.
And neither am I. Look, I know I would never get past you. You're much too, tall. Great long legs like yours would run me down in an instant.
He frowned, but I flashed him a winning smile.
If you don't want to take me outside, why don't you give me a tour of the tower instead?
But he was already shaking his head.
Reed told me you were tricky. Asking for a tour is hardly tricky, Ansel. No, he said firmly. We're not going anywhere, and you will address me as Initiate Diggory.
My grin vanished.
Are we long-lost cousins, then?
His brows furrowed.
No. You just said your surname is Diggory. That's also my unfortunate husband's surname. Are the two of you related? No.
He looked away quickly to stare at his boots.
That's the surname all the unwanted children are given.
Unwanted? I asked, curious despite myself. He scowled at me.
Orphans.
For some unfathomable reason, my chest constricted. Oh. I paused in search of the right words, but found none. None except, would it help if I told you I don't have the best relationship with my own mother? His scowl only deepened.
At least you have a mother.
I wish I didn't.
You can't mean that.
I do. Truer words had never been spoken. Every day of the last 2 years, every moment, every second, I'd wished her away. Wished I'd been born someone else, anyone else. I offered him a small smile.
I'd trade places with you in an instant, Ansel. Just the parentage, not the dreadful outfit. That shade of blue really isn't my color.
He straightened his coat defensively.
I told you to stop talking.
I fell back on the bed in resignation. Now that I'd heard his confession, the next part of my plan, the, guileful part, left a sour taste in my mouth. But it didn't matter. To Ansel's annoyance, I began to hum.
No humming, either.
I ignored him.
Big Titty Liddy was not very pretty, but her bosom was big as a barn, I sang. Her creamery knockers drove men off their rockers, but she was blind to their charms. Stop!
His face burned so vivid as scarlet it rivaled my husband's.
What are you doing? That's indecent.
Of course it is. It's a pub song.
You've been in a pub?
He asked, flabbergasted.
But you're a woman!
It took every drop of my willpower not to roll my eyes. Whoever had taught these men about women had been heinously out of touch with reality. It was almost as if they'd never met a real woman, not a ludicrous pipe dream like Seeley. I had a duty to this poor boy.
There are lots of women in pubs, Ansel. We aren't like you think. We can do anything you can do, and probably better. There's a whole world outside this church, you know. I could show you if you wanted.
His expression hardened, though pink still bloomed in his cheeks.
No more talking, no more humming, no more singing. Just stop being you for a little while, eh?
I can't make any promises, I said seriously. But if you gave me a tour—
Not happening.
Fine.
Big Willy Billy talked sort of silly, I bellowed. But his knob was as long as his— Stop!
Ansel waved his hands, cheeks flaming anew.
I'll take you on a tour. Just please stop singing about that.
I rose to my feet, clasping my hands together and beaming. Voila. Unfortunately, Ansel started our tour with the vast halls of Saint-Cécile. More unfortunate, he knew an absurd amount about each architectural feature of the cathedral, as well as the history of each relic and effigy and stained-glass window. After listening to his intellectual prowess for the first 15 minutes, I'd been mildly impressed. The boy was clearly intelligent. After listening to him for the next 4 hours, however, I'd longed to shatter the monstrance over his head. It had been a reprieve when he'd concluded the tour for dinner, promising to continue tomorrow. But he'd almost looked hopeful, as if at some point during our tour he'd started enjoying himself, as if he weren't used to having anyone's undivided attention, or perhaps having anyone listen to him at all. That hope in his doe-like eyes had quashed my urge to inflict bodily harm. I couldn't, however, be distracted from my purpose. When Ansel knocked on my door the next morning, my husband left us without a word, disappearing to wherever it was he went during the day. After the rest of my wardrobe had been delivered, we'd suffered a tense, silent evening together before I'd retired to the bathtub. His journal and Celie's letters had both mysteriously disappeared. Ansel turned to me hesitantly. "Do you still want to finish your tour? About that." I squared my shoulders, determined not to waste another day learning about a bone that might once have belonged to St. Constantine. As thrilling as our excursion was yesterday, I want to see the tower. "The tower?" He blinked in confusion. "But there's nothing here you haven't already seen. The dormitories, dungeon, commissary." "Nonsense, I'm sure I haven't seen everything." Ignoring his frown, I pushed him out the door before he could protest. It took another hour, after feigning interest in the tower's stables, training yard, and 23 cleaning closets, before I finally managed to drag Ansel back to the metal spiral staircase. "What's up there?" I asked, planting my feet when he tried to lead me back to the dormitories. "Nothing," he said swiftly. "You're a terrible liar." He tugged on my arm harder. "You're not allowed up there." "Why?" "Because you're not. Ansel." I stuck out my lip, wrapping my arms around his skinny bicep and batting my lashes. "I'll behave. I promise." He glowered at me. "I don't believe you." I dropped his arm and frowned. I had not just wasted the past hour waltzing about the tower with a pubescent boy, however adorable he might be, to trip at the finish line. "Fine. Then you leave me no choice." He eyed me warily. "What are you—" He broke off as I turned and dashed up the staircase. Though he was taller, I'd guessed correctly. He wasn't yet used to his gangling height, and his limbs were a mess of awkwardness. He stumbled after me, but it wasn't much of a chase. I'd already raced up several flights before he'd worked out how to use his legs. Skidding slightly at the top, I peered in dismay at the chasseur sitting guard outside the door. No, sleeping outside the door. Propped up in a rickety chair, he snored softly, his chin drooping to his chest and drool dampening his pale blue coat. I darted around him to the door, heart leaping when the handle turned. More doors lined the walls of the corridor beyond at regular intervals, but they weren't what made me lurch to a halt. No, it was the air. It swirled around me, tickling my nose, sweet and familiar, with just a hint of something darker lurking underneath. Something rotten. "You're here, you're here, you're here," it breathed. I grinned. Magic. But my grin quickly faltered. If I'd thought the dormitories were cold, I'd been wrong. This place was worse, much worse, almost forbidding. The sweetened air unnaturally still. 2 sets of clumsy footsteps broke the eerie silence. "Stop!" Ansel tumbled through the door after me, lost his footing, and crashed into my back. The guard outside the door, finally awake, and much younger than I'd first assumed, followed suit. We fell in a whirl of curses and tangled bodies.
Get off, Ansel! I'm trying. Who are you? You aren't supposed to be up here. Excuse me.
We looked up as one toward the tinny voice. It belonged to a frail, teetering old man in white robes and thick spectacles. He held a Bible in one hand and a curious device in the other, small and metal, with a sharp quill at the end of a cylinder. Shoving them both away and climbing to my feet, I searched frantically for something to say, for some reasonable explanation as to why we were wrestling in the middle of whatever this was. But the guard beat me to it.
I'm sorry, Your Reverence.
The boy shot us each a resentful look. His collar had creased his cheek during his nap, and a bit of drool had dried on his chin.
I have no idea who this girl is. Ansel let her in here. I did not.
Ansel colored indignantly, still out of breath.
You were asleep. Oh, dear.
The old man pushed his spectacles up the bridge of his nose to squint at us.
This won't do. This won't do at all.
Throwing caution to the winds, I opened my mouth to explain, but a smooth, familiar voice interrupted.
They're here to see me, Father.
I froze, surprise jolting through me. I knew that voice. I knew it better than my own. But it shouldn't have been here, in the heart of Chasseur Tower, when it was supposed to be hundreds of miles away. Dark, devious eyes settled on me. "Hello, Louise." I grinned in response, shaking my head in disbelief. Coco.
This is highly unusual, Mademoiselle Perrault, the priest wheezed, frowning. Private citizens are not allowed in the infirmary without advance notice.
Coco motioned me forward. But Louise isn't a private citizen, Father Orville. She's Captain Reed Diggory's wife. She turned back to the guard, who stood gaping at her. Ansel wore a similar expression, his eyes comically wide and his jaw hanging open. Dumbfounded. I resisted the urge to stuff his tongue back in his mouth. It wasn't as if they could even see her figure beneath her enormous white robe. Indeed, the starched fabric of her neckline rose to just below her chin, and her sleeves draped almost to the tips of her fingers, where white gloves concealed the rest. An inconvenient uniform if I'd ever seen one, but a most convenient disguise. "As you can see," she continued, skewering the guard with a pointed look, "your presence is no longer required. Might I suggest resuming your post? We wouldn't want the chasseurs to learn about this horrible miscommunication, would we?" The guard didn't need to be told twice. He hastened back out the door, stopping only when he'd crossed the threshold.
Just make sure she signs the register."
Then he closed the door with a rather relieved click.
Captain Reed Diggory, you say?
The priest stepped closer, tipping his head back to examine me through his spectacles. They magnified his eyes to an alarming size.
Oh, I've heard all about Reed Diggory and his new bride. You should be ashamed of yourself, madame, tricking a holy man into matrimony. It's ungodly.
Father. Coco placed a hand on his arm and fixed him with a steely smile. Louise is here to help me today, as penance.
Penance?
Oh, yes, I added, catching on and nodding enthusiastically. Ansel stared between us with a bewildered expression. I stomped on his foot. Father Orville didn't even blink, the blind old bat. You must allow me to atone for my sins, Father. I feel absolutely wretched about my behavior, and I've prayed long and hard about how best to punish myself. I slipped the last of the Archbishop's coin from my pocket. Thank goodness Father Orville hadn't noticed my pants. He'd probably have had a fit and died. I stuffed the coin into his palm. I pray you'll accept this indulgence to alleviate my sentence." He harumphed, but slid it into his robes. "I suppose caring for the sick is a worthy pursuit." "Fantastic!" Coco beamed and steered me away before he could change his mind. Ansel trailed behind, as if unsure where he was supposed to go. "We'll read them Proverbs." "Mind you follow protocol." Father Orville gestured to the washroom near the exit, where 2 pieces of parchment had been affixed to the wall. The first was clearly a register of names. I drifted closer to read the tiny script of the second. Infirmary Procedures, Western Entrance. As decreed by His Eminence, the Archbishop of Belterra, all guests of the Cathedral Infirmary must present their name and identification to the initiate on duty. Failure to do so will result in removal from the facilities and lawful action. Feuille-Mort Asylum representatives. Please check in at Father Orville's office. Packages are distributed from the eastern entrance. Clergymen and healers. Please utilize the register and inspection form located at the eastern entrance. The following procedures must be observed at all times. 1. The infirmary must remain clean and free of debris. 2. Irreverent language and behavior are not tolerated. 3. All guests must remain with a member of staff. Guests found unaccompanied will be escorted from the facilities. Lawful action may be taken. 4. All guests must wear appropriate garments. Upon entry, healers will distribute white robes to don over layperson garments. These robes must be returned to a member of staff before departure from the facilities. These robes aid odor control throughout Cathédrale Sainte-Cécile de Césarine and Chasseur Tower. They are required. Failure to don robes will result in permanent removal from the facilities. 5. All guests must wash thoroughly before departure from the facilities. The guest inspection form is located in the washroom near the western entrance. Failure to pass inspection will result in permanent removal from the facilities. Holy hell. This place was a prison. "Of course, Father Orville." Coco grabbed my hand and steered me away from the sign. "We'll stay out of your hair. You won't even notice we're here. And you—" She glanced over her shoulder at Ansel. "Run along and play. We don't require further assistance."
"But Reed—"
"Come now, Ansel." Father Orville made to clasp Ansel's shoulder and found his elbow instead. "Let the young ladies tend the sick beds. You and I shall join in prayerful communion until they are done. I have accomplished all I can with the poor souls this morning. I regret, too, our heading for Feuille-Mort in the morning, as their souls are unresponsive to my healing hand." His voice trailed off as he led Ansel down the corridor. Ansel threw a pleading look over his shoulder before disappearing around the bend. "Feuille-Mort?" I asked curiously. "Shh, not yet," Coco whispered. She opened a door at random and pushed me through. At the sound of our entrance, the man's head twisted toward us, and kept twisting. We watched in horror, frozen as he crept from the bed on inverted limbs, his joints bending and popping from their sockets unnaturally. An animalistic gleam lit his eyes, and he hissed, scuttling toward us like a spider. "What in the— Out! Out! Out!" Coco shoved me from the room and slammed the door shut. The man's body thudded against it, and he let out a strange wail. She took a deep breath, smoothing her healer's robes. "Okay, let's try that again." I eyed the door apprehensively. "Must we?" She cracked another door open and peered inside. "This one should be fine." I peeked over her shoulder and saw a woman reading quietly. When she looked up at us, I jerked back, lifting a fist to my mouth. Her skin moved, like thousands of tiny insects crawled just beneath the surface. "No." Shaking my head, I backed away quickly. I can't do bugs." The woman held up a pleading hand. "Stay, please." A swarm of locusts burst from her open mouth, choking her, and tears of blood streamed down her cheeks. We slammed the door on her sobs. "I choose the next door." Chest heaving inexplicably, I considered my options, but the doors were all identical. Who knew what fresh horrors lay beyond? Male voices drifted toward us from a door at the end of the corridor, joined by the gentle clinking of metal. Morbidly curious, I inched toward it, but Coco stilled me with a curt shake of her head. "What is this place, anyway?" I asked. "Hell." She guided me up the corridor, casting a furtive look over her shoulder. "You don't want to go down there. It's where the priests experiment." "Experiment?" "I stumbled in last night while they were dissecting the brain of a patient." She opened another door, surveying the room carefully before pushing it open wider. "They're trying to understand where magic comes from." Inside, an elderly gentleman lay chained to an iron bedpost. He stared blankly at the ceiling. Clink. Pause. Clink. Pause. Clink. I looked closer and gasped. His fingers were tipped with black, his nails elongated and sharpened into points. He tapped his forearm with his pointer finger rhythmically. With each tap, a bead of inky blood welled, too dark to be natural. Poisonous. Hundreds of other marks already discolored his entire body, even his face. None had healed over. All wept black blood. Metallic rot mingled with the sweet scent of magic in the air. Clink. Pause. Clink. Bile rose in my throat. He looked less a man now and more a creature of nightmares and shadows. Coco closed the door behind us, and his milky eyes found mine. The hair on my neck stood up. "It's just Monsieur Bernard." Coco crossed the room and scooped up one of the manacles. He must have slipped his chains again. Holy hell. I drifted closer as she gently clasped the manacle back around the man's free hand. He continued staring at me with those empty eyes, unblinking. What happened to him? The same thing that happened to everyone else up here. She smoothed his limp hair from his face. Witches. I swallowed hard and walked to his bedside, where a Bible sat atop a lonely iron chair. Glancing at the door, I lowered my voice. Perhaps we could help him. Coco sighed. It's no use. The chasseurs brought him in early this morning. They found him wandering outside La Forêt des Yeux. She touched the blood on his hand and lifted it to her nose, inhaling. His nails are poisoned. He'll be dead soon. That's why the priests have kept him here, instead of sending him to the asylum. Heaviness settled in my chest as I eyed the dying man. And what was that torture device Father Orville was carrying? She grinned. You mean the Bible? Very funny. No, I meant the metal thing. It looked sharp. Her grin faded. It is sharp. It's called a syringe. The priests use them for injections. Injections? Coco leaned back against the wall and crossed her arms. The white of her robes nearly blended into the pale stone, giving the illusion of a floating head staring at me across Monsieur Bernard's body. I shuddered again. This place gave me the creeps. That's what they're calling them. Her eyes darkened. But I've seen what they can do. The priests have been tampering with poison, hemlock specifically. They've been testing it on the patients to perfect the dosage. I think they're creating a weapon to use against the witches. Dread crept down my spine. But the church thinks only flame can truly kill a witch. Though they might call us demons, they know we're mortal. We bleed like humans, feel pain like humans. But the injections aren't meant to kill us. They cause paralysis. The chasseurs will just have to get close enough to inject us, and we're as good as dead. A moment passed as I tried to grasp this disturbing development. I glanced down at Monsieur Bernard, a bitter taste coating my mouth. Remembered the insects crawling beneath a woman's skin only a few doors down, the bloody tears on her cheeks. Perhaps the priests weren't the only ones to blame. Paralysis, or even the stake, was preferable to some fates. "What are you doing here, Mademoiselle Perrault?" I finally asked. At least she hadn't used her real name. The Montvoisin family had a certain notoriety. "You're supposed to be hiding with your aunt." She actually had the gall to pout. "I could ask you the same question. How could you not invite me to your wedding?" A bubble of laughter escaped my lips. It sounded eerie in the stillness. Monsieur Bernard's nail tapped against his manacle now. Clink, clink, clink. I ignored him. "Trust me, if I would have had any say in the guest list, you would have been there." "Maid of honor?" "Of course." Slightly appeased, Coco sighed and shook her head. "Married to a chasseur. When I heard the news, I didn't believe it." A small grin touched her lips. "You've got balls the size of boulders." I laughed louder this time. "You are so depraved, Coco. And what of your husband's balls?" She waggled her eyebrows fiendishly. "How do they compare to Boz's?" "What do you know about Boz's balls?" My cheeks hurt from smiling. I knew it was wrong, what with the cursed, dying Monsieur Bernard lying next to me, but the heaviness in my chest gradually eased as Coco and I fell back into our easy banter. It felt good to see a friendly face after wading through a sea of hostile ones for 2 straight days, and to know she was safe. For now. She sighed dramatically and refolded the blanket atop Monsieur Bernard. He didn't stop clinking. "You talk in your sleep. I had to live vicariously." Her smile faded when she looked back at me. She nodded to my bruises. "Did your husband do that?" "Courtesy of Andre, unfortunately." "I wonder how Andre would fare without his balls. Perhaps I'll pay him a little visit." "Don't bother. I set the chasseurs on him, on both of them." "What?" Her eyes widened in delight as I recounted the interrogation. "You fiendish little witch," she crowed when I'd finished. "Shh." I stole to the door and pressed my ear against the wood, listening for signs of movement outside. "Do you want them to catch us? Speaking of which..." I turned back to face her when I was sure no one hovered outside. "What are you doing here?" "I came to rescue you, of course." I rolled my eyes. Of course. One of the healers resigned her post to get married last week. The fathers needed a replacement. I gave her a hard look. "And you know this how?" "Easy." She sank onto the end of the bed. Monsieur Bernard kept clinking away, though thankfully turned his disturbing stare to her now instead. "I waited for her replacement to show up early yesterday morning and convinced her I would be the better candidate." "What? How?" "I asked her nicely, of course." She fixed me with a pointed stare before rolling her eyes. "How do you think? I stole her letter of recommendation and bewitched her into forgetting her own name. The real Brie Perrault is currently vacationing in Amaris, and no one will ever know the difference." "Coco, what a stupid risk. I've been trying to find a way to speak with you all day, but the priests are relentless. I've been in training." She pursed her lips at the word before drawing a wrinkled piece of parchment from her robes. I didn't recognize the spiked handwriting, but I did recognize the dark stain of blood, the sharp scent of blood magic. "I sent a letter to my aunt, and she's agreed to protect you. You can come back with me. The Coven is camped near the city, but they won't remain there long. They're heading north within the fortnight. We can sneak out of here before anyone knows you're gone. My stomach sank. Coco, Sighing, I looked around the austere room for an explanation. I couldn't tell her I didn't trust her aunt, or anyone except her for that matter. Not really. I think this might be the safest place for me right now. A chasseur literally just took an oath to protect me. I don't like it. She shook her head fervently and rose to her feet. You're playing with fire here, Lou. Sooner or later you will get burnt. I grinned half-heartedly. Let's hope for later, then. She glared at me. This isn't funny. You're leaving your safety, your life, up to men who'll burn you if they discover what you are. My grin faded. No, I'm not. When she looked likely to argue, I spoke over her. I'm not, I swear I'm not. It's why I came up here today, why I'll keep coming up here every day until she comes for me. Because she will come for me, Coco. I won't be able to hide forever. I paused, taking a deep breath. And when she does, I'm going to be ready. No more depending on tricks and costumes, or Babette's reconnaissance, or Boz's lineage, or you. I gave her an apologetic smile and twisted Angelica's ring on my finger. It's time I start being proactive. If this ring hadn't been in Tremblay's vault, I would have been in serious shit. I've let myself grow weak. The risk of discovery outside this corridor is too great, but here I can practice, and no one will ever know. She smiled, slow and broad, and looped her arm through mine. That's more like it. Except you're wrong about one thing. You'll absolutely keep depending on me, because I'm not going anywhere. We'll practice together. I frowned, torn between begging her to stay and forcing her to go. But it wasn't my decision. And I already knew what she'd tell me if I tried to force her to do anything. I'd learned my favorite swear words from her, after all. It'll be dangerous. Even with the smell disguising the magic, the chasseurs could still discover us. In which case you'll need me here, she pointed out, so I can drain all the blood from their bodies. I stared at her. Can you do that? I'm not sure. She winked and bade goodbye to Monsieur Bernard. Perhaps we should find out. The escape. Lou. Lavender-scented bubbles and warm water were lapping around my ribs when my husband returned later that afternoon. His voice echoed through the walls. Is she in there? Yes, but... The tête carré didn't pause to listen, or to question why Ansel stood in the corridor instead of in the bedroom. I grinned in anticipation. Though he was going to ruin my bath, the look on his face would make up for it. Sure enough, he burst into the bedroom a second later. I watched as his eyes swept the room, searching for me. Ansel had removed the washroom door in an attempt to patch the hole my husband had punched through it earlier, but I hadn't waited for him to finish. The frame now stood gloriously empty, a perfect showcase for my soapy, naked skin. And his humiliation. It didn't take long for him to find me. That same wonderful choking noise burst from his throat, and his eyes widened. I gave a cheery wave. Hello there. What are you, Ansel? He nearly collided with the doorframe in his effort to flee. I asked you to fix the door. Ansel's voice rose hysterically. There wasn't time. With a growl of impatience, my husband slammed the bedroom door shut. I imagined a bubble as his face and flicked it, then another, and another. You're very rude to him, you know. He didn't speak, probably trying to control the blood rushing to his face. I could still see it, though. It crept up his neck and blended into his coppery hair. Leaning forward, I folded my arms over the edge of the tub. Where have you been? His back stiffened, but he didn't turn.
We didn't catch them.
Andre and Gru? He nodded. So what happens now?
We have chasseurs monitoring East End. With any luck, we'll apprehend them soon, and they'll each spend several years in prison for assault.
After they give you information on my friend.
After they give me information on the witch.
I rolled my eyes, flinging water at the back of his head. It soaked his copper hair and cascaded down the collar of his shirt. He whirled indignantly, fists clenched, then stopped short, slamming his eyes shut.
Can you put something on?
He waved a hand in my direction, the other firmly pressed against his eyes.
I can't talk to you when you're sitting there...
Naked? His teeth clamped together with an audible snap.
Yes.
Sorry, but no. I haven't finished washing my hair yet. I slid back beneath the bubbles with an irritated sigh. Water lapped against my collarbone. But you can look now. All my fun bits are covered. He cracked an eye open. Upon seeing me safely beneath the foam, he relaxed, or relaxed as much as someone like him was capable. He had a permanent stick up his ass, this husband of mine. He moved closer cautiously and leaned against the empty doorframe. I ignored him, dumping more of the lavender soap in my palm. We were both silent as he watched me lather my hair.
Where did you get those scars?
He asked. I didn't pause. Though mine were nothing compared to Coco's and Babette's, I still had quite a few. A hazard of a life on the streets. Which ones?
All of them.
I risked a glance at him then, and my heart plummeted when I realized he was staring at my throat. I directed him to my shoulder instead, pointing at the long, jagged line there. Ran into the wrong end of a knife. I held up my elbow to show him another speckling of scars. Tangled with a barbed wire fence. Tapped beneath my collarbone. Another knife. That one hurt like a bitch, too. He ignored my language, eyes inscrutable as he stared at me.
Who did it?
Andre. I dipped my hair back into the water, smiling when he averted his eyes. Hair clean, I wrapped my arms around my shins and rested my chin on my knees. He got the jump on me when I first arrived in the city. He sighed heavily, as if he were suddenly weary.
I'm sorry we didn't find them.
You will.
Oh?
They aren't the brightest. They'll probably show up here by morning, demanding to know why you're searching for them. He chuckled and rubbed his neck, emphasizing the curve of his bicep. He'd rolled up his shirt sleeve since the interrogation, and I couldn't help but trace the long line of his forearm to his hand, to his calloused fingers, to the fine copper hair dusting his skin. He cleared his throat and dropped his arm hastily.
I should go. We're interrogating Madame Labelle soon. Then the other one, the thief at Tremblay's, Bastien Saint-Pierre.
My heart stopped, and I pitched forward, sloshing bubbles and water in every direction. Not Baz. He nodded, eyes narrowing. But he escaped.
We found him skulking outside a back entrance to Soleil et Lune.
Disapproval radiated from him.
It's just as well. The constabulary would have arrested him sooner or later. He killed one of Tremblay's guards.
Holy hell. I sat back, chest tightening as panic clawed up my throat, and fought to control my breathing. What will happen to him? His eyebrows drew together in surprise.
Well, he'll hang.
Shit. Shit. Of course Baz had been arrested. Of course he'd murdered a guard instead of knocking him unconscious. Why had the idiot been at Soleil et Lune in the first place? He'd known they were looking for him. He'd known. Why hadn't he fled? Why hadn't he been halfway across the sea? Why hadn't he been, well, Baz? Despite the warm bath water, goose flesh rose on my skin. Could he Could he have come back from me? Hope and despair warred in my chest, equally hideous, but panic soon conquered them both. You have to let me see him. That's out of the question. Please! I loathed the word, but if he refused, if pleading didn't work, I'd have only one option. Magic outside the infirmary was a huge risk, but it was one I'd have to take. Because Boz knew about Coco, yes, but he also knew about me. I wondered how much information on two witches was worth. His life? His prison sentence? A fair trade in the eye of the chasseurs, and one Boz was sure to make. Even if he had come back for me, he wouldn't hesitate with his life in the balance. I cursed myself for confiding in him. I'd known his character. I'd known who he was. Yet still I'd allowed myself to relax, to spill my deepest secrets. Well, one of them anyway. And now I would pay the price, as would Coco. Stupid. So stupid. Please, I repeated. My husband blinked at the word, clearly stunned, but his shock soon gave way to suspicion. He scowled. Why are you so concerned about him? He's a friend. I didn't care that my voice sounded desperate. A dear friend. Of course he is. At my pained expression, he glared at the ceiling and added, almost reluctantly, He'll have a chance to save himself. How so? Though I already knew the answer, I held my breath, dreading his next words. The witch is still our priority, he confirmed. If he gives us information that leads to its capture, his sentence will be reevaluated. I clutched the edge of the tub for support, forcing myself to remain calm. My other hand rose to stroke the scar at my throat, an instinctive, agitated gesture. After a long moment, his voice drifted toward me on a whisper. Are you well? You look pale. When I didn't answer, he strode across the room and crouched beside the tub. I didn't care that the bubbles were thinning. Apparently, neither did he. He reached out and touched a strand of hair by my ear. Soap came away on his fingers. You missed a spot. I said nothing as he pooled water in his palm and let it trickle down my hair. But my breath caught when his fingers hovered above my throat. How did you get this one? He murmured. Swallowing hard, I searched for a lie and found none. That's a story for another day, Shuss. He leaned back on his heels, blue eyes searching my face. I covered the scar instinctively and stared at my reflection in the soapy water. After everything I'd been through, after everything I'd endured, I would not burn for Boz. I was no one's sacrifice. Not then, not now, not ever. There was only one thing to do. I would have to save him. My husband left me a few moments later to return to the council room. Vaulting from the tub, I hastened to find the candle I'd hidden within the linen cupboard. I'd nicked it from the sanctuary during Ansel's tour yesterday. With quick, practiced movements, I lit the wax and set it on the desk. Herbal smoke immediately overpowered the room, and I sighed in relief. The smell wasn't quite right, but it was close enough. By the time he returned, the magic would have faded. Hopefully. After pacing the room frenetically for several long minutes, I forced myself to sit on the bed, waited impatiently for Ansel to return. He was young, easily turned perhaps. At least that's what I told myself. After an eternity and a day, he knocked on the door. Come in! He walked into the room warily, eyes darting to the washroom, clearly checking to make sure I was properly clothed. I stood and took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. I only hoped Ansel wasn't wearing his Belisarda. Smiling coyly, I locked eyes with him as he stepped farther into the room. My skin tingled in anticipation. I missed you. He blinked at my strange voice, brows furrowing. Sauntering closer, I placed a hand on his forearm. He made to jerk away, but paused at the last second. He blinked again. I drew up against his chest and drank in his scent, his essence. My skin shone against the pale blue of his coat. We gazed at the glow together, lips parting. So strong, I breathed. The words flowed deep and resonant from my lips. So worthy. They have made a mistake in underestimating you. A range of emotions flitted across his face at my words, at my touch. Confusion, panic, desire. I trailed a finger down his cheek. He didn't lean away from the contact. I see the greatness in you, Ansel. You will kill many witches. His eyelashes fluttered softly, and then nothing. He was mine. I wrapped my arms around his narrow waist, glowing all the brighter. Will you help me? He nodded, eyes wide as he stared down at me. I kissed his palm and closed my eyes, breathing deeply. Thank you, Ansel. The rest was easy. I allowed him to lead me to the dungeon. Instead of proceeding down the narrow stairwell to the council room, however, we veered right, to the cells where they held Boz. The chasseurs, my husband included, still questioned Madame la Belle, and only 2 guards stood outside the cells. They wore pale blue coats like Ansel. They turned to us in bewilderment as we approached, their hands immediately reaching for weapons, but not Belisarda's. I smiled as shimmering gold patterns materialized between us. They thought they were safe inside their tower. So foolish, so careless. Catching at a web of patterns, I clenched my fists and sighed as my affectionate memories of Boz, the love I'd once felt, the warmth he'd once brought me, slipped into oblivion. The guards crumpled to the floor, and the cords disappeared in a burst of shimmering dust. Memory for memory, the voice in my head crooned. A worthy price. It is better this way. Boz's eyes shone triumphant as he beheld me. I drifted closer to the cell, tilting my head to the side as I examined him. They'd shaved his head and stubble in prison to prevent lice. It didn't suit him. Lou! He clenched the bars and pressed his face between them. Panic flared in his eyes. Thank God you're here. My cousin tried to bond me out, but they wouldn't listen. They're going to hang me, Lou, if I don't tell them about Coco. He broke off, true fear distorting his features at the distant, otherworldly look on my face. My skin glowed brighter. Ansel dropped to his knees behind me. What are you doing? Boz ground his palms against his eyes in an attempt to fight off the charm emanating from me. Don't do this. I'm sorry I left you at Tremblay's. You know I'm not as brave or as clever as you and Coco. It was wrong of me. I should have stayed. I should have helped. A shudder racked his body as I drew closer, and I smiled, small and cold. Oh, please, he begged. Another shudder, stronger this time. I wouldn't have told them anything about you. You know that. No, please don't. His shoulders drooped, and when his hands fell to his sides once more, his face was blissfully blank. So clever, Boz. So cunning. You always had such pretty words. I cupped his face through the cell door. I'm going to give you something, Boz. And in return, you are going to give something to me. How does that sound? He nodded and smiled. I leaned closer and kissed his lips, tasted his breath. He sighed in contentment. I am going to free you. All I ask for in return are your memories. I tightened my fingers on his cheek, on the gold swirling around his handsome face. He didn't struggle as my fingernails bit into his skin, pricked the tiny silver scar on his jaw. I wondered briefly how he'd gotten it. When I finished, when the golden mist had stolen every memory of my face and Coco's from his mind, Boz fell to the floor. His face bled due to my nails, but otherwise he would recover. I bent to retrieve the keys from the guard's belt and dropped them beside him. Then I turned to Ansel. "Your turn, precious." I knelt next to him and wrapped my hands around his shoulders, brushing my lips against his cheek. "This might hurt a little." Concentrating on the scene before us, I stole the memory from Ansel's mind. It took only a few seconds before he too fell to the floor. I struggled to remain conscious, but black seeped into the edges of my vision as I repeated the process on the guards. I had to pay the price. I had taken, and now I must give. Nature demanded balance. Swaying slightly, I toppled over Ansel and surrendered to the darkness. I blinked awake a short time later. My head throbbed, but I ignored it, climbing hastily to my feet. The cell door was open and Boz was gone. Ansel, however, showed no signs of stirring. I bit my lip, deliberating. He'd be punished if found outside a prisoner's empty cell, especially with 2 guards unconscious at his feet. Worse, he'd have no memory of how he'd gotten there, and no way to defend himself. Scowling, I massaged my temples and tried to formulate a plan. I needed to hurry, needed to somehow wash the smell of magic from my skin before the chasseurs caught up to me. But I couldn't just leave him. Seeing no alternative, I hoisted him up beneath his armpits and dragged him away. We'd only made it a few paces when my knees began to buckle. He was heavier than he looked. Angry voices reached me when I neared the staircase. Though Ansel was finally beginning to stir, I wasn't strong enough to haul him up each step. The voices grew louder. Cursing silently, I pushed him through the first door I saw and edged it shut behind us. My breath left me in a relieved whoosh when I straightened and looked around. A library. We were in a library. Small and unadorned, like everything else in this wretched place, but still a library. Footsteps stormed up and down the corridor, and more voices added to the cacophony.
"He's gone! Search the tower!"
But the library door remained miraculously closed. Praying it would remain that way, I heaved Ansel into one of the reading chairs. He blinked at me, his eyes struggling to focus, before slurring, "Where are we?" "The library." I threw myself into the chair next to him and pulled a book at random from the shelf. 12 treatises of occult extermination. Of course. My hands shook with the effort not to rip the hideous pages from their binding. We were just in the infirmary with Father Orville and Mademoiselle Perrault. You brought me down here to... I tossed 12 treatises on the nearest table and reached for the leather-bound Bible beside it. "To educate me. That's it." "What?" I groaned as the door burst open and my husband and Jean-Luc pounded in.
"It was you, wasn't it?"
Jean-Luc advanced toward me with murder in his eyes. My husband stepped forward, but Ansel was already there. He swayed slightly on his feet, but his eyes sharpened at Jean-Luc's approach.
"What are you talking about? What's happened?"
"The prisoner escaped," Jean-Luc snarled. Beside him, my husband stilled, his nostrils flaring. Shit, the smell. It still clung to Ansel and me like a second skin, trailing from the empty cell straight to us.
"His cell is empty. The guards were knocked unconscious."
I was doomed. Good and truly doomed this time. Gripping the Bible tighter to keep my hands from trembling, I met each of their gazes with forced calm. At least the chasseurs would burn me. Not a drop of my blood would be spilled. I savored that small victory. My husband watched me through narrowed eyes.
"What is that smell?"
More footsteps thudded outside, and Coco skidded into the room before I could answer. A fresh wave of sickly sweet air washed over us at her arrival, and my heart lodged firmly in my throat. I overheard the priests talking about the prisoner's escape." Her breath came out in short pants, and she clutched her side. When her eyes found mine, however, she nodded reassuringly and straightened, ensuring her white healer's robe still covered every inch of her skin. "I came to see if I could help." Jean-Luc's nose wrinkled in distaste at the reek emanating from her.
"Who are you?"
"Brie Perrault." She swept into a curtsy, rapidly regaining her composure. "I'm the new healer in the infirmary." He frowned, unconvinced.
"Then you know healers aren't allowed free reign of the tower. You shouldn't be down here, especially with a prisoner roaming free."
Coco skewed him with a pointed look before appealing to my husband instead. "Captain Diggory, your wife accompanied me earlier while I read the patient's proverbs. Ansel escorted her. Isn't that right, Ansel?" God, she was brilliant. Ansel blinked at us, confusion clouding his eyes once more.
Yes."
He frowned and shook his head, obviously trying to account for the gap in his memories.
"You took a bath, but we did go to the infirmary."
His eyes narrowed in concentration.
I prayed with Father Orville."
I breathed a sigh of relief, hoping Ansel's memory stayed muddled.
"He can confirm?"
my husband asked.
"Yes, sir. Charming. However, that doesn't explain why the cell reeked of magic."
Clearly irritated by Coco's dismissal, Jean-Luc glowered between the three of us.
"Or the unconscious guards."
Coco fixed him with a razor-sharp smile. "Unfortunately, I was called away to attend a patient before I could instruct Madame Diggory in washing properly. She and Ansel left shortly after." My husband's eyes nearly burned my face.
"Naturally, you came here instead of returning to our room."
I willed myself to look repentant, returning the Bible to the table. With any luck, we might just be able to survive this mess.
Ansel wanted to teach me some verses, and I went to see him in his cell. Boz.
Fidgeting with a lock of hair, I looked up at him through lowered lashes.
"You said he might be hanged, and I wanted to speak with him before.
One last time. I'm sorry." He said nothing, only glared at me.
"And the guards?" Jean-Luc asked.
I rose and gestured to my small frame.
"You really think I could knock 2 fully grown men unconscious?"
My husband's reply came instantaneously.
"Yes."
Under different circumstances, I would have been flattered. Now, however, his unwavering faith in my abilities was damnably inconvenient.
"They were unconscious when I arrived," I lied, "and Boz was already gone." "Why didn't you inform us at once? Why flee?"
Jean-Luc's pale eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward until I was forced to look up at him to maintain eye contact. I scowled. Fine. If he wanted to intimidate, I could play along. I broke our gaze and looked down at my hands, chin quivering. I confess I'm sometimes inhibited by the weakness of my sex, monsieur. When I saw Boz had escaped, I panicked. I know it's no excuse.
Good Lord.
Rolling his eyes at my tears, Jean-Luc shot an exasperated look at my husband.
You can explain this one to His Eminence, Captain. I'm sure he'll be delighted by another failure.
He stalked toward the door, dismissing us.
Return to the infirmary, Mademoiselle Perrault, and take care to remember your place in the future. Healers are granted access only to contained locations, the infirmary, its dormitories, and the back stairwell. If you wish to visit any other area of the tower, you're expected to wash and undergo inspection. As you're new to the tower, I'll overlook your misstep this once. But I will be speaking to the priests. I'll ensure we don't repeat this little adventure.
If Coco could have exsanguinated someone, I was sure she would have done it just then. I hastened to intervene.
This is my fault, not hers.
Jean-Luc raised a dark brow, inclining his head.
How silly of me. You're right, of course. If you hadn't disobeyed Reed, all of this could have been avoided.
Though I'd asked for the blame, I still bristled at the reproach. Clearly my husband wasn't the most pompous ass of all the asses. The title unequivocally belonged to Jean-Luc. I'd just opened my mouth to tell him so when my inopportune husband interrupted.
"Come here, Ansel."
Ansel swallowed hard and stepped forward, clasping his quaking hands behind his back. Unease flitted through me.
"Why did you allow her in the infirmary?"
"I told you, I invited—" Coco started, but she stopped abruptly at the look on my husband's face. Ansel's cheeks tinged pink, and he glanced to me, eyes pleading.
I only took Madame Diggory up there because
we have an obligation to those poor souls. The healers are swamped, overworked and understaffed. They hardly have time to tend to the patient's basic needs, let alone nourish their spiritual welfare. When he remained unconvinced, I added, "Also, I was singing a bawdy song and refused to stop until he took me." I bared my teeth in an attempt at a smile. "Would you like to hear it? It's about a lovely woman called Big Titty—" "Enough!" Anger blazed in his eyes, true anger this time, not humiliation, not irritation, anger. He looked between the three of us slowly, deliberately.
"If I find out any of you are lying, I'll show you no mercy. You'll all be punished to the full extent of the law. Sir, I swear, I told you the infirmary was forbidden."
His voice was hard and unforgiving as he looked at Ansel.
"I expected my wife to disobey me. I didn't expect it from you. You're dismissed."
Ansel dropped his head.
"Yes, sir."
Outrage washed over me as I watched him shuffle dejectedly to the door. I moved to follow him, yearning to hug him or otherwise console him somehow, but my pig-headed husband caught my arm.
"Stay. I'd like a word with you."
I wrenched my arm away and fired up at once. "And I'd like a word with you. How dare you blame Ansel, as if any of this is his fault?" Jean-Luc heaved a long-suffering sigh.
"I'll escort you to the infirmary, Mademoiselle Perrault."
He extended his arm to her, clearly bored with the direction the conversation had taken. Her answering glare was withering. Scowling, he turned to leave without her, but Ansel had paused on the threshold, blocking the way. Tears clung to his lashes as he looked back at me, eyes wide, shocked that someone had spoken up for him. Jean-Luc prodded his back impatiently, muttering something I couldn't hear. My blood boiled.
"He was charged with watching you."
My husband's eyes blazed, oblivious to everyone but me.
"He failed his duty."
"Oh, ta gueule!" I crossed my arms to keep from wrapping my hands around his throat. "I'm a grown-ass woman, and I'm perfectly capable of making my own choices. This is no one's fault but mine. If you're going to bully anyone, it should be me, not Ansel. The poor kid can't catch a break with you." His face nearly purpled.
"He isn't a child. He's training to become a chasseur, and if that should happen, he must learn to take responsibility. Ansel, move," Jean-Luc said flatly, interrupting our tirade.
He finally managed to push Ansel through the door.
"As entertaining as this is, some of us have work to do, prisoners to find, witches to burn, those sorts of things. Mademoiselle Perrault, you're expected in the infirmary in 10 minutes. I will be checking."
He gave us both one last irritated look before stomping from the room. Coco rolled her eyes and moved to follow, but she hesitated on the threshold. Her eyes held a silent question. "It's fine," I muttered. She nodded once, shooting my husband an irritated look of her own, before closing the door behind her. The silence between us was blistering. I half expected the books to catch fire. And it would have been fitting, given every book in this hellish place was evil. I eyed 12 treatises of occult extermination with newfound interest, picking it up as golden patterns shimmered into existence around me. If I hadn't been so furious, I would have startled. It had been a long time since unbidden patterns had appeared in my mind's eye. Already I could feel my magic awakening, desperate for freedom after years of repression. It would just take a spark, it coaxed. Relinquish your anger. Set the page aflame. But I didn't want to relinquish my anger. I wanted to throttle my husband with it.
You lied to us.
His voice cut sharply through the silence. Though I continued staring at the book, I could clearly picture the vein in his throat, the taut muscles of his jaw.
Madame Labelle told us the witch's name is Cosette Monvoisin, not Alexandra.
Yes, and she's currently contemplating how to drain all the blood from your body, and perhaps I should help her. Instead, I chucked 12 treatises of occult extermination at his head.
You knew I was a snake when you picked me up.
He caught it before it could break his nose, throwing it back at me. I dodged, and it crumpled to the floor where it belonged.
This isn't a game, he shouted. We are charged with keeping this kingdom safe. You've seen the infirmary. Witches are dangerous.
My hands curled into fists, and the patterns around me flickered wildly.
As if chasseurs are any less so. We're trying to protect you. Don't ask me to apologize, because I won't.
A ringing started in my ears as I stormed toward him, as I placed both hands on his chest and pushed. When he didn't budge, a snarl tore from my throat.
I will always protect those who are dear to me. Do you understand? Always.
I pushed him again, harder this time, but his hands caught my own and trapped them against his chest. He leaned down, raising a copper brow.
Is that so?
His voice was soft again, dangerous.
Is that why you helped your lover escape?
Lover? Baffled, I lifted my chin to glare at him.
I don't know what you're talking about. So you deny it then, that he's your lover?
I said, I repeated, staring pointedly at his hands around mine.
I don't know what you're talking about. Boz isn't my lover, and he never has been. Now let me go!
To my surprise, he released me, hastily, as if startled he'd been touching me in the first place, and stepped back.
I can't protect you if you lie to me.
I charged to the door without looking at him.
Va au diable. Go to hell.
Lord, have mercy. Lou. Hushed voices drifted toward us from the sanctuary, and firelight cast shadows on the faces of the icons around us. Yawning, I stared at the one nearest me, a plain woman with a look of supreme boredom on her face. I sympathized.
I still remember my first attempt. I hit the bullseye straight away.
The Archbishop chuckled, winding up as old men often do when reliving tales of the past.
Mind you, I was fresh off the street, just turned 7, with not a couronne in my pocket or any experience to my name. Hadn't even held a bow, let alone fired an arrow. The old bishop proclaimed it an act of God.
My husband's lips quirked in response.
I believe it.
I yawned again. The oratory was stifling, and the wool gown I wore, demure and drab and deliciously warm, didn't help matters. My eyelids drooped. It would be an act of God if I made it through the service without snoring. After the library fiasco, I'd thought it, prudent to accept my husband's invitation to evening mass. Though I didn't know if he believed Ansel's and my story about learning scripture, he'd latched onto the idea, and I'd spent the remainder of the day memorizing verses, the most diabolical of all punishments.
A continual dropping in a very rainy day, and a contentious woman are alike, he'd recited,
eyeing me irritably and waiting for me to repeat the verse, still peeved from our earlier argument.
Rain and man are both pains in the ass.
He scowled, but continued.
Whosoever hideth her hideth the wind, and the ointment of his right hand, which bewrayeth itself. Whoever hideth her, something about ointment in a hand. I waggled my eyebrows devilishly. Quel risque? What sort of book is... He'd interrupted before I could further impugn his honor, voice hardening. Iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. Iron sharpeneth iron, so you're being an ass because I, too, am a piece of metal. On and on and on it had gone. Honestly, the invitation to Mass had been a welcome reprieve. The Archbishop clasped his shoulder with another hearty chuckle. I missed the target entirely on my second attempt, of course. You still did better than me. I took a week to hit the target. Nonsense! The Archbishop shook his head, still smiling at the memory. I distinctly remember your natural talent. Indeed, you were quite a deal more skilled than the other initiates. The clanging from the bell tower spared me from leaping into the fireplace. Seeming to remember himself, the Archbishop dropped his hand, straightening and rearranging the cloth at his neck. The service is about to begin. If you'll excuse me, I must join the other attendants. He paused at the threshold, expression hardening as he turned. And do remember what we discussed this afternoon, Captain Diggory. A closer eye is necessary. My husband nodded, cheeks flushing. Yes, sir. I rounded on him as soon as the Archbishop left. A closer eye? What the hell does that mean? Nothing. Clearing his throat hastily, he extended his arm. Shall we? I strode past him into the sanctuary. A closer eye, my ass. Lit by hundreds of candles, the sanctuary of Saint-Cécile looked like something out of a dream. Or a nightmare. Over half the city had gathered in the vast room to hear the Archbishop's sermon. Those wealthy enough to procure seats had dressed in jewel-toned finery, gowns and suits of rich burgundy, amethyst and emerald, with golden trim and lace sleeves, fur muffs and silk cravats. Pearls shone luminescent from their ears, and diamonds sparkled ostentatiously from their throats and wrists. At the back of the sanctuary, the poorer sect of the congregation stood, faces solemn and dirty, hands clasped. A number of blue-coated chasseurs stood as well, including Jean-Luc. He waved us over. I cursed silently when my husband complied. We stand for the entire service? He eyed me suspiciously. Have you never attended Mass? Of course I have. I lied, digging in my heels as he continued to steer me forward. I wished I'd worn a hood. There were more people here than I'd ever imagined. Presumably none of them were witches, but one never knew. I was here after all. Once or twice. At his incredulous expression, I gestured down the length of my body. Criminal, remember? Forgive me for not memorizing every proverb and learning every rule. Rolling his eyes, he pushed me the final few steps. Chasseurs stand as an act of humility. But I'm not a chasseur, and praise God for that. Jean-Luc stepped aside to make room for us, and my domineering husband forced me between them. They clasped forearms with tense smiles. I didn't know if you'd be joining us, given the fiasco this afternoon. How did His Eminence handle the news? He didn't blame us. Who did he blame, then? My husband's eyes flicked to me for the briefest of seconds, before returning to Jean-Luc's. The initiates on duty. They've been relieved of their positions. Rightfully so. I knew better than to correct him. Fortunately, their conversation ended when the congregation stood and began to chant. My husband and Jean-Luc joined in seamlessly as the Archbishop and his attendants entered the sanctuary, proceeded up the aisle, and bowed to the altar. Bewildered and unable to comprehend a word of their dreary ballad, I made up my own lyrics. They may or may not have involved a barmaid named Liddy. My husband scowled and elbowed me as silence descended once more.
Though I couldn't be sure, Jean-Luc's lips twitched as if he were trying not to laugh. The Archbishop turned to greet the congregation. "May the Lord be with you." "And also with you," they murmured in unison. I watched in morbid fascination as the Archbishop lifted his arms wide. "Brethren, let us acknowledge our sins, and so prepare ourselves to celebrate the sacred mysteries." A priest beside him lifted his voice. "Lord, have mercy!" "You were sent to heal the contrite of heart," the Archbishop continued. "Lord, have mercy!" The congregation joined in. "Lord, have mercy! You came to gather the nations into the peace of God's kingdom. Lord, have mercy!" "The peace of God's kingdom?" I scoffed, crossing my arms. My husband elbowed me again, mouthing, "Stop it." His blue eyes bored into mine. "I'm serious." Jean-Luc definitely grinned now. "Lord, have mercy! You come in word and sacrament to strengthen us in holiness. Lord, have mercy! Lord, have mercy! You will come in glory with salvation for your people. Lord, have mercy! Lord, have mercy!" Unable to help myself, I muttered, "Hypocrite." My husband looked likely to expire. His face had flushed red again, and a vein throbbed in his throat. The chasseurs around us either glared or chuckled. Jean-Luc's shoulders shook with silent laughter, but I didn't find the situation quite as funny as before. Where was my kin's salvation? Where was our mercy? "May Almighty God have mercy on us, forgive us our sins, and bring us to everlasting life. Amen." The congregation immediately began another chant, but I stopped listening. Instead, I watched as the Archbishop lifted his arms to the heavens, closing his eyes and losing himself in the song. As Jean-Luc grinned, nudging my husband when they both sang the wrong words. As my husband grudgingly laughed and pushed him away. "You take away the sins of the world! Have mercy on us!" the boy in front of us sang. He clutched his father's hand, swaying to the cadence of their voices. "You take away the sins of the world! Have mercy on us! You take away the sins of the world! Receive our prayer!" Have mercy on us. Receive our prayer. At the end of my Proverbs torture session, there'd been a verse I hadn't understood. As in water face answereth to face, so the heart of man to man. What does it mean? It means water is like a mirror, my husband had explained, frowning slightly. It reflects our faces back to us, and our lives, the way we live, the things we do. He looked at his hands, suddenly unable to meet my eyes. They reflect our hearts. It had made perfect sense, explained like that. And yet, I looked around at the worshippers once more, the men and women who pleaded for mercy and cried for my blood on the same breath. How could both be in their hearts? "Lou, He'd cleared his throat and forced himself to look at me. Those blue eyes had shone with sincerity, with regret. "I shouldn't have shouted earlier. In the library, I'm sorry." Our lives reflect our hearts. Yes, it had made perfect sense, explained like that, but I still didn't understand. I didn't understand my husband. I didn't understand the Archbishop, or the dancing boy, or his father, or Jean-Luc, or the chasseurs, or the witches, or her. I didn't understand any of them. Conscious of the chasseurs' eyes on me, I forced a smirk and bumped my husband's hip, pretending that it had all been a show, a laugh, that I'd just been goading him to get a reaction, that I wasn't a witch in mass, standing amongst my enemies and worshipping someone else's god. Our lives reflect our hearts. They might have all been hypocrites, but I was the biggest one of all.
Madame la Belle. Read. The next evening was the first snowfall of the year. I sat up from the floor, brushing back my sweaty hair, and watched the flakes drift past the window. Only exercise worked the knots from my back. After stumbling upon me on the floor last night, Lou had claimed the bed. She hadn't invited me to join her. I didn't complain. Though my back ached, the exercise kept my irritation in check. I'd quickly learned counting didn't work with Lou, namely after she'd started counting right along with me. She slammed the book she was reading down on the desk. "This is absolute drivel." "What is it?" "The only book I could find in that wretched library without the words holy or extermination in the title." She lifted it up for me to see. Shepherd. I almost chuckled. It had been one of the first books the Archbishop had allowed me to read, a collection of pastoral poems about God's artistry in nature. She flounced to my bed, her bed, with a disgruntled expression. "How can anyone write about grass for 12 pages is beyond me. That's the real sin." I hoisted myself to my feet and approached. She eyed me warily. "What are you doing?" "Showing you a secret." No, she scrambled backward. "I'm not interested in your secret, please." Scowling and shaking my head, I walked past her to my headboard. "Stop talking." To my surprise, she complied, her narrowed eyes watching me scoot the bed frame from the wall. She leaned forward curiously when I revealed the small, rough-hewn hole behind it. My vault. At 16, when Jean-Luc and I had shared this room, when we'd been closer than brothers, I'd gouged it into the mortar, desperate for a place of my own, a place to hide the parts of myself I'd rather him not find. Perhaps we'd never been closer than brothers after all. Lou craned her neck to see inside, but I blocked her view, rifling through the items until my fingers grazed the familiar book. Though the spine had begun to split from use, the silver thread of the title remained pristine, immaculate. I handed it to her. "Here." She accepted it gingerly, holding it between two fingers, as if expecting it to bite her. "Well, this is unexpected. La vie éphémère." She looked up from the cover, lips pursed. "The fleeting life? What's it about?" "It's a love story." Her brows shot up, and she examined the cover with newfound interest. Oh, I nodded, biting the inside of my cheek to keep from smiling. "It's tastefully done. The characters are from warring kingdoms, but they're forced to work together when they uncover a plot to destroy the world. They loathe each other initially, but in time, they're able to set aside their differences and—" "It's a bodice ripper, isn't it?" She waggled her eyebrows devilishly, flitting through the pages to the end. "Usually the love scenes are toward the back." "What?" My urge to smile vanished, and I tugged it from her grasp. She tugged it back. "Of course it isn't," I snapped, grappling for it. "It's a story that examines the social construct of humanity, interprets the nuance of good versus evil, and explores the passions of war, love, friendship, death." "Death?" "Yes. The lovers die at the end." She recoiled, and I snatched the book away. My cheeks burned. I never should have shared it with her. Of course she wouldn't appreciate it. She didn't appreciate anything. This was a mistake. "How can you cherish a book that ends in death?" "It doesn't end in death. The lovers die, yes, but the kingdoms overcome their enmity and forge an alliance. It ends in hope." She frowned, unconvinced. "There's nothing hopeful about death. Death is death." I sighed and turned to place the book back in my vault. "Fine. Don't read it. I don't care." "I never said I didn't want to read it." She held out a hand impatiently. "Just don't expect me to develop your weirdly evangelical zeal. The plot sounds dreary, but it can't be worse than Shepherd." I clutched La vie éphémère with both hands, hesitating. It doesn't describe grass. A decisive point in its favor. Reluctantly, I handed it to her. This time she accepted it carefully, examining the title with new eyes. Hope flickered in my chest. I cleared my throat and stared behind her at a dent in the headboard. "And it does have a love scene," she cackled, flipping through the pages eagerly. I couldn't help it. I smiled, too. A knock sounded an hour later. I paused in the washroom, shirt halfway over my head, the tub half full. Lou made an exasperated noise from the bedroom. Pulling my shirt back down, I opened the newly repaired washroom door as she tossed La Vie Ephémère on the quilt and swung her legs from the bed. They barely reached the floor. "Who is it?" "It's Ansel." With a grumbled curse, she hopped down. I beat her to the door and pulled it open. "What is it?" Lou glared at him. "I like you, Ansel, but this had better be something good. Emily and Alexandre just had a moment, and I swear if they don't kiss soon, I will literally die." At Ansel's confusion, I shook my head, fighting back a grin. "Ignore her." He nodded, still bemused, before bowing hastily. "Madame Lebel is downstairs, Captain. She demands to speak with Madame Diggory." Lou wriggled beneath my arm. I stepped aside before she could stomp on my toe or bite me, a learned experience from our time at the river. "What does she want?" Lou crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe. "Did you tell her to piss off?" "Lou," I warned. "She refuses to leave." Ansel shifted uncomfortably. "She says it's important." "Well, then, I suppose Emily and Alexandre will have to wait. Tragic." Lou elbowed past me to grab her cloak. Then she halted abruptly, nose wrinkling. "Also, Chas, you stink." I blocked her path, resisted the urge to rise, or smell myself. "You're not going anywhere." "Of course I am." She sidestepped me, scrunching her face and waving a hand in front of her nose. I bristled. Surely I didn't smell that bad. "Ansel just said she won't leave until she sees me." Deliberately, I reached behind her, brushing my sweaty skin against her cheek, and grabbed my coat. She didn't move, merely turned her head to glare at me, eyes narrowed, our faces inches apart. I fought the urge to lean down and inhale. Not to smell me, but to smell her. When she hadn't been traipsing in the infirmary, she smelled good, like cinnamon. Clearing my throat, I shoved my arms into my coat. My shirt, still damp with sweat, rolled and bunched up against my skin, uncomfortable. She shouldn't be here. We finished our interrogation yesterday. And a lot of good it had done us. Madame Lebel was as slippery as Lou. After accidentally revealing the witch's true name, she'd remained tight-lipped and wary, suspicious. The Archbishop had been furious. She was lucky he hadn't detained her for the stake, her and Lou. "Perhaps she wants to extend another offer," Lou said, oblivious to the precariousness of her situation. "Another offer?" "To buy me for the Belrose." I frowned. "The purchase of human beings as property is illegal." "She won't tell you she's purchasing me. She'll say she's purchasing an indenture for training me, beautifying me, providing me room and board. It's how people like her slip through the cracks. East End runs on indentures." She paused, tilting her head. "But that's probably a moot point now that we're married. Unless you wouldn't mind sharing." I buttoned up my coat in tense silence. "She doesn't want to buy you." She swept past me with a mischievous grin, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow. "Shall we find out?" Madame Lebel waited in the foyer. Two of my brothers stood beside her. Expressions wary, they looked unsure whether she was welcome at this hour. The Tower and Kingdom enforced strict curfews. She stood calmly between them, however, chin held high. Her face, perhaps once exceptionally beautiful, but aged now, with fine lines around her eyes and mouth, broke into a wide smile upon seeing Lou. "Louise!" She held her arms out, as though expecting Lou to embrace her. I almost laughed. "How splendid to see you in such good health. Though those bruises on your face look ghastly. I hope our gracious hosts aren't responsible." All inclination to laugh died in my throat. "We would never harm her." Her eyes fell to me, and she clasped her hands together in feigned delight. "How wonderful to see you again, Captain Diggory. Of course, of course. I should have known better. You're far too noble, aren't you?" She smiled, revealing those unnaturally white teeth. "I do apologize for the lateness of the hour, but I need to speak with Louise immediately. I hope you won't mind me stealing her away for a moment." Lou didn't move. "What do you want?" "I had rather hoped to discuss it in private, dear. The information is quite sensitive. I attempted to speak with you yesterday after the interrogation, but my escort and I found you otherwise occupied in the library." She looked between the two of us with a knowing smile, leaning forward and whispering, "I never interrupt a lover's quarrel. It's one of the few rules by which I live." Lou's eyes boggled. "That wasn't a lover's quarrel." "No? Then perhaps you'd be amenable to reconsidering my offer." I resisted the urge to step between them. "You need to leave." "Rest easy, Captain. I have no plans of whisking away your bride. Yet." At my expression, she winked and laughed. "But I do insist on speaking privately. Is there a room that Madame Diggory and I could use? Somewhere less—" she gestured to the chasseurs standing at attention around us— "congested?" At that moment, however, the Archbishop stormed into the foyer in his nightcap. "What's all this commotion? Don't you all have duties to it?" His eyes widened when he saw Madame Labelle. "Helene! What an unpleasant surprise." She curtsied. "Likewise, Your Eminence." I hastened to bow, fisting a hand over my heart. "Madame Labelle is here to speak with my wife, sir." "Is she?" His gaze didn't waver. He stared at Madame Labelle with burning intensity, lips pressed into a hard line. "How unfortunate, then, that the church locks its doors in approximately—" He pulled a watch from his pocket. 3 minutes. Her answering smile was brittle. "Surely, the church shouldn't lock its doors at all." "These are dangerous times, madame. We must do what we can to survive." "Yes." Her eyes flicked to Lou. "We must." Silence descended as we all glared at one another, tense and awkward. Lou shifted uneasily, and I contemplated removing Madame Labelle by force. Whatever she claimed otherwise, the woman had made her purpose perfectly clear, and I would burn the Belrose to the ground before Lou became a courtesan. Like it or not, she'd made an oath to me first. 2 minutes, the Archbishop said, sharply. Madame Labelle's face twisted. "I am not leaving." The Archbishop jerked his head toward my brethren, and they inched closer, brows furrowed, torn between following orders and removing a woman from the premises. I suffered no such qualms. I, too, stepped forward, shielding Lou from my view. "Yes, you are." Something flickered in Madame Labelle's eyes as she looked at me. Her sneer faltered. Before I could throw her from the tower, Lou touched my arm and murmured, "Let's go." Then several things happened at once. A crazed gleam entered Madame Labelle's eyes at Lou's words, and she lunged forward. Quicker than a snake strike, she crushed Lou into her arms. Her lips moved rapidly at Lou's ear. Furious, I wrenched Lou away. At the same moment, Ansel leapt to subdue Madame Labelle. My brethren joined him. They pinned her arms behind her back as she fought to return to Lou. "Wait!" Lou thrashed in my arms, twisting toward her, eyes wild, face pale. "She was saying something! Wait!" But the room had descended into chaos. Madame Labelle shrieked as the chasseurs attempted to drag her out of the building. The Archbishop motioned toward Lou before rushing forward. "Get her out of here!" I complied, tightening my grip around Lou's waist and hauling her backward, away from the madwoman, away from the panic and confusion of the room, of my thoughts. "Stop!" Lou kicked and pounded against my arms, but I only tightened my grip. "I changed my mind! Let me speak to her! Let me go!" But she'd made an oath, and she wasn't going anywhere.
Chill in my bones. Lou. My throat is weeping. Not tears, something thicker, darker. Something that bathes my skin in scarlet, streams down my chest and soaks my hair, my dress, my hands. My hands. They scrabble at the source, fingers probing, searching, choking. desperate to stem the flow, desperate to make it stop, stop, stop. Shouts are echoing around me through the pines. They disorient me. I can't think. But I need to think, to flee, and she's behind me somewhere, stalking me. I can hear her voice, her laughter. She calls to me, and my name on her lips rings loudest of all. Louise, I'm coming for you, darling. Coming for you, darling. Coming for you, darling, darling, darling. Blind terror. She can't find me here. I can't go back, or something terrible will happen. Gold still flickers. It lingers on the trees, the ground, the sky, scattering my thoughts like the blood on the pines, warning me. Leave, leave, leave. You can't come back here, never again. I'm lunging into the river now, scrubbing my skin, washing away the trail of blood that follows me. Frantic, feverish. The slash at my throat closes, the sharp pain receding the farther I run from home, the farther I run from my friends, my family, her. Never again, never again, never again. I can't see any of them ever again. A life for a life. Or I'll die. I woke with a start, my eyes darting to the window. Flushed and agitated, I'd left it open last night. Snow coated the ledge in fine powder, and occasional gusts of wind blew snowflakes into our room. I watched them swirl through the air, trying to ignore the icy fear that had settled in the pit of my stomach. Blankets weren't enough to warm the chill in my bones. My teeth chattered. Though I hadn't heard all of Madame Labelle's frantic words, her warning had been clear. She is coming. I sat up, rubbing my arms against the chill. Who was Madame Labelle, really? And how had she known about me? I'd been naive to think I could truly disappear. I'd lied to myself when I'd worn my disguises, when I married a chasseur. I'd never be safe. My mother would find me. Though I practiced again this morning, it wasn't enough. I needed to train harder, every day, twice a day. I needed to be stronger when she arrived, to be able to fight. A weapon wouldn't hurt either. In the morning I would search for one, a knife, a sword, anything. Unable to stand my thoughts any longer, I swung from the bed and dropped to the floor beside my husband. He breathed, slow and rhythmic, peaceful. Nightmares didn't plague his sleep. Slipping beneath the blankets, I pressed close to him, rested my cheek against his back, and savored his warmth as it seeped into my skin. My eyes fluttered shut, and my breathing slowed to match his. In the morning, I would deal with everything in the morning. His breathing faltered slightly as I drifted to sleep. A clever little witch. Lou. The small mirror above the basin was unkind the next morning. I scowled at my reflection. Pale cheeks, swollen eyes, dry lips. I looked like death. I felt like death. The bedroom door opened, but I continued staring at myself, lost in thought. Nightmares had always plagued my sleep, but last night had been worse. I stroked the scar at the base of my throat softly, remembering. It had been my 16th birthday. A witch entered womanhood at 16. My fellow witchlings had been excited for theirs, anxious to receive their rights as Dame Blanche. I'd been different. I'd always known my 16th birthday would be the day I died. I'd accepted it, welcomed it even, when my sisters had showered me with love and praise. My purpose since birth had been to die. Only my death could save my people. But as I'd laid on that altar, the blade pressing into my throat, something had changed. I had changed. Lou. My husband's voice echoed through the door. Are you decent? I didn't answer him. Humiliation burned in my gut at last night's weakness. I clenched the basin, glaring at myself. I'd actually slept on the floor to be close to him. Weak.
Lou.
When I still didn't respond, he cracked the door open.
I'm coming in.
Ansel hovered behind him, face drawn and concerned. I rolled my eyes at my reflection.
What's wrong?
My husband's eyes searched my face.
Has something happened?
I forced a smile. I'm fine, thanks. They exchanged glances, and my husband jerked his head to the door. I pretended not to notice as Ansel left, as an awkward silence descended.
I've been thinking,
he said finally. A dangerous pastime. He ignored me, swallowing hard. He had the air of someone about to rip off a bandage, equal parts determined and terrified.
There's a show at Soleil et Lune tonight. Maybe we could go.
What show is it?
La vie éphémère.
Of course it was. I chuckled without humor, staring at the shadows beneath my eyes. After Madame Labelle's visit, I'd stayed up late into the night, finishing Emilie and Alexandre's story to distract myself. They'd lived and loved and died together. And for what? It doesn't end in death. It ends in hope. Hope. A hope they would never see, would never feel, would never touch. As elusive as smoke, as flickering flames. The story was more fitting than my husband would ever know. The universe, or God, or the goddess, or whoever, seemed to be poking fun at me. And yet, I glanced around at the stone walls. My cage. It'd be nice to escape this wretched place, even for a little while.
Fine.
I made to move past him into the bedroom, but he blocked the doorway.
Is something bothering you?
Nothing to concern yourself with.
Well, I am concerned with it. You aren't yourself.
I managed to sneer, but it was too difficult to maintain. I yawned instead.
Don't pretend to know me. I know if you aren't swearing or singing about well-endowed barmaids, something is wrong.
His mouth quirked, and he tentatively touched my shoulder, blue eyes sparkling. Like the sun on the ocean. I shook the thought away irritably.
What is it? You can tell me.
No, I can't. I turned away from his touch. I said I'm fine. He dropped his hand, eyes shuddering.
Right. I'll leave you alone then.
I watched him leave with a twinge of what felt strangely like regret. I poked my head out after a few moments, hoping he'd still be there, but he'd gone. My foul mood only worsened when I saw Ansel sitting at the desk. He watched me apprehensively, as if expecting me to sprout horns and spew fire, which, in this case, was exactly what I felt like doing. I stormed toward him, and he leapt to his feet. A savage sort of satisfaction stole through me at his skittishness. Then guilt. None of this was Ansel's fault, and yet I couldn't force my spirits to lift. My dreams still lingered. Unfortunately, so did Ansel.
Can I help you with something?
I ignored him, shouldering past his lanky form and yanking the desk drawer open. The journal and letters were still gone, leaving only a worn Bible inside. No knife. Damn it. I knew it had been a long shot, but irritation, or perhaps fear, made me irrational. I turned and stomped toward the bed. Ansel shadowed my footsteps, bewildered.
What are you doing?
Looking for a weapon. I scratched at the headboard, trying and failing to pry it from the wall. A weapon? His voice hitched incredulously.
What do you need a weapon for?
I threw my weight against the blasted thing, but it was too heavy. In case Madame Labelle, or, someone else comes back. Help me with this. He didn't move.
Someone else?
I bit back a growl of impatience. It didn't matter. He probably wouldn't have hidden a knife in his little hole anyway, not after he'd shown it to me. Dropping to my stomach, I wriggled under the bed frame. The floorboards were spotless, practically clean enough to eat from. I wondered if it was the maids or my husband with the obsessive tendencies. Probably my husband. He seemed the type. Controlling, freakishly neat. Ansel repeated his question, closer this time, but I ignored him, probing the floor for a hidden seam or loose board. There was nothing. Undeterred, I began knocking at regular intervals, listening for a telltale hollow thud. Ansel stuck his head beneath the bed.
There are no weapons under here.
That's exactly what I'd expect you to say. Madame Diggory, Lou. He cringed in a perfect imitation of my husband.
Louise, then, no!
I whipped my head around to glare at him in the dark space, cracking my head against the frame and swearing violently.
Not Louise! Now move! I'm coming out!
He blinked in confusion at the reprimand, but scrambled back regardless. I crawled out after him. There was an awkward pause.
I don't know why you're so frightened of Madame Labelle, he said finally. But I assure you,
I'm not frightened of Madame Labelle.
The someone else, then?
His brows dipped together as he tried to make sense of my mood. My scowl softened, but only infinitesimally. Though Ansel had attempted to remain distant after our disaster in the library 2 days ago, his efforts had proved futile, mostly because I wouldn't allow it. Beyond Coco, he was the only person in this wretched tower I liked.
Liar.
Shut up.
There is no one else, I lied. But you can't be too careful. Not that I don't trust your superior fighting skills, Ansel, but I'd rather not leave my safety up to, well, you.
His confusion changed to hurt, then anger.
I can handle myself. Agree to disagree. You're not getting a weapon.
I hauled myself to my feet and brushed a non-existent speck of dirt from my pants.
We'll see about that. Where did my unfortunate husband run off to? I need to speak with him. He won't give you one either. He's the one who hid them in the first place. Aha!
I threw a triumphant finger in the air, and his eyes widened as I advanced on him.
So he did hide them. Where are they, Ansel?
I jabbed his chest with my finger.
Tell me.
He swatted at my hand and stumbled backward.
I don't know where he put them, so don't poke at me.
I poked him again, just for the hell of it.
Ouch!
He rubbed the spot angrily.
I said I don't know, okay? I don't know.
I dropped my finger, suddenly feeling much better. I chuckled despite myself.
Right, I believe you now. Let's go find my husband.
Without another word, I turned on my heel and marched out the door. Ansel sighed in resignation before following suit.
Reed isn't going to like this, he grumbled. Besides, I don't even know where he is. Well, what is it you all usually do during the day?
I made to pull open the door to the stairwell, but Ansel caught it and held it open for me.
Okay, I didn't just like him, I adored him.
A short pause followed as Ansel considered whether I was serious about continuing my big-breasted ballad. He must have decided I was, wisely, because he soon shook his head and muttered,
He's probably in the council room.
Excellent. I looped my arm through his and bumped his hip playfully. He tensed at the contact.
Lead the way.
To my frustration, my husband wasn't in the council room. Instead, another chasseur turned to greet me. His close-cropped black hair gleamed in the candlelight, and his pale green eyes, striking against his bronze face, narrowed when they found mine. I fought back a frown. Jean-Luc.
Good morning, thief.
He recovered his composure quickly, sweeping into a deep bow.
What can I do for you?
Jean-Luc wore his emotions as plainly as his beard, so it had been easy to recognize his weakness. Though he masqueraded under pretense of friendship, I recognized jealousy when I saw it, especially the festering kind. Unfortunately, I had no time to play today. "I'm looking for my husband," I said, already backing out of the room. "But I see he isn't here. If you'll excuse me."
"Nonsense."
He pushed away the papers he'd been examining and stretched leisurely.
"Stay a while. I need a break, anyway."
"And how exactly can I help with that?" He leaned back against the table and crossed his arms.
"What do you need from our dear captain?"
"A knife." He chuckled, running a hand down his jaw.
"Persuasive as you are, it's highly unlikely even you will be able to procure a weapon here. The Archbishop seems to think you're dangerous. Reed, as always, interprets His Eminence's opinion as the word of God."
Ansel moved farther into the room. His eyes narrowed.
"You shouldn't speak that way about Captain Diggory."
Jean-Luc inclined his head with a mocking smile.
"I speak only truth, Ansel. Reed is my closest friend. He's also the Archbishop's pet."
He rolled his eyes, lip curling as if the word left a rancid taste in his mouth.
"The nepotism is staggering."
"Nepotism?" I arched a brow, looking between the two of them. "I thought my husband was orphaned."
"He was."
Ansel glared daggers at Jean-Luc. I hadn't realized he could look so antagonistic.
"The Archbishop found him in the—" "Do save us the sob story, won't you? We all have one."
Jean-Luc dropped his hand and shoved away from the table abruptly. He glanced back at me before returning to his papers.
"The Archbishop thinks he sees himself in Reed. They were both orphans, both hellions as children. But that's where the similarities end. The Archbishop created himself from nothing. His life work, his title, his influence. He fought for all of it, bled for all of it."
He sneered, crumpling one of his papers and chucking it at the bin.
"And he plans to give it all to Reed for nothing."
"Jean-Luc," I asked shrewdly, "are you an orphan?" His gaze sharpened.
"Why?"
No reason. It doesn't matter." And it didn't, really. I didn't give a damn about Jean-Luc's issues. But for someone to be so wholly blind to his own emotions, no wonder he was bitter. Cursing myself for my curiosity, I redirected my thoughts to my purpose. Procuring a weapon was more important, and frankly more interesting, than those three's twisted love triangle.
"You're right, by the way."
I shrugged as if bored, sauntering forward to trail my finger along the map. He eyed me suspiciously.
"My husband doesn't deserve any of this. It's pathetic, really, the way he waits for the Archbishop's beck and call."
Ansel shot me a bewildered look, but I ignored him, examining a bit of dust on my finger.
"Like a good boy, begging for scraps."
Jean-Luc smiled, small and grim.
"Oh, you are devious, aren't you?"
When I didn't respond, he chuckled.
"While I empathize with you, Madame Diggory, I'm not so easily manipulated."
"You aren't?" I cocked my head at him.
"Are you sure?"
He nodded and leaned forward on his elbows.
"I'm sure. For all Reed's faults, he has good reason for hiding his weapons from you. You're a criminal."
"Right, of course. It's just, I thought it might be beneficial to both of us." Ansel touched my arm.
"Lou, I'm listening."
Jean-Luc's eyes gleamed with amusement now.
"You want a knife? What's in it for me?"
I shrugged away from Ansel's hand and returned his smile.
"It's simple. Giving me a knife would annoy the hell out of my husband."
He laughed then, tossed his head back and slapped the table, scattering his papers.
"Oh, you really are a clever little witch, aren't you?"
I stiffened, my smile slipping infinitesimally, before chuckling a second too late. Ansel didn't seem to notice, but Jean-Luc, with his sharp eyes, stopped laughing abruptly. He tilted his head to consider me, like a hound scenting a rabbit's trail. Damn it. I forced a smile before turning to leave. I've wasted enough of your time, Chasseur Toussaint. If you'll excuse me, I need to find my elusive husband. Reed isn't here. Jean-Luc still watched me with unnerving focus. He left earlier with the Archbishop. A Luton infestation was reported outside the city. Mistaking my frown for concern, he added, He'll be back in a few hours. Lutons are hardly dangerous, but the constabulary aren't equipped to handle the supernatural. I pictured the small hobgoblins I'd played with as a child. They aren't dangerous at all. The words left my mouth before I could stop them. I mean, what will he do to them? Jean-Luc arched a brow. Well, he'll exterminate them, of course. Why? I ignored Ansel's insistent tugs on my arm, heat rising to my face. I knew I should stop talking. I recognized the spark in Jean-Luc's eyes for what it was. An inkling, an instinct, an idea that might soon turn into something more if I didn't keep my mouth shut. They're harmless. They're nuisances to farmers, and they're unnatural. It's our job to eliminate them. I thought it was your job to protect the innocent. And Lutons are innocent? They're harmless, I repeated. They shouldn't exist. They were born from reanimated clay and witchcraft. Wasn't Adam sculpted from the earth? He tilted his head slowly, considering me. Yes, by the hand of God. Are you suggesting witches possess the same authority? I hesitated, finally realizing what I was saying, and where I was. Jean-Luc and Ansel both stared at me, waiting for my response. Of course not. I forced myself to meet Jean-Luc's curious gaze, blood roaring in my ears. That's not what I was saying at all. Good. His smile was small and unsettling as Ansel dragged me to the door. Then we're in agreement. Ansel kept shooting me anxious glances as we walked to the infirmary, but I ignored him. When he finally opened his mouth to question me, I did what I did best. Deflected. I think Mademoiselle Perrault will be here this morning. He brightened visibly. Will she? I smiled and nudged his arm with my shoulder. He didn't tense this time. There's a good chance. And will she let me visit the patients with you today? Less of a chance. He sulked the rest of the way up the stairs. I couldn't help but chuckle. The familiar, soothing scent of magic greeted us as we stepped into the infirmary. Come play, come play, come play. But I was hardly there to play, a fact Coco substantiated when she met us at the door. Hello, Ansel, she said breezily, looping her arm through mine and steering me to Monsieur Bernard's room. Hello, Mademoiselle Goodbye, Ansel. She shut the door in his besotted face. I frowned at her. He likes you, you know. You should be nicer to him. She threw herself into the iron chair. That's why I'm not encouraging him. That poor boy is far too good for me. Maybe you should let him decide that. She examined a particularly nasty scar on her wrist before tugging her sleeve back down. Maybe I should. I rolled my eyes and went to greet Monsieur Bernard. Though it had been 2 days, the poor man still hadn't died. He didn't sleep, he didn't eat. Father Orville and the healers had no idea how he stayed alive. Whatever the reason, I was glad. I'd grown rather fond of his eerie stare. I heard about Madame Labelle, Coco said. True to his word, Jean-Luc had spoken with the priests, and true to their word, they'd kept a much closer eye on their newest healer after her interference in the library. She hadn't dared leave the infirmary again. What did she want? I sank to the floor beside Bernie's bed and crossed my legs. His white, orb-like eyes followed me all the way down, his finger tapping against the chains. Clink, clink, clink. To give me a warning. She said my mother is coming. She said that? Coco's gaze sharpened, and I quickly related what had happened yesterday evening. By the time I'd finished, she was pacing. It doesn't mean anything. We know she's after you. Of course she's coming. That doesn't mean she knows you're here. You're right, it doesn't. But I still want to be ready. Of course, she nodded vigorously, curls bouncing. Let's get started then. Enchant the door. A pattern you haven't used before. I stood and walked toward the door, rubbing my hands together against the chill in the room. Coco and I had decided to enchant it against eavesdroppers during our practice sessions. It wouldn't do for anyone to hear our whispered conversations about magic. As I approached, I willed the familiar golden patterns to appear. They materialized at my call, hazy and ubiquitous. Against my skin, inside my mind, I waded through them, searching for something fresh, something different. After several fruitless minutes, I threw my hands up in frustration. There's nothing new. Coco came to stand beside me. As a Dame Rouge, she couldn't see the patterns I saw, but she tried nonetheless. You're not thinking about it properly. Examine every possibility. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to take a deep breath. Once, envisioning and manipulating patterns had come easily as breathing. But no longer. I'd been hiding for too long, repressing my magic for too long. Too many dangers had lurked in the city. Witches, chasseurs, and even citizens all recognized the peculiar smell of magic. Though it was impossible to discern a witch from her appearance, unattended women always aroused suspicion. How long before someone had smelled me after an enchantment? How long before someone had seen me contorting my fingers and followed me home? I'd used magic at Tremblay's, and look where it had landed me. No, it had been safer to stop practicing magic altogether. I explained to Coco that it was like exercising a muscle. When used routinely, the patterns came quickly, clearly, usually of their own volition. If left unattended, however, that part of my body, the part connected to my ancestors, to their ashes in the land, grew weak. And every second it took to untangle a pattern, a witch could strike. Madame Labelle had been clear. My mother was in the city. Perhaps she knew where I was, or perhaps she didn't. Either way, I couldn't afford weakness. As if listening to my thoughts, the golden dust seemed to shift closer, and the witches at the parade reared in my mind's eye. Their crazed smiles, the bodies floating helplessly above them. I repressed a shudder, and a wave of hopelessness crashed through me. No matter how often I practiced, no matter how skilled I grew, I would never be as powerful as some. Because witches like those at the parade, witches willing to sacrifice everything for their cause, weren't merely powerful. They were dangerous. Though a witch couldn't see another's patterns, feats such as drowning or burning a person alive required enormous offerings to maintain balance. Perhaps a specific emotion, perhaps a year's worth of memories, the color of their eyes, the ability to feel another's touch. Such losses could change a person, twist her into something darker and stranger than she was before. I'd seen it happen once. But that was a long time ago. Even if I couldn't hope to grow more powerful than my mother, I refused to do nothing. If I hinder the healers' and priests' ability to hear us, I'm impairing them. I'm taking from them. I brushed aside the gold clinging to my skin, straightening my shoulders. I have to impair myself as well, somehow. One of my senses. Hearing is the obvious trade, but I've already done that. I could give another sense, like touch or sight or taste. I paused and examined the patterns. Taste isn't enough. The balance is still tipped in my favor. Sight is too much, as I'd be rendered ineffectual, so it has to be touch. Or maybe smell. I focused on my nose, but no new pattern emerged. Clink, clink, clink. I glared over at Bernie, my concentration slipping. The patterns vanished. I love you, Bernie, but could you please shut up? You're making this difficult. Clink. Coco poked me in the cheek, directing my attention back to the door. Keep going. Try a different perspective. I swatted her hand away. That's easy for you to say. Gritting my teeth, I stared at the door so hard I feared my eyes might explode. Perhaps that would be balance enough. Maybe I'm not taking from them. Maybe they're giving me something. Like secrecy? Coco prompted. Yes, which means maybe you could try telling a secret. Don't be stupid, it doesn't work like... A thin, golden cord snaked between my tongue and her ear. Shit. That was the trouble with magic. It was subjective. For every possibility I considered, another witch would consider 100 different ones. Just as no two minds work the same, no two witches' magic worked the same. We all saw the world differently. Still, I needn't tell Coco that. She flashed a smug smile and raised a brow, as if reading my thoughts. It sounds to me like there are no hard and fast rules to this magic of yours. It's intuitive. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. To be honest, it reminds me of blood magic. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, and we stilled. When they didn't pass, when they halted in front of the door, Coco retreated to the corner, and I slipped into the iron chair by Bernie's bed. I flipped the Bible open and began reading a verse at random. Father Orville hobbled through the door. Oh! He clutched his chest when he saw us, his eyes forming perfect circles behind his spectacles. Dear me, you gave me a fright! Smiling, I rose to my feet as Ansel hastened into the room. Bits of cookies sprinkled his lips. Obviously, he'd invaded the healer's kitchen. Is everything all right? Yes, of course. I returned my attention to Father Orville. My apologies, Father. I didn't mean to frighten you. Not at all, child. Not at all. I'm just a bit overwrought this morning. We had a strange night. Our patients are unusually agitated. He waved a hand, revealing a metal syringe, and joined me at Bernie's bedside. My smile froze in place. I see you too are concerned for our Monsieur Bernard. Last night one of my healers found him attempting to jump out a window. What? I locked eyes with Bernie, frowning, but his mutilated face gave nothing away, not even a flicker. He remained blank. I shook my head. His pain must have been terrible. Father Orville patted my shoulder. Not to worry, child. It won't happen again. He lifted a feeble hand to show me the syringe. We've perfected the dosage this time, I'm sure of it. This injection will soothe his agitation until he joins the Lord. He pulled a thin dagger from his robes and cut a small incision on Bernie's arm. Coco stepped forward, eyes narrowed, as black blood oozed out. He's gotten worse. Father Orville fumbled with the syringe. I doubted he could even see Bernie's arm, but he finally managed to plunge the quill deep into the black cut. I cringed when he pushed the trigger, injecting the poison. But Bernie didn't move. He just kept staring at me. There now. Father Orville eased the quill out of his arm. He should drift off to sleep momentarily. Might I suggest we leave him in peace? Yes, Father, Coco said, bowing her head. She shot me a meaningful look. Come on, Lou. Let's go read some proverbs. La vie éphémère. Lou. A crowd lined the street outside Soleil et Lune. Aristocrats chatted outside the box office while their wives greeted each other with saccharine smiles. Fashionable carriages came and went. Ushers tried to shepherd the attendees to their seats. But this was the real entertainment of the evening. This was why the rich and affluent came to the theater, to preen and politicize in a complex social dance. I'd always likened it to a peacock's mating ritual. My husband and I certainly looked the part. Gone were my blood-stained dress and trousers. When he'd returned to our room earlier with a new evening gown, nearly bursting with pride and anticipation, I hadn't been able to refuse him. Burnished gold, it had a fitted bodice and tapered sleeves that had been embroidered with tiny metallic blooms. They glimmered in the dying sunlight, transitioning smoothly into a train of champagne silk. I'd even magicked away a few of my bruises in the infirmary. Powder had covered the rest. My husband wore his best coat. Though still chasseur blue, gold filigree decorated the collar and cuffs. I resisted the urge to smile, envisioning the picture we made striding up the theater steps. He'd matched our outfits. I should have been appalled, but with his hand wrapped firmly around mine, I couldn't bring myself to feel anything but excitement. I had insisted on wearing the hood of my cloak up, however, and a pretty lace ribbon to hide my scar. If my husband had noticed, he'd known better than to comment on either. Perhaps he wasn't so bad. The crowd drew away as we entered the foyer. I doubted anyone remembered us, but people tended to be uneasy, though others would call it reverent, around chasseurs. No one wrecked a good party like a chasseur, especially if that chasseur was as priggish as my husband. He guided me to my seat. For once, I didn't resent his hand on my back. It actually felt nice, warm, strong, until he attempted to remove my cloak. When I tugged it out of his grasp, refusing to part with it, he frowned, clearing his throat in the ensuing awkwardness. I never asked, did you enjoy the book? The gentleman in the seat beside me caught my hand before I could answer. Enchanté, mademoiselle, he crooned, kissing my fingers. I couldn't help the giggle that escaped my lips. He was handsome in an oily way, with dark, slick hair and a thin mustache. My husband flushed scarlet. I'll thank you to take your hand from my wife, monsieur. The man's eyes boggled, and he looked to my empty ring finger. I laughed harder. I'd taken to wearing Angelica's ring on my right hand, just to annoy my husband. Your wife? He dropped my hand as if it were a poisonous spider. I didn't think chasseurs were in the practice of marriage. This one is. He rose and jerked his head toward me. Switch seats with me. I meant no offense, monsieur, of course. The oily man shot me a regretful glance as I sidled away from him. Though you are a lucky man indeed. My husband glowered, effectively silencing the man for the rest of the evening. The lights dimmed, and I finally pushed back my hood. You're a bit territorial, aren't you? I whispered, grinning again. He was such a brute. A somewhat adorable, pompous-assed brute. He wouldn't look at me. Performance is starting. The symphony began playing, and men and women flitted onto the stage. I recognized Hooknose immediately, chuckling at the memory of how she'd humiliated the Archbishop in front of his doting admirers. Ingenious. And to cast such an enchantment right under the noses of my husband and the Archbishop. Hooknose was a fearless dame blanche. Though she played only a minor role in the chorus, I eagerly watched her dance, along with the actors playing Émilie and Alexandre. My enthusiasm quickly dimmed, however, as the song progressed. There was something familiar about the way she held herself, something I hadn't noticed upon first meeting her. Unease gradually settled in my stomach as she twirled and danced, disappearing behind the curtain. When the second song started, my husband leaned closer. His breath tickled the skin of my neck. Jean-Luc said you were looking for me this morning. It's rude to talk during a performance. He narrowed his eyes, undeterred. What did you want? I turned my attention back toward the stage. Hooknose had just swept back into view, her corn silk hair rippling across her shoulders. The movement stirred a memory, but when I tried to grasp it fully, it slipped away again, like water between my fingers.
Lou.
He tentatively touched my hand. His was warm, large, and calloused, and I couldn't bring myself to pull away.
A knife,
I admitted, eyes never leaving the stage. He sucked in a breath.
What?
I wanted a knife.
You can't be serious.
I glanced at him. I'm deadly serious. You saw Madame Labelle yesterday. I need protection. He gripped my hand tighter.
She won't touch you.
The oily man beside us coughed pointedly, but we ignored him.
She won't be allowed inside Chasseur Tower again. The Archbishop gave his word.
I scowled. Is that supposed to make me feel better? His expression hardened and his jaw clenched tight.
It should. The Archbishop is a powerful man, and he's vowed to protect you.
His word means nothing to me.
What of my word, then? I vowed to protect you as well.
It was laughable, really, his dedication to protecting a witch. He would have had kittens if he knew the truth. I arched a wry brow. Just as I promised to obey you? He skewered me with a black look, but the oily man wasn't the only one openly glaring now. I settled back in my seat with a smug toss of my hair. He was far too prim to argue in front of an audience.
This conversation isn't over, he muttered.
But he too sat back, staring moodily at the performers. To my surprise and grudging delight, he kept my hand fixed beneath his. After several long moments, he casually brushed his thumb along my fingers. I wriggled in my seat. He ignored me, gazing steadily at the stage as the performance wore on. But his thumb continued moving, drawing small patterns on the back of my hand, circling my knuckles, tracing the tips of my nails. I struggled to concentrate on the performance. Delicious tingles spread across my skin with each sweep of his thumb, until slowly, gradually, his touch trailed upward, and his fingers grazed the veins of my wrist, the inside of my elbow. He stroked my scar there, and I shivered, pressing back in my seat and trying to focus on the performance. My cloak slipped down my shoulders. The first act ended too soon, and intermission began. We both remained seated, silently touching, hardly breathing, as the audience milled around us. When the candles dimmed again, I turned to look at him, heat rising from my belly to my cheeks.
Reed, I breathed.
He stared back at me, his own flushed, panicked expression mirroring my own. I leaned closer, gaze falling to his parted lips. His tongue flicked out to moisten them, and my belly contracted.
Yes?
In my periphery, Hooknose spun in a pirouette, her hair flying wild. Something clicked in my memory at the movement. A solstice celebration, corn silk hair braided with flowers, the maypole. Shit. Estelle. Her name was Estelle, and I'd known her once, in my childhood at Chateau Leblanc. She obviously hadn't recognized me before with my freshly smashed face, but if she saw me again, if she somehow remembered... The heat in my belly froze to ice. I had to get out of here.
Lou.
Reed's voice echoed from afar, as if he called from the end of a tunnel, and not from the seat next to me.
Are you all right?
I inhaled deeply, willing my heart to calm. Surely he could hear it. It thundered through my entire body, condemning me with each treacherous beat. His hand stilled on my wrist. Shit. I pulled it away, twisting my fingers in my lap. I'm fine. He sat back in his seat, confusion and hurt flashing across his face. I cursed silently again. The moment the final song ended, I leapt to my feet, pulling my cloak back on, ensuring the hood covered my hair and shadowed my face. Ready? Reed glanced around in bewilderment. The rest of the audience remained seated, some breathless, some weeping at Émilie and Alexandre's tragic deaths, as the curtain fell. The applause hadn't started yet.
Is something wrong?
No! The word burst out too quick to be convincing. I cleared my throat, forcing a smile, and tried again. Just tired is all. I didn't wait for his answer. Tugging his hand, I led him past the aisles, past the patrons finally rising and applauding, and into the foyer, and skidded to a halt. The actors and actresses had already formed a line by the doors. Before I could change directions, Estelle's gaze found Reed. She scowled before glancing at my cloaked form beside him, eyes narrowing as she peered beneath my hood. Recognition lit. I tugged on Reed's hand, desperate to flee, but he didn't move as Estelle strode purposefully toward us. "How are you?" Her eyes were kind, genuine, as she pushed back my hood to assess my various injuries. Rooted to the spot, I was helpless to stop her. She smiled. "It looks like you're healing nicely." I swallowed the lump in my throat. "I'm fine, thanks. Perfect." "Really?" She arched a brow in disbelief, and her kind eyes hardened as she looked at Reed, who seemed even less pleased to see her than she did him. Her lip curled. "And how are you? Still hiding behind that blue coat?" She was very brave, taunting a chasseur in public. Patrons tittered disapprovingly around us. Reed scowled and tightened his hold on my trembling fingers.
"Let's go, Lou."
I flinched at the word, heart sinking miserably. But the damage was done. "Lou!" Estelle's entire body tensed, and she tilted her head, eyes widening slowly as she re-examined my face. "As in... Louise? Nice to see you again." Before she could respond, I dragged Reed toward the exit. He followed without struggle, though I could feel his unspoken questions on my neck. We fought our way through the crowd outside the theater. When I couldn't clear a path, he stepped in front of me. Whether it was his towering height or his royal blue coat, something about him made people step aside, tipping their hats. Our carriage waited several blocks down the queue, blocked by mingling patrons, so I pulled him in the opposite direction, rushing as far and as fast from the theater as my gown allowed. When we finally cleared the crowd, he guided me down an empty side street.
"What was that about?"
I chuckled nervously, bouncing on the balls of my feet. We needed to keep moving. "It's nothing, really. Something shifted behind him, and my stomach plummeted as Estelle melted from the shadows. "I can't believe it's you." Her voice came out a breathless whisper, and she stared at me in awe. "I didn't recognize you before with the bruises. You look so... different." It was true. Beyond my previous injuries, my hair was longer and lighter than when she'd known me, my skin darker and freckled from too many days in the sun.
"Do you two know each other?"
Reed asked, frowning. "Of course not," I said hastily. Just from the theater. Let's go, Reed." I turned toward him, and he wrapped a reassuring arm around my waist, angling himself ever so slightly in front of me. Estelle's eyes widened. "You can't leave. Not now that—"
"She can,"
Reed said firmly. While it was clear he had no idea what was going on, his desire to protect me seemed to override his confusion, and his intense dislike of Estelle. His hand was gentle on the small of my back as he led me away.
"Good evening, mademoiselle."
Estelle didn't even blink. She merely flicked her wrist as if swatting an irksome fly, and the shop sign above us ripped from its hinges and smashed into the back of his skull. The sharp tang of magic swept through the alley as he crashed to his knees. He reached feebly for his balisarda. "No!" I gripped his coat, attempting to pull him to his feet, to shield him with my body somehow. But Estelle wrung her fingers before either of us could counter. When the sign bludgeoned him a second time, he flew backward. His head hit the alley wall with a sickening crack, and he crumpled to the ground and fell still. A snarl tore from my throat, and I positioned myself between the two of them, lifting my hands. "Don't make this difficult, Louise." She drifted closer, a fanatical gleam in her eyes, and panic constricted my thoughts. Though gold danced in my periphery, I couldn't focus on a pattern, couldn't focus on anything. It was as if the world had gone silent, waiting. Except Reed stirred behind me. "I won't go with you." I inched backward, lifting my hands higher to draw her eyes. "Please, stop this." "Don't you understand? This is an honor." A blue streak launched past me. Estelle couldn't react quickly enough, and Reed barreled into her outstretched arms. For a moment it looked like a sick embrace. Then Reed wrenched her around so her back was to his chest, crushing her arms and hands between them, and flung an arm around her throat. I watched in horror as she struggled against him, her face slowly purpled. "Help me!" She thrashed in terror, her wild eyes seeking mine. "Please!" I didn't move. It was over in less than a minute. With a final shudder, Estelle's body slumped in Reed's arms, and his grip slackened. "Is she dead?" I whispered. "No." His face was white, his hands shaking, as he let Estelle fall to the ground. When he finally looked at me, I stumbled under the ferocity of his stare. "What did it want with you?" Unable to stand that look, I tore my gaze away from him, away from Estelle, away from the entire nightmarish scene, and looked instead to the stars. They were dim tonight, refusing to shine for me, accusing. After a long moment, I forced myself to answer him. Tears glistened on my cheeks. "She wanted me dead." He watched me for another long moment before hauling Estelle's limp body over his shoulder. "What are you going to do with her?" I asked fearfully. "It's a witch." He started up the street without a backward glance, ignoring the alarmed looks of passers-by. "It'll burn on Earth, and then in hell." Witch Killer. Lou. Reed refused to speak to me on the way back to Chasseur Tower. I struggled to keep up, each step a knife in my heart. Witch killer, witch killer, witch killer. I couldn't look at Estelle, couldn't process the way her head lolled against Reed's back, the way her corn silk hair rippled with each step. Witch killer. When Reed burst into the tower, the guards hesitated for only a second, shocked, before leaping into action. I hated them. Hated that they'd prepared for this moment their entire lives, eyes bright with anticipation. They handed Reed a metal syringe. An injection. My vision narrowed. Nausea rolled through my stomach. "The fathers have been anxious to test it on a witch." The chasseur nearest Reed leaned forward eagerly. "Today is their lucky day." Reed didn't hesitate. He swung Estelle forward, plunging the quill into her throat with brutal force. Blood trickled onto her shoulder and stained the white of her dress. It might as well have been my soul. She dropped from Reed's arms like a stone. No one bothered catching her, and she fell face first upon the pavers, unmoving. Her chest barely rose and fell. A second chasseur chuckled, nudging her cheek with his boot. She still didn't move. "Guess that answers that question. The priests will be pleased." The manacles came next, thicker and rusted with blood. They clapped them on her wrists and ankles before yanking her up by the hair and dragging her to the stairwell. The chains clinked on each step as she disappeared down, 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 into the mouth of hell. Reed didn't look at me as he strode after them. In that moment, left with only an empty syringe and Estelle's blood as reminders of what I'd done, I truly hated myself. Witch killer. I wept bitterly. As if sensing my treachery, the sun didn't rise properly the next morning. It remained dark and ominous, the entire world cloaked in a thick blanket of black and gray. Thunder rumbled in the distance. I watched from my bedroom window, eyes red-rimmed and glassy. The Archbishop wasted no time in throwing open the church doors to shout Estelle's sins to the heavens. He brought her out in chains and threw her to the ground at his feet. The crowd shouted obscenities, hurling bits of mud and rock at her. Frantically, she whipped her head back and forth in search of someone, in search of me. As if drawn to my gaze, her head snapped up, and pale blue eyes met my own. I didn't need to hear the words to see the shape her lips formed, to see the venom that poured from her very soul. Witch killer. It was the ultimate dishonor. Reed stood at the front of the crowd, his hair blowing wildly in the wind. A raised platform had been built overnight. The crude wooden stake atop it pierced the sky, spilling forth the first icy drops of rain. To this stake they tied my sister. She still wore her chorus costume, a simple white gown that brushed her ankles, though it was bloody and soiled from whatever horrors the chasseurs had inflicted on her in the dungeon. Just last night she'd been singing and dancing at Soleil et Lune. Now she faced her death. It was all my fault. I'd been a coward, too afraid to face death myself to save Estelle, to save my people, hundreds of witches dead. I clamped a hand around my throat, right over my scar, and bit down on a sob. Ansel shifted uncomfortably behind me. "It's hard to see the first time," he said in a strained voice. "You don't have to watch." "Yes, I do." My breathing hitched as he came to stand beside my tower of furniture. Tears flowed freely down my cheeks, forming a pool on the sill. "This is my fault." "It's a witch," Ansel said softly. "No one deserves to die like this." He startled at my vehemence. "Witches do." "Tell me, Ansel." I turned toward him, suddenly urgent, desperate for him to understand. "Have you ever met a witch?" "Well, of course not." "Yes, you have. They're everywhere, all over the city. The woman who patched your coat last week might have been one, or the maid downstairs who blushes every time you look at her. Your own mother could have been one, and you never would have known." Ansel shook his head, eyes widening. "They aren't all evil, Ansel. Some are kind and caring and good." "No," he insisted. "They're wicked. Aren't we all? Isn't that what your own God teaches?" His face fell. "It's different. They're unnatural." Unnatural. I dug my palms into my eyes to stem the tears. "You're right." I gestured below, where the crowd's shouts escalated. A dun-haired woman at the back of the crowd sobbed. "Behold the natural way of things." Ansel frowned as Reed handed the Archbishop a torch. Estelle trembled. She kept her eyes trained on the sky as the Archbishop brought the torch down in a sweeping arc, igniting the bits of hay below her. The crowd roared its approval. I remembered a knife coming down on my own throat. I felt the kiss of the blade on my skin. I knew the terror in Estelle's heart. The fire spread quickly. Though tears clouded my vision, I forced myself to watch the flames lick up Estelle's dress. I forced myself to hear her screams. Each one racked my very soul, and soon I clutched the window ledge for support. I couldn't stand it anymore. I wanted to die. I deserved to die, to writhe and burn in an endless lake of black fire. I knew what I had to do. Without thinking, without stopping to consider the consequences, I clenched my fists. The world was on fire. I screamed, toppling to the floor. Ansel scrambled toward me, but his hands couldn't hold my thrashing body.
I convulsed, biting my tongue to stop the shrieking as the fire ripped through me, as it blistered my skin and peeled muscle from bone. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. There was only agony. Below, Estelle's screams stopped abruptly. Her body relaxed into the flames, and a blissful smile crossed her face as she drifted peacefully into the afterlife. Soul ache. Lou. I woke with a cool cloth on my forehead. Blinking reluctantly, I allowed my eyes to acclimate to the semi-darkness. Moonlight bathed the room in silver, illuminating a hunched figure in the chair beside my bed. Though the moon bleached his coppery hair, there was no mistaking him. Reed. His forehead rested against the edge of the mattress, not quite touching my hip. His fingers lay inches from my own. My heart contracted painfully. He must have been holding my hand before he'd fallen asleep. I didn't know how I felt about that. Touching his hair tentatively, I fought the despair in my chest. He'd burned Estelle. No, I had burned Estelle. I'd known what he would do if I waited for him to wake in that alley. I'd known he would kill her. That's what I'd wanted. I withdrew my hand, disgusted with myself, disgusted with Reed. For just a moment, I'd forgotten why I was here, who I was, who he was. A witch and a witch hunter bound in holy matrimony. There was only one way such a story could end, a stake and a match. I cursed myself for being so stupid, for allowing myself to get too close. A hand touched my arm. I turned to find Reed staring at me. Stubble shadowed his jaw, and dark circles colored his eyes, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. "You're awake," he breathed. "Yes." He sighed in relief and closed his eyes, squeezing my hand. "Thank God." After a second of hesitation, I returned the pressure. "What happened?" "You collapsed." He swallowed hard and opened his eyes. They were pained. "Ansel went running for Mademoiselle Perrault. He didn't know what to do. He said you were screaming. He couldn't get you to stop. Mademoiselle Perrault couldn't calm you either." He stroked my palm absently, staring at it without truly seeing it. "When I arrived, you were sick, really sick. You screamed when they touched you. You only stopped when I—" He cleared his throat and looked away, throat bobbing. "Then you went still. We thought you might be dead, but you weren't." I stared at his hand in mine. "No, I'm not." "I've been feeding you ice chips, and maids have been changing the bedsheets hourly to keep you comfortable." At his words, I noticed the dampness of my nightgown and sheets. My skin, too, felt sticky with sweat. I must have looked like hell. How long was I out? 3 days. I groaned and sat up, rubbing my clammy face. Shit. Has this ever happened before? He searched my face as I threw off the blankets and shivered from the cold night air. Of course not. Though I tried to remain civil, the words came out sharp, and his expression hardened. "Ansel thinks the burning did it. He said he told you not to watch." The burning. That's all it was to Reed. His world hadn't gone up in flames at that stake. He hadn't betrayed his people. Anger rekindled in my belly. He probably didn't even know Estelle's name. I headed to the washroom, refusing to meet his eyes. I rarely do what I'm told. My anger burned hotter when Reed followed. Why? Why watch when it upsets you so? I turned the tap and watched the steaming water fill the tub. Because we killed her. It was the least we could do to watch it happen. She deserved as much. Ansel said you were crying. I was. It was a witch, Lou. She, I snarled, whirling on him. She was a witch, and a person. Her name was Estelle, and we burned her. Witches aren't people, he said impatiently. That's a child's fantasy. They aren't little fairy creatures who wear flowers and dance under the full moon either. They're demons. You've seen the infirmary. They're malevolent. They'll hurt you if given the chance. He raked an agitated hand through his hair, glaring at me. They deserve the stake. I clenched my hands on the tub to prevent myself from doing something I'd regret. I needed to rage at him. I needed to wrap my hands around his throat and shake him, to make him see sense. I was half tempted to slit my arm open again, so he could see the blood that flowed there, the blood that was the same color as his own. What if I were a witch, Reed? I asked softly. Would the stake be what I deserve? I turned off the tap, and absolute silence filled the chamber. I could feel his eyes on my back, wary, assessing. Yes, he said carefully. If you were a witch. The unspoken question hung in the air between us. I met his eyes over my shoulder, daring him to ask it, praying he wouldn't, praying he would, unsure of how I would answer if he did. A long second passed as we stared at each other. Finally, when it became clear he wouldn't ask, or perhaps couldn't, I turned back to the water and whispered, We both deserve the stake for what we did to her. He cleared his throat, obviously uncomfortable with the new direction of the conversation. Lou, just leave me alone. I need time. He didn't argue, and I didn't watch him leave. When the door closed, I inched into the hot water. It steamed, nearly boiling, but was still a cool caress compared to the stake. I slipped beneath the surface, remembering the agony of the flames on my skin. I'd spent years hiding from La Dame des Sorcières, my mother. I'd done terrible things to protect myself, to ensure my survival, because above all else, that is what I did. I survived. But at what cost? I'd reacted instinctively with Estelle. It had been her life or mine. The way forward had seemed clear. There had been only one choice. But Estelle had been one of my own, a witch. She hadn't wanted me dead, only to be free of the persecution plaguing our people. Unfortunately, those two were mutually exclusive now. I thought of her body, of the wind carrying away her ashes, and all the other ashes that had been carried away over the years. I thought of Monsieur Bernard rotting away on a bed upstairs, and all the others who had waited to die in torment. Witches and people alike, one and the same, all innocent, all guilty, all dead. But not me. When I was 16, my mother had tried to sacrifice me, her only child. Even before my conception, Morgane had seen a pattern no other Dame des Sorcières had seen before, had been willing to do what none of her predecessors had ever dreamed, kill her lineage. With my death, the king's line also would have died. All his heirs, legitimate and bastard, would have ceased breathing with me. One life to end 100 years' worth of persecution. One life to end the Lyons' reign of tyranny. But my mother didn't just want to kill the king. She wanted to hurt him, to destroy him. I could still imagine her pattern at the altar, shimmering around my heart and branching out into the darkness, toward his children. The witches planned to strike amidst his grief. They planned to eviscerate what remained of the royal family, and everyone who followed them. I broke through the surface of the water, gasping for breath. All these years, I've been lying to myself, convinced I'd fled the altar because I couldn't take the lives of innocents. Yet here I was with innocent blood on my hands. I was a coward. The pain of the realization went beyond my sensitive skin, beyond the agony of the flames.
This time I damaged something important, something irrevocable. It ached deep inside me. Witch killer. For the first time in my life, I wondered if I'd made the right choice. Coco checked on me later that day, her face drawn as she sat beside me on the bed. Ansel became inordinately interested in his coat buttons. "How are you feeling?" She lifted a hand to stroke my hair. At her touch, all my wretched emotions flooded back to the surface. A tear escaped down my cheek. I wiped it away, scowling. Like hell. "We thought you were a goner." "I wish." Her hand stilled. "Don't say that. You've just got a soul ache, that's all. Nothing a few sticky buns can't fix." My eyes snapped open. A soul ache? Sort of like a headache or stomach ache, but much worse. I used to get them all the time when I lived with my aunt. She smoothed my hair away from my face and leaned down, brushing another tear from my cheek. "It wasn't your fault, Lou. You did what you had to." I stared at my hands for a long moment. "Why do I feel like such a shit about it then?" "Because you're a good person. I know it's never pretty to take a life, but Estelle forced your hand. No one can blame you for what you did." "I'm sure Estelle would feel differently." "Estelle made her choice when she put her faith in your mother. She chose wrong. The only thing you can do now is move forward. Isn't that right?" She nodded to Ansel, who blushed scarlet in the corner. I looked hastily away. He knew now, of course. He would have smelled the magic. Yet here I was, alive. More tears pooled in my eyes. "Stop it," I chided. "Of course he didn't tell on you. He's the only decent man in this entire tower. Shame on you for thinking otherwise." Throat constricting, I toyed with Angelica's ring, unable to meet anyone's eyes. "I have to warn you," Coco continued. "The kingdom is praising Reed as a hero. This is the first burning in months, and with the current climate, well, it's been a celebration. King Auguste invited Reed to dine with him yesterday, but Reed refused." At my questioning look, she pursed her lips in disapproval. "He didn't want to leave you." Suddenly, much too warm, I kicked my blankets away. There was nothing heroic about what he did. She and Ansel exchanged a glance. "As his wife," she said carefully, "you're expected to think otherwise." I stared at her. "Listen, Lou." She sat back, heaving an impatient sigh. "I'm just looking out for you. People heard your screams during the execution. Many are very interested in why a witch burning sent you into hysterics, including the king. Reed finally accepted his dinner invitation this evening to placate him. You need to be careful. Everyone will be watching you extra closely now." Her gaze flicked to Ansel. "And you know the stake isn't just for witches. Witch sympathizers can meet a similar fate." My heart sank as I looked between them. "Oh, God, the two of you—" "The three of us," Ansel murmured. "You're forgetting Reed. He'll burn too. He murdered Estelle." Ansel stared down at his boots, swallowing hard. "He believes Estelle was a demon. They all do. He was trying to protect you, Lou." I shook my head, furious tears threatening to spill once more. "But he's wrong. Not all witches are evil." "I know you believe that," Ansel said softly, "but you can't force Reed to believe it." He finally looked up, and his brown eyes held profound sadness. Sadness someone his age never should have known. "There are some things that can't be changed with words. Some things have to be seen. They have to be felt." He walked to the door, but hesitated, looking over his shoulder at me. "I hope you can find your way forward together. He's a good person, and so are you." I watched him go in silence, desperate to ask how. How could a witch and a witch hunter find their way forward together? How could I ever trust a man who would have me burned? How could I ever love him? Ansel had been right about one thing, however. I couldn't hold Reed fully accountable for what had happened to Estelle. He truly believed witches were evil. It was a part of him as much as his copper hair or towering height. No. Estelle's death wasn't on Reed's hands. It was on mine. Before Reed returned that evening, I crawled out of bed and dragged myself to his desk. My skin itched and burned as I healed, a constant reminder of the flames. But my limbs were a different story. My muscles and bones felt stiffer, heavier, as if they would pull me through the floor if they could. Each step to the desk was a struggle. Sweat beaded along my forehead, matted the hair on my neck. Coco had said my fever would linger. I hoped it'd break soon. Collapsing into the chair, I pulled the desk drawer open with the last of my energy. Reed's faded old Bible still lay inside. With trembling fingers, I opened it and began to read, or tried to read at least. His cramped handwriting filled every inch of the narrow margins. Though I brought the silk-thin pages clear to my nose, I couldn't focus on the scripture without my vision swimming. I tossed it back in the drawer with a disgruntled sigh. Proving witches weren't inherently evil might be harder than I anticipated. Still, I'd formed a plan after Coco and Ansel had left this afternoon. If Ansel could be convinced we weren't evil, perhaps Reed could too. In order to do that, I needed to understand his ideology. I needed to understand him. Cursing quietly, I rose to my feet once more, steeling myself for the descent into hell. I'd have to visit the library. Nearly a half hour later, I pushed open the dungeon door. A welcome draft of cold air swept across my sticky skin, and I sighed in relief. The corridor was quiet. Most of the chasseurs had retired for the evening, and the rest were busy doing whatever it was they did. Guarding the royal family, protecting the guilty, burning the innocent. When I reached the library, however, the council room door swung open, and the Archbishop strolled out, licking what appeared to be icing from his fingers. In his other hand, he held a half-eaten sticky bun. Shit. Before I could shove Angelica's ring in my mouth to disappear, he turned and spotted me. We both froze with our hands halfway to our mouth, equally absurd. But he recovered first, hiding the sticky bun hastily behind his back. A bit of icing remained on the tip of his nose.
Louise, what are you doing down here?
He shook his head at my bewildered expression, clearing his throat, before rising to his full, inconsiderable height.
This is a restricted area. I must ask you to leave at once.
Sorry, With a shake of my own head, I averted my gaze, looking anywhere but his nose. I wanted to borrow a Bible. He stared at me as if I'd sprouted horns. Ironic, given my request.
What?
Is that a bun? I inhaled the cinnamon and vanilla deeply, brushing a strand of sweaty hair from my forehead. Despite the fever, saliva pooled in my mouth. I'd know that smell anywhere. That was my smell. What the hell was he doing with it? It didn't belong in this dark, dismal place.
Enough impertinent questions.
He scowled and wiped his fingers on the back of his robe surreptitiously.
If you truly seek to procure a Bible, which I doubt, I shall of course provide you with one, so long as you return to your room directly.
Reluctantly, his eyes assessed my face, the pale skin, the sweaty brow, the shadowed eyes. His expression softened.
You should be in bed, Louise. Your body needs time to...
He shook his head once more, catching himself, as if not quite sure what had gotten into him. I empathized.
Do not move from this spot.
He pushed past me into the library, returning a moment later.
Here.
He thrust an ancient, dusty tome into my hands. Icing smeared the spine and cover.
Ensure you take care of it properly. This is the word of God.
I ran my hand over the leather binding, tracing lines through the dust and icing. Thank you. I'll return it when I'm finished.
No need.
He cleared his throat again, frowning and clasping his hands behind his back. He looked as uncomfortable as I felt.
It is yours. A gift, if you will.
A gift. The words sent a bolt of displeasure through me, and I was struck by the oddity of this situation. The Archbishop, hiding the icing on his fingers. Me, clutching a Bible to my chest.
Right.
Well, I'm going to go.
Of course. I, too, must retire.
We parted ways with equally awkward nods. Reed opened the bedroom door quietly that night. I shoved the Bible beneath his bed and greeted him with a guilty, "Hello!"
Lou!
He nearly leapt out of his skin. I might have even heard him curse. Eyes wide, he tossed his coat on the desk and approached warily.
It's late. What are you doing awake?
Couldn't sleep. My teeth chattered, and I burrowed deeper into the blanket in which I'd cocooned myself. He touched a hand to my forehead.
You're burning up. Have you visited the infirmary?
Bree said the fever would last a few days. When he moved to sit beside me on the bed, I clambered to my feet, abandoning my blanket. My muscles protested the sudden movement, and I winced, shivering. He sighed and stood as well.
I'm sorry. Please sit. You need to rest.
No, I need to get this hair off my neck. It's driving me mad. Inexplicably furious, I yanked the offending strands away from my sensitive skin. But my arms, they're so heavy. A yawn eclipsed the rest of my words, and my arms drooped. I sank back onto the bed. I can't seem to hold them up. He chuckled.
Is there something I can do to help?
You can braid it. The chuckle died abruptly.
You want me to what?
Braid it, please. He stared at me. I stared back. I can teach you, it's easy.
I highly doubt that.
Please, I can't sleep with it touching my skin. It was true. Between the scripture, the fever, and the lack of sleep, my mind whirled deliriously. Every brush of hair against my skin was agony, somewhere between cold and pain, tingle and ache. He swallowed hard and stepped around me. A welcome shiver swept down my back at his presence, his proximity, his heat. He expelled a resigned breath.
Tell me what to do.
I resisted the urge to lean into him. Divide it into 3 sections. He hesitated before gently wrapping his hands around my hair. Fresh goose flesh rose on my arms as he threaded his fingers through the strands.
Now what?
Now take an outside section and cross it over the middle section.
What?
Must I repeat everything?
This is impossible,
he muttered, trying and failing to keep the strands separated. He gave up after a few seconds and started over.
Your hair is thicker than a horse's tail.
I yawned again. Is that a compliment, Chess? After several more attempts, he successfully managed the first step.
What's next?
Now to the other side. Cross it over into the middle. Make sure it's tight. He growled low in his throat, and a different sort of chill swept through me.
This looks terrible.
I let my head fall forward, relishing the feel of his fingers on my neck. My skin didn't protest as it had earlier. Instead, it seemed to warm under his touch, to melt. My eyes fluttered closed. Talk to me.
About what?
How did you become captain? He didn't answer for a long moment.
Are you sure you want to know?
Yes.
A few months after I joined the chasseurs, I found a pack of loups-garous outside the city. We killed them.
Though no witch could ever claim friendliness with a werewolf, my heart contracted painfully at his pragmatism. His tone held no remorse, no emotion whatsoever. A simple statement of fact, as cold, barren, and improbable as a frozen seascape. Jean-Luc would have called it truth. Unable to muster the energy to continue the conversation, I sighed heavily, and we lapsed into silence. He braided steadily down my back, his movements quickening as he gained confidence. His fingers were nimble, skilled. He seemed to sense the tension in my shoulders, however, because his voice was much softer when he asked,
"How do I finish it?"
"There's a leather cord on the nightstand." He wrapped the cord around the braid several times before tying it into a neat knot. At least, I assumed it was neat. Every aspect of Reed was precise, certain, every color in its proper place. Undiluted by indecision, he saw the world in black and white, suffering none of the messy charcoal colors in between, the colors of ash and smoke, of fear and doubt. The colors of me.
"Lou,
He ran his fingers down my braid, and fresh chills washed over my skin. When I finally turned to look at him, he dropped his hand and stepped back, refusing to meet my eyes.
You asked."
"I know." Without another word, he strode into the washroom and closed the door.
A time for moving on. Reed. "Let's go somewhere," Lou announced. I looked up from my Bible. She'd visited the infirmary again this morning. Since returning from the foul place, she'd done nothing but sit on the bed and stare at empty air. But her eyes hadn't been idle. No, they flicked back and forth, as if watching something, her lips moving imperceptibly, her fingers twitching. Though I didn't say anything, I feared the patients were beginning to rub off on her. One patient in particular, a Monsieur Bernard, worried me. A few days ago, Father Orville had pulled me aside to inform me the man was kept under constant sedation and chained to prevent suicide. Father Orville seemed to think Lou would suffer a shock when the inevitable happened. Perhaps time away would do us both good. I set aside my Bible. "Where do you want to go?" "I want a sticky bun. Do you remember the patisserie where we first met? The one in East End? I used to go there all the time before, well, all of this." She waved a hand between us. I eyed her warily. "Do you promise to behave yourself?" "Of course not. That would ruin the fun." She hopped down from the bed, fetched her cloak from the rack. "Are you coming or not?" A sparkle lit her eyes that I hadn't seen since the theater. Before the burning, before, well, all of this. I eyed her carefully, searching for any sign of the woman I'd known in the past week. Though her fever had abated quickly, her spirits hadn't. It had been like she was balancing on the tip of a knife. One wrong move, and she'd impale someone. Likely me. Or herself. But today seemed different. Perhaps she turned a corner. "Are you feeling better?" I asked, hesitant. She stilled in tying her cloak. "Maybe." Against my better judgment, I nodded and reached for my own coat, only to have her snatch it out of reach. "No!" She wagged a finger in front of my nose. "I'd like to spend the day with Reed, not the chasseur." Reed. I still hadn't grown used to her saying my name. Every time she did, an absurd little thrill shot through me. This time was no different. I cleared my throat and crossed my arms, trying and failing to remain impassive. "They're the same person." She grimaced and held the door open for me. "We'll see about that. Shall we?" It was a blustery day, icy, unforgiving. Bits of the last snowfall clung to the edge of the streets, where footsteps had turned it slushy and brown. I stuffed my hands into my trouser pockets, blinked irritably into the brilliant afternoon sunshine. "It's freezing out here." Lou turned her face into the wind with a grin, closed her eyes, and extended her arms, the tip of her nose already red. "The cold stifles the reek of fish. It's wonderful." "It's easy for you to say. You have a cloak." She turned to me, grin widening. Pieces of her hair tore free of her hood and danced around her face. "I can swipe you one if you'd like. There's a clothier next door to the patisserie." "Don't even think about it." "Fine." She burrowed deeper into the folds of her cloak. Charcoal, stained, fraying at the hem. "Suit yourself." Scowling, I trudged down the street after her, every muscle in my body seized with cold, but I didn't allow myself to shiver, to give Lou the satisfaction of, "Oh, good Lord," she said, laughing. "This is painful to watch. Here." She threw one side of her cloak around me. It barely covered my shoulders, but I didn't complain, especially when she nestled beneath my arm, drawing it tighter around us. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders in surprise. She laughed harder. "We look ridiculous." I glanced down at us, lips quirking. It was true. I was simply too big for the fabric, and we were forced to shuffle awkwardly in order to stay covered. We tried to synchronize our steps, but I soon stepped wrong, and we ended up in a tangled heap in the snow, a spectacle. Passers-by eyed us in disapproval, but for the first time in as long as I could remember, I didn't care. I laughed, too. By the time we burst into the patisserie, our cheeks and noses were red, our throats ached from laughter. I stared at her as she swept the cloak from my shoulders. She smiled with her whole face. I'd never seen such a transformation. It was infectious. "Pan!" Lou flung her arms open. I followed her gaze to the familiar man behind the counter, short, heavy-set, bright, beady eyes that lit with excitement upon seeing Lou. "Lucida! My darling child, where have you been?" He waddled around the counter as fast as his legs would carry him. "I was beginning to think you had forgotten your friend Pan, and—" his eyes widened comically and his voice dropped to a whisper, "what have you done to your hair?" Lou's smile slipped, and her hand shot to her hair. Oblivious, Pan swept her into his arms, holding her a second longer than appropriate. Lou gave a reluctant chuckle. I needed a change. Something darker for winter. Do you like it?" Of course. But you're much too thin, child. Much too thin. Here, let us fatten you up with a bun." He turned back toward the counter, but halted when he finally noticed me. He raised his brows. "And who is this?" Lou grinned, devious. I braced myself for whatever scheme she'd concocted, praying it wasn't something illegal, knowing it probably was. "Pan," she took my arm and tugged me forward, "I'd like you to meet Boz." "Boz?" I looked down at her in surprise. "The Boz?" Pan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. She winked at me. "The one and only." Pan scowled. Then, incredibly, he rose to his toes and poked a finger in my chest. I frowned, bewildered, and made to step back, but the man followed, poking me all the way. "Now, you listen to me, young man. Yes, I've heard all about you. You don't know how lucky you are to have this Cherie on your arm. She is a pearl, and you will treat her as such from this point on. Do you understand? If I hear differently, you will answer to me, and you do not want Pan as an enemy, oh no!" I glared at Lou, indignant, but she only shook with silent laughter. Useless. I took a quick step backward, too quick for the man to follow. "Yes, sir." "Very good." He still eyed me shrewdly as he fetched 2 sticky buns from behind the counter. After handing one to Lou, he promptly threw the other in my face. I hastened to stop it from sliding down my shirt. "Here you are, my dear. You have to pay," he added, glaring at me. I wiped icing from my nose incredulously. The man was a lunatic, as was my wife. When Pan retreated back behind the counter, I rounded on her. "Who is Lucida? And why did you tell him my name is that?" It took her several seconds to answer, to chew through the enormous glob of sticky bun in her mouth. Her cheeks bulged with it. To her credit, she managed to keep her mouth closed. To my credit, I did too. She finally swallowed, licked her fingers with a reverence that belonged in Mass. No, with a reverence that most definitely did not belong in Mass. I looked anywhere but at her tongue. So territorial, Shaz. Well, I asked, unable to conceal my jealousy. Why would you tell him I'm the thief? She grinned at me and continued licking her thumb. If you must know, I use him to guilt Pan into giving me sweets. Just last month, the wicked, wicked Baz tricked me into elopement, only to leave me at the dock. Pan gave me free buns for a week. I forced myself to meet her eyes. You're deplorable. Her eyes glittered. She knew exactly what she was doing. Yes, I am. Are you going to eat that? She motioned to my plate. I shoved it toward her, and she bit into my bun with a soft sigh. Like manna from heaven. Surprise jolted through me. I didn't realize you were familiar with the Bible. You probably don't realize a lot of things about me, Chaz. She shrugged, stuffing half the bun into her mouth. Besides, it's the only book in the entire tower except La Vie Ephémère, Shepherd, and 12 treatises of occult extermination, which is rubbish, by the way. I don't recommend. I hardly heard a word she said. Don't call me that. My name is Reed. She arched a brow. I thought they were the same person. I leaned back, studying her as she finished my bun. A bit of icing covered her lip. Her nose was still red from the cold, her hair wild and windblown. My little heathen. You dislike the chasseurs. She fixed me with a pointed stare. And I tried so hard to hide it. I ignored her. Why? I don't think you're ready to hear that answer, Chaz. Fine. Why did you want to come out today? Because it was time. I suppressed a sigh of frustration. Meaning? Meaning there's a time for mourning, and there's a time for moving on. It was always the same with her. She always hedged, as if sensing my thoughts, she crossed her arms, leaning onto the table, expression inscrutable. All right, then. Maybe you are ready to hear some answers. Let's make a game of it, shall we? A game of questions to get to know each other. I leaned forward, too, returning the challenge. Let's. Fine. What's your favorite color? Blue. She rolled her eyes. Boring. Mine's gold, or turquoise, or emerald. Why doesn't that surprise me? Because you aren't as stupid as you look. I didn't know whether to be insulted or flattered. She didn't give me time to decide. What's the most embarrassing thing you've ever done? Blood crept up my throat at the memory. I coughed and stared at her empty plate. The Archbishop once caught me in a compromising position with a girl. Oh, my God! She smacked her palms against the table, eyes widening. You got caught having sex with Seeley? The people at the next table swiveled to stare at us. I ducked my head, thankful for the first time ever I wasn't wearing my uniform. I glared at her. Shh, of course not. She kissed me, okay? It was just kissing. Lou frowned. Just kissing? That's no fun at all. Hardly something to be embarrassed about. But it had been something to be embarrassed about. The look on the Archbishop's face. I forced the memory away quickly. What's yours, then? Did you strip naked and dance the bourrée? She snorted. You wish. No. I sang at a festival when I was a child. Missed every note. Everyone laughed. I'm a shit singer. Our neighbors tisked in disapproval. I grimaced. Yes, I know. Right. Biggest pet peeve? Swearing. Killjoys, she grinned. Favorite food? Venison. She pointed to her empty plate. Sticky buns. Best friend? Jean-Luc. You? Really? Her grin faded, and she stared at me with what looked like pity. But that couldn't be right. That's unfortunate. Mine is Brie. Ignoring the jab, the look, I interrupted before she could ask another question. Fatal flaw? She hesitated, dropping her gaze to the tabletop, tracing a knot in the wood with her finger. Selfishness. Wrath. Greatest fear? This time she didn't hesitate. Death. I frowned and reached across the table to grasp her hand. There's nothing to fear in death, Lou. She looked up at me, blue-green eyes inscrutable. There isn't? No. Not if you know where you're going. She gave a grim laugh and dropped my hand. That's the problem, isn't it? Lou. She stood and thrust a finger against my mouth to silence me. I blinked rapidly, trying not to fixate on the sweetness of her skin. Let's not talk about this anymore. She dropped her finger. Let's go see the Yule tree. I saw them putting it up earlier. The Christmas tree, I corrected automatically. She continued as if she hadn't heard me. We really ought to get you a coat first, though. Are you sure you don't want me to steal one? It would be easy. I'll even let you pick the color. I'm not going to let you steal anything. I'll buy a coat. I accepted the bit of cloak she offered me, pulling it around us once more. And I can buy you a new cloak as well. Baz bought this for me. Exactly. I steered her down the street toward the clothier's shop. All the more reason to throw it in the trash where it belongs. An hour later, we emerged from the shop in our new garments. A navy wool coat with silver fastenings for me. A white cloak of crushed velvet for Lou. She'd protested when she saw the price, but I'd insisted. The white looked striking against her golden skin, and she'd left her hood down for once. Her dark hair blew loose in the breeze. Beautiful. I hadn't mentioned that last bit, though. A dove cooed above us as we made our way to the village center, and snowflakes fell thick and fast. They caught in Lou's hair, in her eyelashes. She winked at me, catching one on her tongue, then another and another. Soon she twirled in a circle, trying to catch them all at once. People stared, but she didn't care. I watched her with reluctant amusement. Come on, Shaz, taste them. They're divine. I shook my head, a grin tugging at my lips. The more people who muttered around us, the louder her voice became, the wilder her movements, the broader her smile. She reveled in their disapproval. I shook my head, grin fading. I can't. She spun toward me and grabbed my hands. Her fingers were freezing like 10 tiny icicles. It won't kill you to live a little, you know? I'm a chasseur, Lou. I spun her away from me once more with a pang of regret. We don't frolic, even if we wanted to. Have you ever tried it? Of course not. Maybe you should. It's getting late. Do you want to see the Christmas tree or not? She stuck her tongue out at me. You're no fun, Chas. A frolic in the snow might be just what you and the rest of those chasseurs need. It's a good way to get the stick out of your ass, I'm told. I glanced around, nervously. 2 passing shoppers skewered me with disapproving glares. I caught Lou's hand as she spun back toward me. Please, behave. Fine. She reached up to brush the snowflakes from my hair, smoothing the furrow between my brows as she went. I will refrain from using the word ass. Happy? Lou. She cackled and grinned up at me. You, sir, are too easy. Let's go see this Yule tree. Christmas tree. Nuance, shall we? Though we no longer shared a cloak, she wrapped her arms around my waist. Pulling her closer with an exasperated shake of my head, I couldn't stop the small smile that touched my lips. Mademoiselle Perrault greeted us in the church foyer that evening, her face pinched, troubled. She ignored me, as per usual, and walked straight to Lou. What is it? Lou frowned and took her gloved hands. What's happened? It's Bernie, Mademoiselle Perrault said quietly. Lou's brows dipped as she scanned Mademoiselle Perrault's face. I clasped Lou's shoulder. Who's Bernie? Mademoiselle Perrault didn't even glance at me, but Lou did. Monsieur Bernard. The suicidal patient. She turned her attention back to Mademoiselle Perrault. Is he dead? Mademoiselle Perrault's eyes gleamed too bright in the candlelight of the foyer, too wet, lined with unshed tears. I braced myself for the inevitable. We don't know. He's gone. This caught my attention. I stepped forward. What do you mean, gone? She exhaled sharply through her nose, finally deigning to look at me. Gone as in gone, Captain Diggory. Bed empty, chains torn free, no sign of a body. No sign of a body? Lou's eyes widened. So, that means he didn't die by suicide. Mademoiselle Perrault shook her head, grim. It doesn't mean anything. He could have dragged himself off somewhere and done it. Until we find the body, we don't know. I had to agree with her. Have my brethren been alerted? She pursed her lips. Yes. They're searching the church and tower now. A unit has been deployed to scour the city as well. Good. The last thing we needed was someone stumbling upon a corpse riddled with magic. The people would panic. I nodded and squeezed Lou's shoulder. They'll find him, Lou. One way or the other, you needn't worry. Her face remained rigid. But what if he's dead? I spun her around to face me, much to Mademoiselle Perrault's irritation. Then he's no longer in pain. I leaned down to her ear, away from Mademoiselle Perrault's keen eyes. Her hair tickled my lips. He knew where he was going, Lou. He had nothing to fear. She leaned back to look at me. I thought suicide was a mortal sin. I reached out, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Only God can judge us. Only God can read the depths of our soul. And I think he understands the power of circumstance, of fear. I dropped my hand and cleared my throat, forced the words out before I could change my mind. I think there are few absolutes in this world. Just because the Church believes Monsieur Bernard will suffer eternally for his mental illness doesn't mean he will. Something swelled in Lou's eyes at my words. I didn't recognize it at first, didn't recognize it until several hours later as I drifted to sleep on my bedroom floor. Hope. It had been hope.
The Guest of Honor. Lou. King Auguste scheduled a ball on the eve of St. Nicholas Day to commence a weekend of celebration, and to honor Reed. Apparently, the king felt indebted to Reed for saving his family's skin when the witches had attacked. Though I hadn't stuck around to watch the chaos unfold, I had no doubt my husband had acted heroic. Still, it felt odd celebrating Reed's victory when his failure would have solved my predicament. If the king and his children were already dead, there would be no reason for me to die too. Indeed, my throat would have very much appreciated his failure. Reed shook his head in exasperation as Coco burst into the room without knocking, a filmy white gown draped across her arm. Slinging his best chasseur coat over his shoulder and sighing, he bent to tuck a piece of my hair behind my ear in farewell. I need to meet the Archbishop. He paused at the door, the corner of his mouth quirking in a lopsided smile. Excitement danced in his sea-blue eyes. Despite my reservations, I couldn't help myself. I smiled back. I'll return shortly. Coco lifted the gown for my appraisal after he left. You're going to look divine in this. I look divine in everything. She grinned and winked at me. That's the spirit. Tossing the gown on the bed, she forced me into the desk chair, raking her fingers through my hair. I shivered at the memory of Reed's fingers. The priests agreed to let me attend the ball, since I'm such a close, personal friend of you and your husband. She pulled a brush from her robes with a determined glint in her eyes. Now, it's time to brush your hair. I scowled at her and leaned away. I don't think so. I never brushed my hair. It was one of the few rules I lived by, and I certainly didn't see a need to start breaking it now. Besides, Reed liked my hair. Since I'd asked him to braid it, he seemed to think he could continue touching it at every opportunity. I didn't correct him because, well, I just didn't. Oh, but I do. She pushed me back down in my seat, attacking my hair as if it had personally offended her. When I tried to wriggle away, she whacked me on top of the head with her brush. Be still! These rats have to come out. Nearly 2 hours later, I stared at myself in the mirror. The front of the gown, crafted of thin white silk, skimmed my torso before billowing artfully at the knees, soft and simple. Delicate petals and silver crystals dusted the sheer fabric of the back, and Coco had pinned my hair at my nape to showcase the elaborate appliqué. She'd also insisted I heal the remainder of my bruises. Another velvet ribbon covered my scar. Overall, I looked good. She stood behind me now, preening at her own reflection over my shoulder. A fitted black gown accentuated her every curve, the high neckline and tight sleeves adding to her allure, and she'd pinned her wayward curls into an elegant chignon at her crown. I eyed her with a familiar pang of jealousy. I didn't fill out my own dress quite so well. She smoothed the rouge on her lips with a finger and smacked her lips. "We look straight out of the Belle Rose. Babette would be proud." "Is that supposed to be an insult?" I reached into my gown to lift each breast, squeezing my shoulders together and frowning at the results. "Those courtesans are so beautiful, people pay to be with them." Ansel entered the bedroom a moment later. He trimmed his mop of curls and smoothed them away from his face, emphasizing his high cheekbones and flawless skin. The new style made him look older. I eyed the long lines of his body, the sharp cut of his jaw, the full curve of his mouth, with newfound appreciation. His eyes boggled at the sight of Coco. I didn't blame him. Her gown was a far cry from the oversized healing robe she normally wore. "Mademoiselle Perrault, you look very, very good." Her brows rose in wry amusement. He shook his head quickly and tried again. "Reed, Captain Diggory, he wanted me to tell you, not you, but Lou, that, good Lord, Ansel." I grinned as he tore his gaze from her. He blinked rapidly, dazed, as if someone had clubbed him in the head. "I feel a little insulted." But he clearly wasn't listening. His eyes had already gravitated back to Coco, who stalked toward him with a cat-like grin. She tilted her head as if surveying a particularly juicy mouse. He swallowed hard. "You look very good as well." She circled him appreciatively, trailing a finger across his chest. He went rigid. "I had no idea you were so handsome under all that hair. Was there something you needed, Ansel?" I gestured to the room at large, sweeping an arm past Coco's impressive bosom. "Or are you just here to admire the general decor?" He cleared his throat, eyes gleaming determinedly as he opened his mouth once more. "Captain Diggory requested I escort you to the castle. The Archbishop insisted he go on with him. I can also escort you, Mademoiselle Perrault." "I think I'd like that." Coco slid an arm around his, and I burst out laughing at the alarmed look on his face. Every single muscle in his body tensed, even his eyelids. It was extraordinary. "And please, call me Bree." He took great care to touch as little of Coco as possible as we walked down the stairwell, but Coco went out of her way to make the endeavor difficult. The chasseurs who had been forced to stay behind stared unabashedly as we passed. Coco winked at them. "Might as well give them a show," I whispered. Coco grinned wickedly and pinched Ansel's backside in response. He yelped and leapt forward, whirling mutinously as the guards snickered behind us. "That wasn't funny." I disagreed. Ancient and unadorned, the castle of Césarine was a fortress befitting its city. It boasted no intricate buttresses or spires, no windows or arches. It loomed over us as we joined the throng of carriages already in the receiving line, the setting sun tinging the stone with bloody red light. The evergreens in the courtyard, tall and narrow, like two spears piercing the sky, only added to the grim picture. We waited for what seemed like hours before a footman in Lyon livery approached our carriage. Ansel stepped out to greet him, whispering something in his ear, and the man's eyes widened. He hastily took my hand. "Madame Diggory, Captain Diggory has been anxiously awaiting your arrival." As he should be. Coco didn't wait for the footman to help her down. Ansel scrambled to catch her elbow, but she brushed him off too. I'm anxious to see if this chasseur of yours is as doting in public as he is in private. The footman looked startled, but said nothing. Ansel groaned under his breath. Please, mesdames, make your way to the antechamber, the footman said. The herald will ensure you are properly announced. I lurched to a halt. Properly announced? But I have no title. Yes, madame, but your husband is the guest of honor. The king insists on treating him as royalty tonight. Potentially problematic, Coco murmured, as Ansel tugged the two of us forward. Definitely problematic, and not the fun kind. I had no intention of being announced to a room full of strangers. There was no telling who could be in there watching. I'd learned my lesson with Estelle. There was no need for a repeat performance. I took in my surroundings, seeking a discreet entrance. At a ball held in my husband's honor, however, I had no idea how I might remain discreet, especially in such a ridiculously sheer dress. I cursed inwardly as every eye turned toward us as we passed. Coco's sinful figure didn't help matters. Richly dressed aristocrats milled about the antechamber, which was as dark and dismal as the exterior, like a prison. A prison with candles flickering in gold candelabras and wreaths of evergreen and holly draped across the doorways. I think I even spotted mistletoe. Ansel craned his neck to find the herald. There he is. He pointed to a short, squat man with a wig and scroll, who stood beside a large archway. Music and laughter poured from the room beyond. Another servant appeared to take our cloaks. Though I held on to mine for a second too long, the servant succeeded in tugging it from my hands. Feeling naked, I watched it disappear with a sense of helplessness. When Ansel pulled me toward the herald, however, I dug in my heels. I'm not being announced. But the footman said... I jerked out of his grasp. I don't care what the footman said. Lou, the king insisted. Darlings! Coco smiled wide, looping her arms through ours. Let's not make a scene, Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to smile and nod at the eavesdropping aristocrats. I'll be entering from over there, I informed Ansel through clenched teeth, gesturing across the antechamber to where servants were coming and going from a smaller, secondary set of doors. Lou, he began, but I was already halfway to the doors. Coco hurried to follow, leaving Ansel behind. The ballroom was much larger and grander than the antechamber. Iron chandeliers hung from the beamed ceiling, and the wooden floor gleamed in the candlelight. Musicians played a festive tune in the corner next to an enormous evergreen. Some guests already danced, though most preferred to stroll around the perimeter of the room, drinking champagne and wheedling the royal family. Judging from the loud, slurred voices of the aristocrats nearest me, they'd been hitting the bubbly for hours. Yes, ye old sisters, that's what I heard. They've traveled all the way from Amandine to perform. My cousin says they're quite brilliant. Sunday, you said. After Mass, such a fitting way to end the weekend. The Archbishop deserves the honor. Scoffing, I marched past them into the room. Any person who chose to string together the words, "The Archbishop deserves the honor," wasn't worth my attention. I scanned the sea of blue coats and sparkling gowns for Reed, spotting his coppery hair at the far end of the ballroom. A group of admirers surrounded him, though the young woman clinging to his arm drew my particular attention. My heart plummeted. Anxiously awaiting my ass. Even from a distance I could tell the woman was beautiful, delicate and feminine. Her porcelain skin and raven hair shone in the candlelight. She shook with genuine laughter at something Reed had just said. Uneasiness flitted through me. This could only be one person. One boring, docile, wretchedly inconvenient pipe dream. Coco followed my gaze, wrinkling her nose in distaste when she too spotted Reed and the raven-haired beauty. Please tell me that's not who I think it is. I'll come find you later. My eyes never left Reed's face. Coco knew better than to follow this time. I'd just descended into the ballroom when another man stepped in my path. Though I'd never encountered him this close, I recognized his tawny complexion and hooded eyes at once. Black hair styled to perfection, he wore more diamonds on his crown than were in Tremblay's entire vault. Beauregard Lyon. Damn it, I didn't have time for this shit. Even now, that stupid cow was probably sinking her claws deeper into my husband, reminding him of her beautiful lips and smile and eyes and laugh.
That is quite the dress.
His gaze swept up my body lazily, and he smirked, arching a brow. Your Highness? I dropped into a curtsy, clamping down on a slew of more appropriate honorifics. He eyed my breasts appreciatively as I leaned down, and I straightened at once. Bloody pervert.
Your name?
It wasn't a question. Madame Diggory, Your Highness. His grin widened in delight.
Madame Diggory? As in Madame Reed Diggory?
The very same. He actually threw his head back and laughed. The aristocrats nearest us paused, eyeing me with renewed interest.
Oh, I've heard all about you.
His golden eyes sparkled with glee.
Tell me, how exactly did you trick our dear captain into marrying you? I've heard the rumors, of course, but everyone has their own theories.
I would have gladly broken a finger to break one of his other appendages. No tricks, Your Highness, I said sweetly. We're in love. His grin faded and his lip curled slightly.
How wretched.
At that moment the crowd shifted, revealing Reed and his many admirers. The raven-haired woman reached up to brush something from Reed's hair. My blood boiled. The prince's brows rose as he followed my gaze.
Love, huh?
He leaned closer, his breath warm against my ear.
Should we make him jealous?
No, thank you, I snapped. Your Highness.
Call me Beau.
His grin turned wicked as he stepped aside. I stormed past him, but he caught my hand and brushed a kiss against my palm at the last second. I resisted the urge to snap his fingers.
Come find me if you change your mind. We would have fun together, you and I.
With one last, lingering look, he sauntered off, winking at one of the women who hovered nearby. I scowled after him for a moment, before turning back to Reed. But he and Seely were gone. A dangerous game. Lou. It didn't take long for me to spot them, as Reed towered over everyone in the crowd. Canace that he was, Seely still clutched his arm as they headed toward a door partially hidden by two evergreens. I trailed after them. To my annoyance, and perhaps trepidation, they remained completely absorbed in each other, walking through the door without a backward glance. I made to slip through after them, but a hand caught my arm. I whirled around to face the Archbishop.
I wouldn't.
He dropped my arm as if worried he'd catch something.
Envy is a mortal sin, child.
So is adultery. He ignored me, his gaze falling on the door. His face was paler than usual, drawn, and he looked like he'd lost weight since I last saw him.
We stole a future from him, you and I. Seely is everything a woman should be. Reed would have been happy.
He looked back at me, and his mouth tightened.
Now he pays for both our sins.
What are you talking about?
I don't blame you for your hedonistic upbringing, Louise. But you are a heathen.
His eyes shone fervid with conviction.
Perhaps if someone had been there, if someone had intervened, all of this could have been avoided.
I stood motionless, rooted to the spot like the evergreens beside us, as he began to pace. "Now it's too late. Let Reed enjoy this small pleasure away from your corruption." My bewilderment hardened into something glittering and cold at the words, as if I were the one who had done the corrupting, as if I were the one who should be ashamed. I lifted my chin, stepping forward until I was offensively close to his pale face. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but you need to look in the mirror. There's a special circle in hell for liars and hypocrites, Your Eminence. Perhaps I'll see you there." He gaped at me, but when I turned on my heel, he made no move to follow. The savage satisfaction coursing through me quickly dissipated as I entered what could only be a kitchen. It was empty. An icy breeze soon bit at my skin, however, and I realized the opposite door had been left ajar. The wind whistled through the narrow crack. I inched it open farther to see Reed and Seeley standing in a dead herbal garden. Snow coated the brown bits of sage and rosemary. I leaned forward, barely able to discern their voices over the wind. "I'm sorry, Seeley." Reed cradled the woman's hands in his own. She held her shoulders stiff, angry. "You shouldn't be here," the small, disapproving voice at the back of my head warned. "This is wrong. Private. You're breaking trust." "He's the one breaking trust." "There has to be something we can do," Seeley said bitterly. "It isn't right. The Archbishop knows you're innocent. We could go to him, ask him for an annulment. He loves you as if you're his own son. Surely he wouldn't keep you trapped in a loveless marriage." My stomach dropped to somewhere below my ankles. Reed stroked her fingers with his thumb. "The Archbishop is the one who suggested it." "The king, then. My father is the Vicomte. I'm sure I could arrange a meeting." "Seeley," he said softly. She sniffled, and I knew instinctively it wasn't because of the cold. "I hate her." "Seeley, you didn't want me." My chest constricted at the emotion in his voice, at the pain. "I always wanted you," she said fiercely. "This wasn't supposed to happen. I was angry, heartbroken, and I needed time. I wanted to be selfless for her, for Pip." She wrapped her arms around his neck, and I saw her face clearly for the first time. She had lovely, high cheekbones, with wide, doe-like eyes and full lips. "But I don't care anymore, Reed. I don't care if it's selfish. I want to be with you." "Surely there is nothing more beautiful in all the world than your smile. Except, of course, your eyes, or your laugh, or your lips." I watched her press those lips to Reed's cheek and felt sick. Suddenly, I didn't find their love letters funny anymore. He pulled away before she could move to his mouth. "Seeley, please, don't make this any harder." She paused, lower lip trembling. Her next words were a direct blow to my chest. "I love you, Reed." She clung to him, pleading. "I'm so sorry I pushed you away, but we can still be together. We can fix this. You haven't consummated the marriage. Speak to the Archbishop, ask for an annulment. He'll send that whore to prison where she belongs, and—" "She isn't a whore." I leaned forward as Seeley pulled back, frowning at something she saw in his face. "She was a thief, Reed, and she framed you. She doesn't deserve you." Reed gently disentangled himself from her arms. "Seeley, this can't continue." His voice was low, resigned. "Whether or not you like her, I made a vow. I will honor it." "Do you like her?" Seeley demanded, eyes narrowing. "It doesn't matter." "It matters to me." "And me." "What do you want me to say, Seeley? She's my wife. Of course I like her." Seeley rocked back as if he'd slapped her. "What's happened to you, Reed?" "Nothing." "The Reed I know would abhor that woman. She is everything you stand against. You don't know her. I obviously don't know you either. Seelie, please. Do you love her? I held my breath, fingers biting into the door jamb. There was a heavy pause, then... No. He exhaled heavily, looking down. But I think maybe I could. But you said you loved me! She backed away slowly, eyes wide with shock and hurt. Tears slid down her cheeks. You asked to marry me. Me, not her.
Seelie, I did. But Lou...
He sighed and shook his head.
I won't hurt her.
You won't hurt her? She cried in earnest now, patches of color rising to her pale cheeks. What about me, Reed? We've known each other since we were children. Her tears soaked her bodice, ruining the black silk. What about Pip? What about your oath? Reed's hands hung limp at his sides.
I'm sorry. I never meant for this to happen.
I'm sorry too, Reed, she sobbed. I'm sorry I ever met you. I inched away from the door, numbness creeping down my limbs. I shouldn't have been here. This moment hadn't been meant for my eyes. Back in the ballroom, I stood apart from the crowd, my mind still reeling. Reed had loved her. I shook my head, disgusted with myself. Of course he had. He'd said as much in his stupid journal, which I never should have read. And even if he hadn't, he was a young, attractive man. He would have had his choice amongst any number of women if he hadn't devoted his life to the chasseurs. The thought rankled more than it should have. As did the thought of Seelie's lips, of anyone's lips, pressed to his cheek. Seelie reemerged several moments later, wiping her face as inconspicuously as possible. She ducked her head before anyone could question her, heading straight for the antechamber. I swallowed the lump in my throat as Reed too reappeared. Watching as he searched for me, I debated following Seelie. How could I face him after what I'd heard, after learning what he'd given up?
Do you love her?
No, but I think maybe I could.
Could what? Love me?
Panic clawed up my throat at the word. Just as I'd lifted my skirts to flee toward the carriage, however, Reed spotted me in the crowd. I waved awkwardly, cursing my sudden insecurity, as his blue eyes met mine and widened. He started forward, politely excusing himself from the many aristocrats who'd tried to stop and congratulate him along the way. I shifted my feet, intensely and horribly aware of my thunderous heartbeat, my tingling limbs, my flushed skin, when he finally reached me. He took my hand.
You look beautiful.
I flushed further under his gaze. Unlike the prince's haughty appreciation, Reed was almost reverent. No one had ever looked at me like that before. Thank you. My breath caught, and he tilted his head, eyes searching mine in silent question. I looked away, embarrassed, but Coco chose that moment to swoop down on us. She didn't bother with pleasantries. She never did with Reed. Tell me, Chasseur Diggory, who was that lovely woman you were with earlier? Your sister, perhaps? I glared at her pointedly, but she ignored me. Subtlety had never been Coco's forte.
No, Reed said. That was the Vicomte's daughter, Mademoiselle Tremblay.
Close personal friend? Coco pressed. Her dad is friends with your dad type of thing?
I've never met my father, Reed answered woodenly.
But Coco didn't bat an eye. How do you know one another, then, Bree? I forced a smile and reached for her hand, squeezing it mercilessly. I think I'd like a little time alone with my husband. Where's Ansel? She waved her other hand behind us dispassionately. Probably beating his chest and challenging that other chasseur to a duel. I looked back to where she waved. What other chasseur? The pompous one, the asshat. She pursed her lips in concentration, but she needn't have bothered. I knew exactly to whom she referred. Jean-Luc. What happened? Oh, the usual male condition. Ansel didn't want Jean-Luc playing with his new toy. She rolled her eyes. I swear, my female paramours are never so much trouble. My grin was genuine now. Poor Ansel. He didn't stand a chance against Jean-Luc or Coco. Perhaps you should go, referee. Coco studied my hand clasped around Reed's, and the feverish complexion of my cheeks. The way he stood close, much too close. Her eyes narrowed. Perhaps I should. She stepped forward to embrace me, but Reed wouldn't let go of my hand. Shooting him a glare, she hugged me regardless, awkward but fierce. I'll see you later, she murmured in my ear. Let me know if I need to exsanguinate him. Reed watched her leave with an inscrutable expression. We need to talk, he said finally. Somewhere private. I followed him in silent apprehension to the same herb garden of Seeley's heartbreak. This time I made sure to shut the kitchen door firmly behind us. Whatever he wanted to confess, and I had an inkling it would hurt like a bitch, I didn't need an audience. He dragged a hand through his coppery hair in agitation. Lou, the woman you and Mademoiselle Perrault saw me with, that was— Don't! I wrapped my arms around my waist to keep from shivering. I couldn't take it. I couldn't relive the wretched conversation again. Hearing it once had been enough. You don't have to explain anything. I understand. I do need to explain. He disagreed. Look, I know we were married under less than ideal circumstances, but Lou, I want this to work. I want to be your husband. I know I can't force you to want the same, but I do want the same, I whispered. His eyes widened, and he took a tentative step closer. You do? Yes. He smiled then, truly smiled, before faltering slightly. Then there can't be any secrets between us. He hesitated, as if searching for the right words. The woman you saw was Seeley. You read my letters, so you know I loved her, but nothing happened, I promise. She found me when I arrived with the Archbishop, and she refused to leave my side. I brought her out here just a few moments ago to explain the new parameters of our relationship. I told her I didn't— I know. I took a deep breath, preparing myself for the unpleasantness to come. He frowned. How can you know that? Because I'm a shit person. Because I didn't trust you. Because she is everything you deserve and I am your enemy. I followed the two of you out here, I admitted quietly. I heard everything. You spied on us. Disbelief colored his voice. I trembled, whether from the cold or shame I didn't know. Old habits die hard. His brows pinched together, and he drew back slightly. That's not how I would have chosen for you to find out. I shrugged, attempting a bit of my old swagger, but it fell flat. Easier this way, though. He stared at me for a long moment, so long I didn't know whether he would speak at all. I recoiled from his intensity. No more secrets, Lou, he said finally. No more lies. I cursed myself for not being able to give him the answer he wanted, the answer I wanted. Because there it was, leering at me. I didn't want to lie to him anymore. I'll try, I whispered. It was the best I could give him. He nodded, slow and understanding. Let's go back inside. You're shivering. Wait. I grabbed his hand before he could turn, my heart lodged firmly in my throat. I want to— Make a complete and total fool of myself? I shook my head, cursing silently. I was no good at this. Honesty, sincerity, both were too troublesome to bother with usually. But now, with Reed, I owed him both. I want to thank you for everything. I squeezed his fingers, my own stiff and aching from the cold. Celie was right. I don't deserve you. I made a real mess of your life when I came into it. His other hand came down on top of mine, warm and steady. To my surprise, he smiled. I'm glad you did. Blood crept into my frozen cheeks, and I suddenly found it difficult to look at him. Right, well then, let's go back inside. I'm freezing my ass off out here. The celebration still raged when we returned to the ballroom. I grabbed a flute of champagne from a passing servant and downed it in one swallow. Reed eyed me incredulously. You drink like a man. Maybe men can learn a thing or two from women. I waved the servant back and grabbed 2 more flutes, passing one to Reed. He didn't take it. Relax, Jas. Indulge. This is the best champagne money can buy. It's an insult to His Majesty not to drink it. I scanned the crowd with feigned boredom. Where is King Auguste, anyway? He's supposed to be here, isn't he? He is. He introduced me earlier. What was he like? About as you'd expect. So a smarmy bastard like his son? I waved the flute of champagne under his nose, but he merely shook his head. I shrugged, downing his glass too and chuckling at his expression. After a few moments, delicious warmth spread through my body. The music, previously a slow, insipid waltz, sounded much better now, livelier. I downed the 3rd glass. Dance with me, I said abruptly. Reed looked at me in bewilderment. What? Dance with me! I stood on my tiptoes and threw my arms around his neck. He tensed, glancing around, but I tugged him down determinedly. He complied, stooping slightly, and wrapped his arms around my waist. I laughed. We looked ridiculous, all bent and straining to fit together, but I refused to let him go. This isn't the proper way to dance. I lifted my chin and looked him directly in the eyes. Of course it is. You're the guest of honor. You can dance any way you want. I don't usually do this. Reed, if you don't dance with me, I'll go and find someone who will. His grip tightened on my hips. No, you won't. Then the way forward is clear. We dance. He blew out a breath and closed his eyes. Fine. As nervous as he'd been to dance, he proved himself capable within moments, moving with unnatural grace for someone so tall. I myself stumbled more than once. I would have blamed the train of my stupid dress, but really it was just me. I couldn't concentrate. His hands were strong on my waist, and I couldn't help but imagine them elsewhere. My blood heated at the thought. The song ended far too soon. We should go, he said, voice rough. It's getting late. I nodded and stepped away from him, not trusting myself to speak. It didn't take much time to find Coco. She leaned against the wall near the antechamber, chatting with none other than Beauregard Lyon. He had an arm braced against the wall above her head. Even from a distance, I could see they were flirting shamelessly. Both their gazes flicked to me as Reed and I approached. Well, 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 if it isn't Madame Diggory. The prince's eyes glittered with amusement. I see your husband made the right choice. I ignored him, though Reed bristled at his words. Bree, we're ready to go. Are you coming? Coco looked at the prince, who smirked. This lovely creature will not be leaving my side for the remainder of the evening. Sorry, darling, he whispered to me conspiratorially. I'll need to postpone that offer, unless you or your husband would care to join. I glared at him. Ass. Reed's eyes narrowed.
What offer?
I tugged on his arm. Let's go find Ansel. He already left. Coco wrapped her arms around the prince's waist. A wicked gleam lit her dark eyes. Just the two of you on the ride home. I hope you don't mind. I bared my teeth in an attempt at a smile. Can I talk to you in private for a moment, Bree? Surprise flashed across her features, but she quickly recovered. Of course. Smile slipping, I dragged her into the antechamber. What are you doing? She shimmied her hips. Trying to get you some alone time with your husband. The dance floor didn't look like it was cutting it. I meant with the prince. Oh. She arched a brow and grinned. Probably the same thing you'll be doing with Reed. Are you insane? He'll see your scars. She raised a shoulder in indifference, tugging at her tight black sleeve. So I'll tell him I was in an accident. Why would he suspect anything else? It's not like the Dame Rouge are common knowledge, and everyone here thinks I'm Brie Perrault, a healer and close friend of Captain Reed Diggory. Besides, aren't you being a bit hypocritical? Beau and I are just sex, but you and Reed... I won't claim to know what the hell is going on with you two, but something is going on. I scoffed, but my face flushed treacherously. You really are insane. Am I? Coco took my hands, eyes searching my face. I don't want to tell you your business, Lou, but please, be careful. You're playing a dangerous game. Reed is still a chasseur, and you're still a witch. You know you'll have to part ways eventually. I don't want to see you get hurt. My anger evaporated at her concern, and I squeezed her hands in reassurance. I know what I'm doing, Coco. But even I knew that was a lie. I had no idea what I was doing when it came to Reed. She dropped my hands, frowning. Right. I'll just leave you alone then, and the two of you can continue this stupidity together. My stomach sank inexplicably as I watched her go. I didn't like fighting with Coco, but there was nothing I could do to fix it this time. Reed appeared by my side a moment later, taking my arm and leading me to the carriage that was suddenly too small, too warm, with Reed sitting beside me. His fingers brushed my thigh in a seemingly innocent gesture, and I couldn't help but remember the feel of them on my waist. I shuddered and closed my eyes. When I opened them a moment later, Reed was staring at me. I swallowed, and his gaze fell to my lips. I willed him to lean forward, to bridge the distance between us. But his eyes shuttered at the last second, and he pulled away. Disappointment crashed through me, replaced quickly by the sharp sting of humiliation. It's for the best. I glared out the window. Coco had been right. Reed was still a chasseur, and I was still a witch. No matter what happened between us, no matter what changed, this one insurmountable obstacle would remain. And yet, I studied his rigid profile, the way his eyes kept gravitating back to me. It would be stupid to start down this path. There was only one way it could end. That knowledge did nothing to stop my heart from racing at his proximity, however, nor dim my spark of hope. Hope that perhaps our story could end a different way. But Coco had been right. I was playing a dangerous game.
A Question of Pride. Reed. The tension in our room that night was physically painful. Lou lay in my bed. I heard her shift in the darkness, her breathing loud and then quiet. She shifted again, rolled slowly to her side, her back, her side, her back, trying to stay silent, inconspicuous. But she was neither, and I heard her, over and over and over again. The woman was driving me mad. Finally, she leaned over the side of the bed, blue-green eyes meeting mine in the darkness, her hair spilled to the floor. I sat up on my elbows too quickly, and her eyes dropped to where my nightshirt gaped open across my chest. Heat rushed to my stomach. What is it? This is stupid, she scowled. But I was at a loss for why she was irritated. You don't have to sleep on the floor. I eyed her suspiciously. Are you sure? Okay, first of all, stop looking at me like that. It's not a big deal. She rolled her eyes before scooting to make room for me. Besides, it's freezing in here. I need your big-ass body heat to keep warm. When I still didn't move, she patted the spot beside her coaxingly. Oh, come on, Chas, I don't bite. Much? I swallowed hard, violently blocking out the image of her mouth on my skin. With slow, cautious movements, giving her every chance to change her mind, I climbed onto the bed. Several seconds of awkward silence passed. Relax, she finally whispered, though she too lay stiff as a board. Quit being awkward. I almost laughed, almost, as if I could have possibly relaxed with her so close. The bed, standard issue in the dormitories, hadn't been built for two. Half of my body jutted out into empty space, the other half pressed into her. I didn't complain. After another moment of torturous silence, she turned toward me, her breasts brushing my arm. My pulse spiked, and I gritted my teeth, reining in my rampant thoughts. Tell me about your parents. Just like that, all thoughts of intimacy fled. There's nothing to tell. There's always something to tell. I stared resolutely at the ceiling. Silence descended once more, but she continued to watch me. I couldn't resist glancing over at her eager, wide-eyed expression. I shook my head and sighed. I was abandoned. A maid found me in the garbage when I was a baby. She stared at me, horrified. The Archbishop took me in. I was a page boy for a long time. Then I had a growth spurt. The side of my mouth quirked up of its own volition. He began training me for the chasseurs not long after. I claimed my spot when I was 16. It's all I've ever known. She rested her head on my shoulder. Claimed your spot? Closing my eyes, I rested my chin on top of her head and inhaled. Deeply. There are only 100 balisardas, 1 drop of St. Constantine's relic in each. It limits the positions available. Most serve for life. When a chasseur retires or dies, a tournament is held. Only the winner may join our ranks. Wait. She sat up, and my eyes snapped open. She grinned down at me, her hair tickling my chest. Are you telling me Ansel beat out all the other contenders? Ansel isn't a chasseur. Her grin faltered. He's not? No, he's training to be, though. He'll compete in the next tournament, along with the other initiates. Oh. She frowned now, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. Well, that explains a lot. It does? She nestled back into me with a sigh. Ansel is different than everyone else here. He's tolerant, open-minded. I bristled at the insinuation. It's not a crime to have principles, Lou. She ignored me. Her fingers traced the collar of my shirt. Tell me about your tournament. I cleared my throat, struggling to ignore the gentle movement, but her fingers were very warm, and my shirt was very thin. I was probably Ansel's age. I chuckled at the memory, at how my knees had trembled, how I'd vomited down my coat minutes before the first round. The Archbishop had been forced to procure me another. Though it had only been a few years ago, the memory felt very far away. A different time, a different life. When I'd lived and breathed to secure a future within my patriarch's world. Everyone else was bigger than me. Stronger, too. I don't know how I did it. Yes, you do. You're right. Another laugh rose to my throat, unbidden. I do. They weren't that much bigger, and I practiced every day to grow stronger. The Archbishop trained me himself. Nothing mattered but becoming a chasseur. My smile faded as the memories resurfaced, one after another, with painful clarity. The crowd, the shouts, the clang of steel and tang of sweat in the air, and Celie. Her cheers. I battled Jean-Luc in the championship.
And you beat him?
Yes.
He resents you for it.
I know. It made beating him even sweeter.
She poked me in the stomach. You're an ass!
Probably, but he's worse. Things changed between us that year. He was still an initiate when the Archbishop promoted me to captain. He had to wait until the next tournament to win his spot. I don't think he ever forgave me. She didn't speak again for several moments. When she finally did, I wished she hadn't.
And Celie? Did you continue seeing her after your vows?
All remnants of humor withered and died on my tongue. I stared at the ceiling once more. Though she said nothing, her fingers resumed tracing my collar. Coaxing. Waiting. I sighed again. You saw the letters. We maintained our courtship.
Why?
I stiffened, immediately wary. What do you mean, why?
Why continue your courtship after you swore yourself to the chasseurs? I've never heard of a chasseur marrying before you. There are no other wives in the tower.
I would have given my balisarda to end this conversation. How much had she heard of my conversation with Celie? Did she... I swallowed hard. Did she know Celie had rejected me? It's not unheard of. Just a few years ago, Captain Barret married. I didn't mention that he'd left our brotherhood a year later. She sat up, fixing me with those unnerving eyes.
You were going to marry Celie?
Yes.
I tore my gaze away, back toward the ceiling. A snowflake drifted in from the window.
Growing up, Celie and I were sweethearts. Her kindness appealed to me. I was an angry child. She tempered me. Begged me not to throw rocks at the constabulary, forced me to confess when I stole the communion wine. A grin tugged at my lips at the memory. I had a chip on my shoulder. The Archbishop had to beat it out.
Her eyes narrowed at my words,
but she wisely said nothing. Lowering herself back against my chest, she brushed her finger against my bare collarbone. Heat erupted across my skin, and everywhere else in its wake. I shifted my hips away, cursing silently.
How many witches have you killed?
I groaned and turned my head into the pillow. The woman could freeze hell over. 3.
Really?
The judgment in her voice rankled. I nodded, trying not to seem affronted. Though it's difficult to catch a witch, they're vulnerable without their magic. Still, the witch at the theater was cleverer than most. It didn't attack me with magic, it used magic to attack me. There's a difference. She trailed her finger down my arm, idly. I resisted a shudder.
Do you know about magic, then?
Clearing my throat, I forced myself to focus on the conversation, on her words, not her touch. We know what the Archbishop taught us in training.
Which is what?
I looked away, jaw tight. I didn't understand Lou's infatuation with the occult. She'd made it clear countless times she didn't agree with our ideology. But she kept bringing it up, like she wanted to fight, like she wanted me to lose my temper. I heaved a sigh. That witches channel their magic from hell.
She snorted. That's ridiculous. Of course they don't channel their magic from hell. They channel their magic from their ancestors.
I eyed her incredulously. How could you possibly know that?
My friend told me.
Of course. The witch from Tremblay's. The witch we still hadn't found. I resisted the urge to snap at her. No amount of pestering had convinced her to give us more information. I was surprised the Archbishop hadn't threatened to tie her to the stake instead. But I'd never heard anything like this before. Their ancestors? Her finger continued down my arm, grazed the hair on my knuckles.
Uh-huh.
I waited for her to continue, but she seemed lost in thought. So, a witch, Her head snapped up abruptly. A witch is always a she, Reed, not an it. I sighed, half tempted to end the argument there, but I couldn't. Witch friend or no, Lou couldn't spout such blasphemy around the tower, or she would end up on the stake, and there wouldn't be anything I could do to stop it. I had to end this infatuation now, before it got out of hand. I know you think that. I know that. But just because a witch looks and acts like a woman, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, doesn't mean it's a duck. I mean, a woman. Witches can give birth, Reed. She flicked my nose. I blinked, lips quirking up in surprise. That makes them female. But they only give birth to females. Grinning, I thrust my face toward hers in response. She jerked back and nearly toppled off the bed. I arched a brow in wry amusement. Sounds like asexual reproduction to me. She scowled, and a furious blush stole across her cheeks. If I didn't know better, I would have thought she was uncomfortable. I grinned wider, wondering what could have caused this sudden change. My physical nearness? The word reproduction? Both? Don't be stupid. She punched her pillow into shape and threw herself back down. Careful not to touch me this time. Of course witches have sons. My smile vanished. We've never encountered a male witch. That's because there are none. Magic passes only to females. The males are sent away after they're born. Why? She shrugged. Because they don't have magic. My friend said males are only allowed at the chateau as consorts, and even then, they aren't allowed to stay. She told you all this? Of course. She lifted her chin and looked down her nose at me, as if daring me to contradict her. You should really educate yourself, Shas. A common street thief knows more about your enemies than you do. How embarrassing. Chagrin washed through me. Lou burrowed deeper in the blankets as the wind picked up outside. Are you cold? A little. I inched closer, lifting my arm. Will you accept an olive branch? She swallowed hard and nodded. I pulled her against my chest, locking my hands at the small of her back. She returned to being a piece of wood, small, tense, unyielding. Stripped of her prying questions and insulting banter, it was almost as if she were nervous. Relax, I murmured against her hair. I don't bite. Much. Quiet laughter rumbled through my chest. If possible, she stiffened even more. She needn't have worried. Surely she heard the thundering of my heart and realized her advantage. Was that a joke, Chas? My arms tightened around her. Maybe. When she said nothing in return, I pulled back to look at her. Another smile tugged at my lips. And suddenly I recalled our first night together. You don't have to be nervous, Lou. I stroked her back, forcing myself to remain still as she wriggled against me. I'm not going to try anything. A noise of protest escaped her. Why not? I seem to remember you threatening to cut me open if I touched you without permission. I tilted her chin up, cursing and congratulating myself in equal measure when her eyes fluttered shut, when her breath hitched. I leaned closer, my lips nearly brushing hers. I won't touch you until you ask. Her eyes flew open, and she pushed me away with a snarl. You can't be serious. Oh, I am. I smirked again and settled back against the pillows. It's late. We should sleep. Her eyes sparked with anger, with understanding, with grudging admiration. Triumphant, I watched her sift through her thoughts, watched each emotion play out on her freckled face. She scowled at me. It appears I underestimated you. I raised my brows. Just say the words. Ask me. You're an ass. I shrugged. Have it your way. In one fluid motion, I lifted the hem of my shirt up and over my head. Her eyes flew open incredulously. What are you doing? She grabbed my shirt and threw it back at me. I caught it, tossed it to the floor. I'm hot. You, get out of my bed. Get out. She shoved me, probably with all her strength, but I didn't budge. I only grinned. This is my bed. No, this is where I sleep. You sleep on the bed. I clasped my hands behind my head. She gaped at me, eyes flicking to my arms, my chest. I grinned wider and resisted the urge to flex. I've had a knot in my back for 2 weeks. I'm done sleeping on the floor. This is my bed, and I'm sleeping in it from now on. You're welcome to join me. Otherwise, the tub is still free. She opened her mouth angrily, closed it again. I am not sleeping in the... Her eyes darted around the bed, clearly searching for something to impale me with. They landed on a pillow. Whack! I caught it before she could hit me again, trapping it against my chest, clamping my lips together to keep from laughing. Lou, lie down. Go to sleep. Nothing has changed. Unless you want to ask me something? Don't hold your breath. She yanked the pillow from me. Actually do. I chuckled before turning away. Good night, Lou. She fell asleep long before I did.
Blood, water, and smoke. Lou. I woke the next morning with my face buried against Reed's chest. His arms draped across my ribs, and his hands rested on my lower back. I arched into him sleepily, savoring the sensation of his skin against my own. Then froze. My nightgown had pooled around my waist in the night, and my legs and belly were bare against him. Shit. I scrambled to pull down my nightgown, but he jerked awake at the movement. Instantly alert, he swept his eyes from my panicked expression to the empty room. The corner of his lips quirked, and a blush crept up his throat. Good morning. Is it? I shoved away from him, my own cheeks treacherously warm. He grinned wider and grabbed his shirt from the floor before heading to the washroom. Where are you going? I asked. To train. But it's St. Nicholas Day. We have to celebrate. He poked his head back out with a bemused expression. Oh? Oh, I affirmed, sliding out of bed to join him. He stepped aside as I passed, though his hand snaked out to catch a strand of my hair. We're going to the festival. We are? Yes. The food is amazing. There are these ginger macarons. I broke off, mouth already watering, and shook my head. I can't describe them properly. They must be experienced. Plus, I need to buy you a present. He dropped my hair reluctantly and moved to the cabinet. You don't need to buy me anything, Lou. Nonsense. I love buying presents almost as much as I love receiving them. An hour later, we strolled arm in arm through East End. Though I'd attended the festival last year, I hadn't been interested in decorating the evergreen trees with fruit and candy, or adding a log to the bonfire in the village center. No, I'd been much more invested in the dice games and stalls of cheap trinkets, and the food, of course. The spice of cinnamon treats wafted through the air now, mingling with the ever-present stench of fish and smoke. I eyed the cart of cookies closest to us longingly. Sablés, madeleines, and palmiers stared back at me. When I reached out to lift one, or 3, Reed rolled his eyes and tugged me onward. My stomach gave an indignant growl. How can you still be hungry? He asked, incredulous. You ate 3 helpings at breakfast this morning. I made a face. That was tuna. I have a second stomach for dessert. The streets bustled with revelers bundled in coats and scarves, and a light coating of snow dusted everything, the shops, the stalls, the carriages, the street. Wreaths with red bows hung from nearly every door. The wind caught at the ribbons and made the tails dance. For Césarine it was beautiful. The gauche flyers tacked to every building, however, were not. Ye Old Sisters Traveling Company invites you to honor our patriarch, His Eminence Florin Cardinal Clement, Archbishop of Belterra, by attending the performance of the century tomorrow morning, the 7th day of December, at Cathédrale Saint-Cécile de Césarine. Joyeux Noël! I thrust a flyer under Reed's nose, laughing. Florin? What a terrible name. No wonder he never uses it. He frowned at me. Florin is my middle name. I crumpled it up and tossed it in a bin. A true tragedy. When he tried to lead me away, I slipped my arm in his, raising the hood of my cloak. All right, time to split up. Still frowning, he scanned the crowded square. I don't think that's a good idea. I rolled my eyes. You can trust me, I won't run away. Besides, presents are supposed to be a surprise. Lou, we'll meet up at Pan's in an hour. Do get me something good. Ignoring his protests, I turned and wove through the shoppers toward the smithy at the end of the street. The blacksmith there, Abe, had always been friendly with East End's underbelly. I'd purchased many knives from him, and stolen one or two more. Before Tremblay's, Abe had shown me a beautiful copper-handled dagger. It matched Reed's hair perfectly. I hoped he hadn't sold it. Pushing back my hood and mustering up a touch of my old swagger, I strode into the smithy. Embers smoldered in the forge, but beyond a barrel of water and bag of sand, there was nothing else in the earthen room. No swords, no knives, no customers. I frowned. The blacksmith was nowhere to be seen. Abe, are you here? A thick-set, bearded man stepped through the side entrance, and I grinned. There you are, old man. I thought you'd gone negligent for a moment. My smile faltered at his furious scowl, and I glanced around. Business booming? You've got a lot of nerve coming back here, Lou. What are you talking about? Rumor has it you sold out Andre and Gru. East End is crawling with constables thanks to you. He took a step forward, fists clenched. They've been here twice, asking questions they shouldn't have known to ask. My customers are leery. No one wants to do business with the constabulary sniffing around. Yikes. Perhaps I shouldn't have told the chasseurs everything after all. I withdrew a pouch from my cloak with a flourish. Ah, but I've brought an olive branch, see? I shook the bag, and the coins inside clinked together in a jaunty tune. His dark eyes remained suspicious. How much? I tossed the pouch in the air with deliberate nonchalance. Enough to purchase a beautiful copper dagger, a present from my husband. He spat on the floor in disgust. Marrying a blue pig. I didn't think even you could stoop that low. Anger pricked in my chest, but this wasn't the time or the place to pick a fight over my husband's honor. I did what I had to. I don't expect you to understand. Well, that's where you're wrong. I do understand. Oh? We all do what we have to. He eyed the pouch in my hand with a hungry expression. I remember the copper dagger. I'd rather saw off my fingers than see it with a huntsman, but gold is gold. Stay here. I'll go and fetch it. I shifted uneasily in the silence that followed, running my fingers over the money pouch. Marrying a blue pig. I didn't think even you could stoop that low. I wanted to tell Abe he could piss off, but a part of me remembered what it felt like to hate the chasseurs, to hate Reed. I remembered fleeing to the shadows when they passed, ducking every time I caught a glimpse of blue. The fear was still there, but to my surprise, the hatred had gone. I nearly jumped out of my skin at a small noise against the door, probably a mouse. Mentally shaking myself, I straightened my shoulders. I didn't hate the chasseurs any longer, but they had made me complacent, and that was inexcusable. Standing in my old haunt and jumping at nothing, I realized just how far my edge had slipped. And where the hell was Abe? Inexplicably furious, at Abe, at Reed, at the Archbishop, and every other godforsaken man who'd ever stood in my way, I whirled and stumped toward the side door Abe had disappeared through. 15 minutes was long enough. Abe could take my couronne and shove them up his ass for all I cared. I made to wrench the door open, determined to tell him just that, but stopped short when my hand touched the knob. My stomach sank. The door was locked. Shit. I took a deep breath, then another. Perhaps Abe hadn't wanted me to follow him into his inner chambers. Perhaps he'd locked the door to prevent me from sneaking in and pocketing something valuable. I'd done it before. Perhaps he was just being cautious. Still, a shiver swept down my spine as I turned to try the main door. Though I couldn't see through the soot and grime of the window, I knew few revelers ventured this far down the street. I twisted the knob. Locked. Backing away, I tried to assess my options. The window. I could break it, climb out before... The side door clicked open, and for a single glorious second I fooled myself into believing it was Abe's hulking form in the door. "Hello, Lulu." Gru stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "You're a tricky little bitch to catch." Panic spiked through me as Andre appeared behind him, pulling a knife from his cloak. Abe's dark eyes appeared over their shoulders. "You were right, Lou." His lip curled. "We all do what we have to." Then he turned and disappeared into the neighboring room, slamming the door behind him. "Hello again, Gru. Andre, your eye healed nicely." Forcing nonchalance despite my rising hysteria, I searched my peripheral vision for something I could use as a weapon. The barrel of water, the bag of sand, the rusted tongs by the forge. Or I could... Gold flickered wildly at my periphery. My gaze flicked to the water, the bellows attached to the forge. We were in an enclosed space. No one would see me do it. No one would know I was here. I'd be gone long before Abe returned, and the chances of him alerting the constabulary or chasseurs of my involvement were slim. He'd have to risk incriminating himself. He'd have to explain how 2 men were murdered in his smithy. Because I would kill them if they touched me, one way or the other. "You betrayed us," Andre snarled. I inched toward the forge, turning my attention back to his knife. "We can't hide anywhere. Those bastards know every one of our haunts. They almost killed us yesterday. Now we're gonna kill you." A crazed gleam lit his eyes, and I knew better than to speak. Sweat coated my palms. One wrong move, one misstep, one mistake, and I'd be dead. The gold flared brighter, more urgent, snaking toward the hot coals in the forge. Flame for flame. You know this pain. You know it fades. Burn him, the voice whispered. I cringed away from it instinctively, remembering the agony of Estelle's flames, and groped at another pattern. This one glittered innocently in the sand, hovered near Andre's eyes, and my own, blinding me. An eye for an eye. But I couldn't surrender my vision for Andre's, not when there were 2 of them. Think. I continued inching backward, patterns appearing and disappearing quicker than I could follow. Angelica's ring burned hot as I neared the forge. Of course. Cursing myself for not remembering it sooner, I slowly inched the band down my finger. Andre caught the movement, and his eyes narrowed when he saw the money pouch still clutched in my hand. Greedy bastard. With a careful push of my thumb, I eased Angelica's ring over my knuckle, but it slid too quickly over the damp skin and clattered to the floor. Once, twice, 3 times. I watched in horror as Gru's foot came down on it. Eyes gleaming, he bent to retrieve it, a nasty smile splitting his face. My mouth went dry. "So this is your magic ring? All this trouble for a speck of gold?" He pocketed the ring with a sneer, stalking closer. Andre shouted his movements. "I never liked you, Lou. You've always thought you were better than us, smarter than us, but you're not. And you've crossed us too many times." He lunged, but I moved quicker. Seizing the tongs, ignoring the blistering heat on my palms, I smashed them across his face. The sickening smell of cooked flesh filled the room, and Gru staggered back. Andre charged forward, but I thrust the tongs at him next. He lurched to a halt just in time, rage contorting his features. "Stay back!" I jabbed the tongs at him again for good measure. "Don't come any closer!"
"I'm going to cut you into fucking pieces!"
Gru dove at me again, but I dodged, swinging the tongs wildly. Andre's knife slashed past my face. I jerked backward, but Gru was already there. His hand caught the end of the tongs, and he ripped them from my grasp with brutal force. I flung my hand toward the sandbag, desperately guiding the pattern to his eyes, and away from mine. Andre screamed as the sand rose in a wave and pelted toward him. He stumbled back, hands flying to his face, tearing at his skin, attempting to scrub away the tiny knives in his eyes. I watched in wild fascination, my own eyes perfectly intact, until Gru moved beside me. A blur. I spun, lifting my hands in self-defense, but my mind turned sluggish and slow. He lifted his fist. I stared at it, unable to comprehend what he meant to do with it, unable to anticipate his next move. Then he struck. Your vision for his. Pain burst from my nose, and I staggered backward. He grinned, wrapping his hand around my throat and lifting me off my feet. I gasped and clawed at his hand, drawing blood, but his grip didn't loosen.
"I've never killed a witch before. I should have known. You've always been a freak."
He leaned closer, his breath hot and foul against my cheek.
"After I cut you up, I'm going to send you back to your blue pig, piece by fucking piece."
I struggled harder, lights popping in my vision.
"Don't kill her too quickly!"
Tears and blood streamed from Andre's ruined eyes. The sand had fallen now, mingling with the golden dust at his feet. The gold winked once more before vanishing. He bent to retrieve his knife.
"I want to enjoy this."
Gru's grip loosened. I coughed and spluttered as his hand fisted in my hair instead, yanking my head back and exposing my throat. Andre's knife found the scar there.
"It looks like somebody beat us to it."
White dotted my vision, and I thrashed against them. Gru jerked my hair, and pain radiated across my scalp.
"Not again, Lulu."
He jerked his head toward the knife at my throat.
"Not there. Too quick. Start on her face. Cut off an ear. No, wait."
He grinned down at me, eyes burning with true hatred.
"Let's carve out her heart instead. That'll be the first piece we send to the pig."
Andre dragged the knife down my throat to my chest. I focused on his revolting face, willing another pattern to emerge. Any pattern. And there it came, glowing brighter than before, taunting me. I didn't hesitate. Clenching my fingers, I jerked the cord sharply, and the coals in the forge careened toward us. I braced for the pain, elbowing Gru in the stomach and twisting away. When the coals struck their faces, my own skin burned. But I knew this pain. I could endure it. I had endured it. Gritting my teeth, I seized Andre's knife and plunged it into his throat, slashing through skin and tendon and bone. His scream ended in a gurgle. Gru lunged toward me blindly, bellowing with fury, but I used his momentum to drive the blade into his chest, and his stomach, and his shoulder, and his throat. His blood sprayed across my cheek. When their bodies thudded to the floor, I collapsed right along with them, pawing at Gru's corpse for Angelica's ring. I thrust it back on my finger as a knock sounded on the door.
"Is everything okay in there?"
I froze at the unfamiliar voice, panting and shaking. The doorknob rattled, and a new voice joined the first.
"The key is broken off. I heard shouting."
Another knock, louder this time.
"Is anyone in there?"
The doorknob rattled again.
"Hello? Can someone hear me? What's going on here?"
That voice I knew. Strong, confident, damnably inconvenient. Leaping to my feet, I staggered to the water barrel, praying the door would hold against Reed's strength. I cursed quietly. Of course Reed was here now, with magic lingering in the air, and 2 corpses burning on the floor. I slid a little in their blood as I tipped the barrel. The water cascaded over them, diluting the worst of the smell. The embers hissed at the contact, smoking slightly, and a sickening, charred scent swathed the room. I tilted the barrel and doused myself, too. The voices outside paused as the barrel slipped from my fingers and crashed to the floor. Then, "Someone is in there." Without waiting for confirmation, Reed kicked the door. It bowed under his weight. When he kicked again, the wood gave an ominous crack. I lunged toward the forge and pumped the bellows feverishly. Coal smoke poured into the room, thick and black. The door splintered, but I kept pumping until my eyes watered and my throat burned, until I couldn't smell the magic, until I couldn't smell anything. I dropped the bellows just as the door exploded. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating Reed's silhouette in the whirls of smoke. Massive, tense, waiting. He'd drawn his Belisarda, and the sapphire glinted through the shifting smoke. 2 concerned citizens stood behind him. As the smoke cleared, I better saw his face. His eyes swept across the scene quickly, narrowing at the blood and bodies, and landing on me. He blanched. "Lou?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. My knees gave way. He moved forward quickly, ignoring the blood, water, and smoke, and dropped to his knees before me. "Are you all right?" He gripped my shoulders, forcing me to look at him, pushed my wet hair from my face, tipped my chin, touched the marks on my throat. His fingers stilled on the thin scar there. The cold mask of fury cracked, leaving only the frantic man beneath. Did they hurt you?" I winced and caught his hands, halting his assessment. My hands shook. "I'm fine, Reed. What happened?" Quickly, I recounted the nightmarish experience, omitting any mention of magic. The water and smoke had done their job, and the charred flesh. With each word, his face grew stonier, and by the time I finished, he trembled with rage. Exhaling heavily, he rested his forehead against our knotted hands. "I want to kill them for touching you." "Too late," I said weakly. "Lou, if they'd hurt you—" He lifted his gaze to mine, and once again the vulnerability there pierced my chest. "How did you know I was here?" "I didn't. I came to buy one of your Christmas gifts." He paused, jerking his head to send the 2 citizens away. Terrified, they scuttled out the door without another word. "A knife." I stared at him. Perhaps it was the adrenaline still pounding through my body, or his disobedience to the Archbishop, or my own wretched realization that I was afraid, truly afraid this time. And I needed help. No, I needed him. Whatever the reason, I didn't care. 1 second we knelt together on that bloody floor, and the next I flung my arms around his neck and kissed him. He pulled away for a fraction of a second, startled, but then he fisted the fabric at the back of my cloak and crushed me to him, mouth hard and unrelenting. Control deserted me. As close as Reed held me, I wanted to be closer. I wanted to feel every inch of him. Tightening my hold, I molded my body to the hard shape of him, to the broad expanse of his chest, his stomach, his legs. With a low groan, he snaked his hands under my thighs and hitched me up against him. I wrapped my legs around his waist, and he bore me to the floor, deepening the kiss. Something warm seeped through the back of my dress, and I broke away abruptly, stiffening. I glanced over to Andre and Gru. Blood. I was lying in their blood. Reed realized it the same second I did, and he vaulted to his feet, pulling me up with him. Spots of color rose on his cheeks, and his breathing sounded uneven. "We should go." I blinked, deflating slightly as the heat between us cooled and icy reality set in. I'd killed. Again. Sagging against his chest, I looked back to where Andre and Gru lay, forced myself to stare into their cold, dead eyes. They gaped at the ceiling, unseeing. Blood still seeped from their wounds. Revulsion coiled in my stomach. Vaguely aware of Reed disentangling himself from my arms, I stared down at my cloak. The white velvet was ruined now, stained irrevocably red. 2 more deaths. 2 more bodies left in my wake. Just how many would join them before all was said and done? Here. Reed thrust something into my limp hand, and I wrapped my fingers around it instinctively. An early Christmas present. It was Andre's knife, still slick with its master's blood. Of my home. Lou. The sun was setting by the time we made our way back to Chasseur Tower. Reed had insisted on reporting the whole messy affair to the constabulary. Question after question they'd asked, until I'd finally snapped. "Do you see my throat?" I jerked my collar down to show them my bruises for the 100th time. "Do you think I gave them to myself?" Reed had been quite keen to leave after that. I supposed I should have been grateful for his reputation as a chasseur. Otherwise, I had little doubt the constabulary would have seized the opportunity to throw me in prison for murder. Outside, I turned my face to the dying sun, breathing deeply and trying to collect myself. Andre and Gru were dead. The chasseurs still hadn't found Monsieur Bernard, which meant he probably was too. I hadn't seen or spoken to Coco since our disagreement at the ball, and Reed and we just... He halted beside me without a word, slipping his fingers through mine. Closing my eyes, I savored the calluses on his palm, the roughness of his skin. Even the bite of the wind on my cheeks wasn't unbearable with him near. It swirled around us and filled me with his scent, vaguely woodsy, like fresh air and mountain pines, with a hint of something richer, deeper, that was entirely Reed. "I want to show you something, Reed." His lips quirked up in my favorite lopsided grin. "What's that?" "A secret." I tugged his hand to lead him away, but he dug his feet in, suddenly suspicious. "It's not something illegal, is it?" "Of course not." I tugged harder, but Reed didn't budge. Trying to move him was like trying to move a mountain. He raised his eyebrows at my futile attempts, clearly amused. I finally gave up, slapping his chest. "God, you're a huge ass. It's not illegal, all right. Now move, or I swear to God I will strip naked right here and dance the bourrier." I thrust my hands on my hips and looked at him expectantly. He didn't even glance at the people around us. He didn't get flustered, and Reed always got flustered. Instead, he kept his eyes trained on mine, a slow smirk spreading across his face. "Do it." I narrowed my eyes and straightened my shoulders, drawing myself up to my full, if not inconsiderable, height. "I will. Don't think I won't. I'll do it right now." He raised his brows, still smirking. "I'm waiting." I glared at him, hands jerking up to the silver fastening of my cloak. I forced myself not to glance at the lingering shoppers around us, though they certainly glanced at us. A bloody white cloak was hardly inconspicuous. "I'm not afraid to cause a scene. I thought you knew that." He shrugged and shoved his hands into his pockets. "The first time worked out pretty well for me." My cloak fell to the ground, and he eyed it appreciatively. "I'm thinking this time might too." My stomach, traitorous thing it was, swooped at his words, at the way his eyes tracked my every movement. "You're a pig." "You're the one who volunteered." He nodded his head toward Pen's Patisserie as I began untying the laces of my dress. "But you should know, we have an audience." Sure enough, Pan stood at the window of his shop, watching us closely. He startled slightly when I turned and waved a little too quickly to be natural. My fingers stilled on my lacings. "You got lucky." I snatched my cloak from the ground, throwing it back around my shoulders inside out, to hide the worst of the blood. Unable to help it this time, I glanced around, but the shoppers had lost interest. Relief washed over me.
Agree to disagree.
You really are a pig. I whirled to storm back toward Chasseur Tower, but he caught my hand.
Stop, please.
He raised his other hand placatingly, but the arrogant smile still played at the corner of his lips.
I want to see your secret. Show me.
Too bad. I changed my mind. I don't want to show you after all. He turned me around to face him, wrapping his hands around my arms.
Lou, show me.
I know you want to. You don't know me at all.
I know stripping in public is too much, even for you.
He laughed. It was a lovely, rare sound.
I know you'll never admit you wouldn't have done it.
The amusement in his eyes slowly darkened as he held me, and I became painfully aware this was the closest we'd been since our kiss that morning. He stared at his thumb as it brushed my bottom lip.
I know you have a filthy mouth.
He pressed down hard on my lip for emphasis. I shivered.
And you're used to getting your way. I know you're vulgar and dishonest and manipulative.
I recoiled, nose wrinkling, but he only gripped me tighter.
But you're also compassionate and free-spirited and brave.
He tucked my hair behind my ear.
I've never met anyone like you, Lou.
Based on his frown, the thought made him uneasy. I didn't care to examine my emotions too closely either. Marrying a blue pig? I didn't think even you could stoop that low. Whatever Reed was, he wasn't a blue pig. But he was still a chasseur. He believed what he believed. I wasn't foolish enough to think I could change that. He would look at me differently if he knew who I truly was. His hands, touching me so gently now, would touch me differently too. Estelle's face flashed in my mind. Reed's hands wrapped around her throat. My throat. No! I stumbled away from him, eyes wide. His brows dipped in confusion. Awkward silence descended, and I chuckled nervously, wiping my palms on my skirt. I changed my mind again. I want to show you a secret after all. Soleil et Lune came into view.
The theater.
Reed peered at the empty steps in bewilderment.
That's a bit tame for you, isn't it? I was expecting an underground bootlegging operation.
Don't be ridiculous, Chasse. I paused by the backstage door, hiking my skirt and climbing atop the trash bin. I'd never be caught underground. He inhaled sharply as he realized my intent.
This is trespassing, Lou.
I grinned at him over my shoulder. It's only trespassing if we get caught. Then I hoisted myself over the gutters, winked, and slipped out of sight. He hissed my name in the gathering shadows, but I ignored him, wiping the slime off my boots and waiting. Hands appeared a moment later as he hauled himself up after me. I couldn't help but laugh at his scowl.
It took you long enough. We'll be here all night at this pace. I'm a chasseur, Lou. This is totally inappropriate. Always with that stick up your ass. Lou!
His eyes darted to the rooftop.
I am not climbing this building.
Oh, Chasse. My own eyes widened as understanding swept through me, and I snorted in an undignified way. Please tell me you aren't afraid of heights.
Of course I'm not.
He gripped the stone tightly.
It's a matter of principle. I won't break the law.
I see. I nodded in mock agreement, forcing back a smile. I could let him have this one. I could resist the urge to rile him, just this once. Well, fortunately, I don't give a damn about the law. I'm going up regardless. Feel free to sick the constabulary on me.
Lou!
He tried to grab my ankle, but I was already several feet above him.
Get down!
Come get me instead. And for heaven's sake, Chasse, stop trying to look up my skirt.
I am not trying to look up your skirt.
I chuckled to myself and kept climbing, savoring the bite of cold air on my face. After the nightmarish incident at the smithy, it felt good to simply let go, to laugh. I wished Reed would do the same. I rather enjoyed his laugh. Glancing back at him, I allowed myself to ogle his powerful shoulders in action for only a second, before pushing myself to climb faster. It wouldn't do for him to beat me inside. He gasped when I slipped through the broken window of the attic, hissing my name with increasing alarm. The next moment he hauled himself in after me. "This is breaking and entering, Lou." Shrugging, I moved to the pile of costumes that had once been my bed. "You can't break and enter into your own home." A beat of silence passed. This is where you lived." I nodded, inhaling deeply. It smelled exactly like I remembered. The perfume of old costumes mingled with cedar, dust, and just a hint of smoke from the oil lamps. Trailing my fingers along the trunk Coco and I had shared, I finally looked at him. For 2 years. As stoic as ever, he said nothing, but I knew where to look to hear him. In the tension of his shoulders, the tautness of his jaw, the tightness of his mouth. He disapproved. Of course he did. "Well," I said, sweeping my arms open wide, "this is the secret. It's no epic romance, but welcome to my humble abode." "This isn't your home anymore." I dropped to my bed, tucking my knees to my chin. "This attic will always be my home. It's the first place I ever felt safe." The words slipped out before I realized I'd said them, and I cursed silently. His gaze sharpened on me. "What happened 2 years ago?" Glaring at the blue velvet cloak I'd used as a pillow, I swallowed hard. "I don't want to talk about it." He sank to a crouch beside me, lifting my chin gently. His eyes held mine with unexpected intensity. "I do." Never had 2 words sounded more odious or foreboding. Crushing the velvet in my fist, I forced a chuckle and racked my brain for deflection, any deflection. "I ran into the wrong end of another knife, that's all. A bigger one." He sighed heavily and dropped my chin, but he didn't move away. "You make it impossible to know you." "Ah, but you already know me so well." I flashed what I hoped was a winning smile, still deflecting. "Foul-mouthed, manipulative, fantastic kisser. I don't know anything about your past, your childhood, why you became a thief, who you were before all of this." My smile slipped, but I forced my voice to remain light. "There's nothing to know." "There's always something to know." Damn him for using my own words against me. The conversation stalled as he stared at me expectantly, and I stared at the blue velvet. A moth had riddled the sumptuous fabric with holes, and I picked at them in feigned boredom. Finally, he turned me to face him. "Well?" "I don't want to talk about it." "Lou, please. I just want to know more about you. Is that so terrible?" "Yes, it is." The words came out sharper than I would have liked, and I winced internally at the flicker of hurt on his face. If I had to bite and snap to discourage him from this wretched conversation, however, so be it. That shit is in my past for a reason, and I said I don't want to talk about it, not with anyone, especially you. Isn't it enough I showed you my home, my secret? He recoiled, expelling a sharp breath. I told you I was found in the garbage. Do you think that was easy to talk about? So why did you? I tore through a hole in the velvet viciously. I didn't force you. He tugged my chin up once more, eyes livid. Because you asked. Because you're my wife, and if anyone deserves to know the worst parts of me, it's you. I jerked away from him. Oh, don't worry. I know them all right. Likewise. You asked me not to lie to you. I set my jaw and lurched to my feet, folding my arms across my chest. Don't ask about my past, and I won't have to. He slowly followed suit, towering over me with a black expression. His jaw clenched, unclenched, as he glanced at my throat.
What are you hiding, Lou?
I stared at him, my heartbeat pounding, suddenly violent in my ears. I couldn't tell him. He couldn't ask me. It would ruin everything. And yet, I would have to tell him eventually. This game couldn't last forever. Swallowing hard, I lifted my chin. Perhaps after everything we'd been through, he would be able to see past it. Perhaps he could change, for me, for us. Perhaps I could, too. I'm not hiding anything, Reed. Ask me whatever you want. He sighed heavily at the tremble in my voice, pulling me close and lifting a hand to stroke my hair.
I won't force you. If you aren't comfortable enough to tell me, it's my fault, not yours.
Of course he would think that. Of course he would think the worst of himself instead of seeing the truth, that the worst was in me. I buried my face in his chest. Even in his frustration, Reed was kinder to me than anyone I'd ever known. I didn't deserve it. It's not you. I clutched him closer in the gathering shadows, breathing in his scent. It melded perfectly with the comforting smells of the attic, of my home. It's me. But I can try. I can try to tell you.
No. We don't have to talk about this now.
I shook my head determinedly. Please, ask me. His hand stilled on my hair, and the world stilled with it, not unlike the eerie calm before magic. Even the breeze through the window seemed to pause, lingering in my hair, between his fingers. Waiting. I forgot how to breathe. But the question never came.
Are you from Cesarine?
His hand trailed down my hair to the small of my back, and the wind swept on, dissatisfied. I focused on the gentle movement, disappointment and hideous relief warring in my heart. No. I grew up in a small community north of Amandine. I smiled wistfully against his chest at the half-truth. Surrounded by mountains and sea.
And your parents?
The words flowed easier now, the tightness in my chest easing as the immediate danger passed. I never knew my father. My mother and I are estranged. His hand halted again.
She's alive, then?
Yes, very.
What happened between the two of you?
He pulled back, searching my face with renewed interest.
Is she here in Cesarine?
I sincerely hope not, but I'd rather not talk about what happened, not yet. Still a coward.
Fair enough.
Still a gentleman. His gaze fell to my scar, and he bent down slowly, brushing a kiss against it. Goosebumps erupted across my skin.
How did you get this?
My mother. He jerked back as if the silver line had bitten him, horror clouding his eyes.
What?
Next question.
Lou, that's...
Next question, please. Though his brows still furrowed in concern, he pulled me to him once more.
Why did you become a thief?
His voice grew rougher, graver than before. I wrapped my arms around his waist and squeezed him tight. To get away from her. He tensed against me.
You're not going to elaborate, are you?
I rested my cheek against his chest and sighed. No.
You had a cruel childhood.
I almost laughed. Not at all. My mother pampered me, actually, gave me everything a little girl could ever want. His voice dripped with disbelief.
But she tried to kill you.
When I didn't answer, he shook his head, sighing and stepping away. My arms fell heavy to my sides.
It must be one hell of a story. I'd like to hear it someday.
Reed! I swatted his arm, all thoughts of blood rituals and altars falling away, and an incredulous grin split my face. He looked suddenly sheepish. Did you just curse? Hell isn't a curse word. He refused to meet my eyes, staring instead at the racks of costumes behind me. It's a place. Of course it is. I inched back to the window, the beginning of a smile tugging on my lips. Speaking of fun places, I want to show you another secret. Where you go, Lou. He collapsed on the rooftop a few moments later, white-faced and panting, his eyes shut tight against the open sky. I poked him in the ribs. You're missing the view. He clenched his jaw and swallowed as if about to be sick. Give me a minute. You do realize how ironic this is, right? The tallest man in Caesarine is afraid of heights. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I lifted one of my eyelids and grinned at him. Just open your eyes. I promise you won't regret it. His mouth tightened, but he opened his eyes grudgingly. They widened when he saw the sweeping expanse of stars before us. I hugged my knees to my chest and gazed up at them with longing. Aren't they beautiful? Soleil et Lune was the tallest building in Caesarine, and it offered the only unimpeded view of the sky in the entire city. Above the smoke, above the smell, the whole of the heavens stretched out in one great panorama of obsidian and diamond, infinite, eternal. There was only one other place with a view like this, and I would never visit the chateau again. They are, Reed agreed quietly. I sighed and held myself tighter against the chill. I like to think God paints the sky just for me on nights like this. He tore his gaze from the stars in disbelief. You believe in God? What a complicated question. I propped my chin on my knees, still peering upward. I think so. He sat up. But you rarely attend Mass. You celebrate Yule, not Noel. I shrugged and picked at a bit of dead leaf in the snow. It crinkled beneath my fingers. I never said it was your God. Your God hates women. We were an afterthought. That isn't true. I finally turned to face him. Isn't it? I read your Bible. As your wife, am I not considered your property? Do you not have the legal right to do whatever you please with me? I grimaced, the memory of the Archbishop's words leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. To lock me in the closet and never think of me again? I've never considered you my property. The Archbishop does. The Archbishop is mistaken. My brows shot up. Doth mine ears deceive me, or did you just speak ill of your precious patriarch? Reed raked a hand through his coppery hair in frustration. Just don't, Lou, please. Despite what you think, he's given me everything. He gave me a life, a purpose. He hesitated, eyes meeting mine with a sincerity that made my heart stutter. He gave me you. I brushed the broken leaf aside and turned to look at him, to really look at him. Reed truly believed his purpose was to kill witches. He believed the Archbishop had given him a gift, that the Archbishop was good. I reached for his hand. The Archbishop didn't give me to you, Reed. I looked up to the sky with a small smile. He did. Or she. There was a heavy pause as we stared at one another. I have a present for you. He leaned closer, blue eyes boring into my soul. I held my breath, willing him to close the distance between our lips. Another one? But it's not Yule yet. I know. He looked down at our hands, sweeping a thumb across my ring finger. It's a wedding ring. I gasped as he withdrew it from his coat pocket. Thin, beaten gold made up the band, and an oval mother-of-pearl stone sat at the center. It was clearly very old. It was also the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. My heart pounded wildly as he held it out to me.
May I?
I nodded, and he slid Angelica's ring off my finger and slipped his on instead. We both stared at it for a moment. He swallowed hard.
It was my mother's. Or at least, I think it was. It was clenched in my fist when they found me.
He hesitated, eyes meeting mine.
It reminds me of the sea. Of you. I've wanted to give it to you for days now.
I opened my mouth to say something, to tell him how lovely it was, or how honored I'd be to wear something so meaningful, to carry that little piece of him with me always. But the words caught in my throat. He watched me raptly. Thank you. My throat bobbed as an unfamiliar emotion threatened to choke me. I love it. And I did. I did love it. But not as much as I loved him. He wrapped his arms around my waist, and I leaned back into his chest, trembling at the realization. I loved him. Shit, I loved him. My breathing grew more painful the longer I sat there, each breath jarring and stoking all at once. Hyperventilating, that's what I was doing. I needed to get it together. I needed to collect my thoughts. Reed gently pulled my hair aside, and the small touch nearly undid me. His lips brushed the curve of my neck. Blood roared in my ears.
Do not urge me to leave you or turn back from you.
He trailed his fingers down my arm in slow, torturous strokes. My head fell back on his shoulder, my eyes fluttering closed, as his lips continued to move against my neck.
Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay.
A low, breathless sound escaped the back of my throat, so at odds with the reverent words he'd spoken. His fingers stilled instantly, and his gaze honed in on my rapidly moving chest. Don't stop, I breathed, pleaded. His body tensed, and his hands clamped down on my arms in an unyielding grip.
Ask me, Lou.
His voice turned low, urgent, raw. Heat pooled directly in my belly at the sound of it. My mouth opened. The time for games was done. He was my husband and I was his wife. It was foolish to pretend I no longer wanted the relationship, to pretend I didn't crave his attention, his laughter, his touch. I wanted him to touch me. I wanted him to become my husband in every sense of the word. I wanted him. All of him. We could make it work. We could write our own ending, witch and witch hunter be damned. We could be happy. Touch me, Reed. To my surprise, the words came out steady despite my breathlessness. Please, touch me. He grinned, slow and triumphant against my neck.
That's not a question, Lou.
My eyes snapped open, and I turned to scowl at him. He raised a brow in question, pressing his lips to my skin. His eyes locked with mine. Lips parting, he trailed warm, open-mouthed kisses down the side of my throat and onto my shoulder. His tongue moved slowly, worshipping me with each stroke, and I practically combusted. Fine. My traitorous neck extended under his mouth, but my pride refused to succumb so easily. If he wanted to play one more game, I would oblige him, and I would win. Would you, oh brave and virtuous chasseur, stick your tongue down my throat and your hands up my skirt? My ass needs grabbing. He spluttered and reared back incredulously. I arched against him, grinning despite myself. Too much? When he didn't respond, disappointment trickled through the fire in my blood. I turned to face him fully. His eyes were wide, and, to my chagrin, his face was pale. He didn't look like he wanted to ravish me, after all. Perhaps I'd overplayed my hand. I'm sorry. I extended a tentative hand to his face. I didn't mean to upset you. There was something in his gaze as he looked at me, something hesitant, something almost self-conscious, that made me pause. His hands trembled slightly where they clutched me, and his chest rose and fell in rapid succession. He was nervous. No, terrified. It took only a second for understanding to rush in. Reed really was a virtuous chasseur, a holy chasseur. Reed had never had sex. He was a virgin. For all his earlier arrogance, he'd merely been posturing. He hadn't ever touched a woman, not in a way that counted at least. I tried not to gape at him, but I knew he could easily read my thoughts by the way his expression fell. I searched his face. How could Celie have abandoned him in this? What else was first love good for but bumbling hands and breathless discovery? At least she'd taught him to kiss properly. I supposed I should be grateful for that. My throat and shoulders still tingled from his tongue. But there was so much more than just kissing. Slowly, purposefully, I shifted in his lap, taking his face in both my hands. Let me show you. His eyes darkened as I straddled him. My skirt slid up at the movement, the wind tickling my bare legs, but I didn't feel the cold. There was only Reed. I watched his throat bob, heard his breath hitch. His eyes darted to mine in a question when I pulled his hands to the lacings on my dress. I nodded, and he carefully pulled. Despite the chill, his fingers were competent. They moved steadily until the front of my dress fell open, revealing the thin chemise beneath. Neither of us breathed as he reached a hand up and skimmed the bare skin of my upper breast. I leaned into his palm, and he inhaled sharply. Faster than I could blink, he swept aside the shoulders of my chemise, sending the fabric to pool around my waist. His eyes roved my naked torso hungrily. I couldn't help but grin. Perhaps he wouldn't need much teaching after all. Not to be outdone, I tugged the hem of his shirt from his pants. He pulled it up over his head, mussing his coppery hair, before his lips came down hard against mine, and we were pressed together, skin to skin. It was short work after that. He lifted me easily, and I tossed my dress away. His eyes burned, pupils dilating, the blue around them hardly visible as they took in my stomach, my breasts, my thighs. His fingers tightened on my hips possessively, but not tight enough. I needed him to press me tighter, hold me closer. "You're so beautiful," he breathed. "Shut up, Shuss." My own voice came out a gasp. Locking my arms behind his neck, I rolled my hips against him. His own hips bucked up to meet mine in response, and he groaned. I gripped his shoulders to still him. "Like this." Leaning back, I motioned to where our bodies met. We watched in unison as I rocked against him, slowly, deliberately, rubbing up and down at an agonizing pace. He tried to increase my speed, his hands desperate, insistent, but I resisted, pressing myself flush against his chest and biting the sensitive spot where his neck met his shoulder. He jerked, and another low groan escaped his lips. "This is how you touch a woman." I pressed into him harder for emphasis, grabbing his hand and bringing it between my legs. "This is how you touch me." "Lou," he said in a strangled voice. "Right there." I directed his fingers, my breath turning ragged at his touch. My chest heaving as he continued the movement I'd shown him. He bent forward abruptly and took my breast in his mouth, and I gasped. His tongue was hot, demanding. A deep, delicious ache built too quickly in my belly. "God, Reed!" At the sound of his name, he bit down lightly. I shattered completely, lost in the pleasure and pain. His arms tightened around me as I came, his lips crashing down upon mine as if to devour my cries. It wasn't enough. "Your pants." I fumbled at his laces, crushing my lips against his between breaths. "Take them off! Now!" Reed was only too happy to oblige, lifting me awkwardly to strip them down his legs. Tossing them aside, he watched me anxiously, face still pale, as I straddled him once more. I grinned in response, tracing a salacious finger down the length of him, savoring the feel of him pressed against me. He trembled at the contact, eyes shining with need. "Another time," I said, pushing him gently against the rooftop. "I'll show you just how foul my mouth can be. Lou," he repeated, pleading. In a single, fluid movement, I sank down, burying him inside me. His eyes screwed shut, and his entire body jerked upward as he plunged himself deeper, right to the hilt. I would have cried out. It was too deep. But I didn't. I couldn't. There was pain, but as he receded and thrust again, the pain intensified into something else, something sharp and deep and aching, something needy. He filled me completely, and the way he moved, I threw my head back and lost myself in the sensation, in him. The ache spiraled upward, and I couldn't stop from kissing him, from tangling my fingers in his hair, from raking my nails down his arms. It hurt, this throbbing, yearning feeling in my chest. It consumed and obliterated and overwhelmed everything I'd ever known. His arms snaked around my waist, and he spun, pinning me beneath him. I arched upward, desperate to be closer, desperate to relieve the building ache, and hooked my legs around his sweat-slicked back. His hand came down between us as he increased his pace, and my legs began to stiffen. He touched me exactly the way I'd shown him, stroking me determinedly, relentlessly. A low growl escaped his throat. "Lou." Everything inside me tightened, and I clung to him as he pushed me over the edge. With one final, shuddering thrust, he collapsed on top of me, unable to catch his breath. We lay like that for several moments, oblivious to the cold, staring helplessly at each other. For the first time in my life, I had no words. The heady ache in my chest was still there, stronger now, more painful than ever before. But I found myself defenseless against it, utterly and completely defenseless. And yet, I'd never felt more safe. When Reed finally withdrew, I winced despite myself. He didn't miss the movement. His hand shot to my chin, lifting it, and his eyes grew wide and anxious. "Did I hurt you?" I attempted to shimmy out from beneath him, but he was too heavy. Realizing what I wanted, he pushed up on his elbows to accommodate me, before rolling to his back. He dragged me on top of him as he went. There's a fine line between pleasure and pain. Trailing kisses down his chest, I grazed my teeth against his skin, then bit down abruptly. A hiss escaped his lips, and his arms clenched around me. When I leaned back to meet his gaze, however, it wasn't pain in his eyes, but longing. My own chest throbbed in response. "It's a good hurt." I smiled and flicked his nose. "Well done, you." Monsieur Bernard. Lou. The St. Nicholas festival bustled around me and Reed as we left Pan's the next morning. He'd bought me yet another new cloak, red this time instead of white. Appropriate. But I refused to let the events at the smithy poison my good mood today. Grinning, I glanced up at him and remembered the feel of snow on my bare skin, of icy wind in my hair. The rest of the evening had proved just as memorable. At my request, he'd agreed to stay with me in the attic, and I'd made the most of my last night there. I wouldn't be returning to Soleil et Lune again. I found a new home. And the way he was currently licking the icing off his fingers, my stomach contracted deliciously. His eyes caught to mine, the corner of his mouth quirking. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Crooking an eyebrow, I brought his pointer finger to my mouth and licked the rest of the icing off with slow, deliberate strokes. I'd expected his eyes to boggle and dart around us, his cheeks to flush and his jaw to clench. But again he remained unfazed. This time he actually had the gall to chuckle. "You are insatiable, Madame Diggory."
If you're hooked on the first part of the book, don't stop. The continuation is waiting for you in the description.